Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ariel Helwani Show!
Back in your life on this Monday, March 16th, 2026. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well and a very happy 316 day to ya. Frank, hit the music, baby. Glass break. Not the glass break that I was talking about. I was talking about the...
There's only one break.
We just literally rehearsed this like 14 minutes ago. Today's 316 in honor of the great Stone Cold Steve Austin. You don't celebrate? You don't partake?
Not this year, no.
It's a big day. People love it. People love it. I love it. Of course, this is sort of the precursor to St. Patrick's Day, which we will be celebrating tomorrow on the program, but we don't have time to talk about tomorrow, my friends. First of all, I want to say I am so happy to be back. Golly, am I happy to be back. I only got to do one show in studio last week. As you know, from that show, went to the airport, was in LA, hosted the press conference, did a few things in LA afterwards, then went to Dallas on Thursday night, did something that's coming out in a few months in Dallas. Stay tuned for that. Very excited. Then flew home late Friday night, did something in Westchester Saturday, which was like a top 3 all-time day for me. Not going to lie. Can't talk about it just yet. But let me just tell you, top 3, maybe even top 2. That's how great it was. That's coming out soon. We're doing a lot around these parts, but I am so happy to be back in studio, to be back home for a couple of weeks. We've got a lot to do, a lot to discuss. The combat sports world is on fire. There's so much going on. There has never been more continuity between all 3 sports. I know I say this all the time, but we are just absolutely loving everything. And that fun continued this morning with some other breaking news, which I'll get to in a moment. First, let me tell you about today's program, which is another all-timer. Some call it a Super Stack show. We just call it Monday around these parts. Oh my God, you know yourself. Back end of the show, one half of the UFC Freedom Fights 250 co-main event. The now former UFC light heavyweight champion, the former UFC middleweight champion, the perhaps soon to be future UFC interim heavyweight champion. No one has ever done anything like this before or even tried. The one and only Poatan, Alex Pereira, is going to be joining us in studio with his main man, Plinio. That's at 4 p.m. Eastern. Can't wait to talk to him. Hasn't really talked much about this fight against Ciryl Gane, the John Jones talk, leaving 205, all that and more. That will go down at 4 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. At 3:30, one of the top rising stars in the sport today, the sport of MMA, of course, the man who just headlined his first UFC event back at the Apex, who just disposed of the veteran Josh Emmett, which a lot of people, Ilya Taporia didn't do that to Josh Emmett. And yes, I know that was a couple of years ago and, people may deteriorate. But what Kevin Vallejos did on Saturday, did I get it right?
That was great.
Nailed it. The pride of Argentina, he did something amazing on Saturday. He is very, very impressive. Everyone's very high on him. Another great win for him. Another vicious, blistering type of win. He'll join us at 3:30 to talk about all of that and where he goes from here. The inimitable, the legend, the man, the former UFC middleweight champion, in many people's eyes, the GOAT, Anderson, the Spider Silva, coming off that win over Tyron Woodley back in December. He's going to join us at 3 o'clock. He's got some exciting things going on in his life. Always great to talk to the one and only Anderson Silva. Golly, an actual living legend. One of the greatest of all time. If you don't think he's the greatest, certainly he's on your Mount Rushmore. That's at 3. At 2:35, headman over at Extreme Couture. Haven't talked to him in about a year. The great Eric Nicksick is going to be joining us. He had a busy weekend, as always. He was there, Apex, Chris Curtis. But the main 2 topics we want to talk to him about is Sean Strickland's recent win over Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. They parted ways. They came back. What a win for Strickland. And then we find out late last week that it's Strickland versus Khamzat. Not Khamzat versus Nasruddin Imavov. Strickland leapfrogs the Frenchman, gets the title shot May 9th across the river, Newark, New Jersey, big time stuff at 185. So that's his guy going for another title fight, going for another title. That's big time stuff. That's in less than 2 months, right? Yeah, less than 2 months. And his other guy, Francis Ngannou, among his many guys, Francis Ngannou, of course, as you know by now, May 16th. So 7 days later, what a stretch for Eric Nicksick and the Extreme Couture squad going up against Philippe Lins on the Netflix MVP MMA card. So that is big time stuff for Francis and for Eric. So we'll talk to him about that. And then we're going to talk to Kyle Daukaus prior to that. First interview of the day at around 2:10 Eastern time. Talk about the Bo Nickal stuff. He is on fire. He is on fire on social media. I have a take on Kyle Daukaus. I love Kyle Daukaus' involvement in this White House card. I love it. I love everything about it. He is the embodiment of the American dream. He is that. He is the walking, talking American dream. In fact, we have 2 little fun factoids regarding why it's so great that he is on this card on June 14th. We'll tell you about those in a moment. I'm buzzing. I don't know if you can sense it. Look at these guests. The sports world is on fire. The combat sports world is on fire. We've got March Madness coming up. We'll tell you about how you can join us in our Yahoo Sports, what do they call it? Bracket Mayhem or something?
Bracket Mayhem.
Bracket Mayhem. You can join us in that. World Baseball Classic is on fire. We've got the Andy Cup brewing. Venezuela, Italy tonight. If Venezuela wins, it's Venezuela versus the United States tomorrow in the final. Andy, who are you rooting for?
We all know I'm rooting for Venezuela.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. We need to win.
Break out the arepas, huh?
And the music.
You and me
Let's
both.
go.
All right? I'm on your side. All right? Those Americans. I told you guys, I like the American hockey team. American baseball team, like, they're a little hoity-toity for my liking. Like, they think they're all that. I was rooting for DR. I'm not going to lie. Vladdy and all those guys. Fernando Tatis' dad was a former Expo. But a great win. 2-1. Lots going on. Frank, before we get into everything, quick breakdown of the Oscars last night. Winners, losers. What did you think?
Yeah, so there were a few movies contending for Best Picture, and only one won.
Okay,
very
which
interesting. It was All News is Good News.
Is that true?
No, One Battle After Another.
That's what it is.
Wait, what was it? What was it?
One Battle After Another.
One battle after another.
Leo.
Never heard of it.
Benicio del
Obad,
Toro.
as they like to call it.
Chase Infinity.
Where did Dwayne Johnson fall for the Smashing Machine?
Smashing Machine got nominated in one category, did not win. I think it was maybe hair and makeup.
That's it. After all that.
Look, man, Oscars are tough to win.
After like the 16-minute standing ovation, the crying, all that.
Most movies get stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah, Oscars are hard to win, man.
What about my girl, Mrs. Josh Allen?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No nominations. Sinners won 4 Oscars.
My boy.
But
and
yeah.
BJ.
Yeah, shout out.
Boy.
Beat out Chalamet.
Yeah. He beat out Chalamet, huh?
Yeah.
People are hating on Chalamet right now, huh?
People
The
fucking
ballet.
hate him, bro.
Yeah,
He was on fire in like December.
It's
9 nominees for Marty Supreme, and
not a single one.
Not a single
It's the
one.
Yeah, no
proverbial WFB of Hollywood society that are turning on him. Yeah.
Yep.
Typical. That woke mind virus will get you. Just ask Frankie. Actually, I looked
that's
at
why I suggest ivermectin.
I looked at the YouTube chat and said, from Chris E something, Frank, you liberal nerd. That was like one of the first comments of the day.
Yeah.
It's very rude.
Start 'em
Prefer
early, start 'em
progressive
often.
Geek.
Guys, we don't have time for all of this, all right? We don't have time for the dilly-dallying. It is Monday. There's a lot of breaking news. Let us get to the biggest breaking news of the day. 12 p.m. Eastern, we find out that the latest addition to the MVP MMA Netflix card, again, May 16th, live on Netflix, no pay-per-view required, Intuit Dome, Inglewood, California. Of course, the one headlined by Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano, we already know. Francis Ngannou against Philippe Lins. It has been added. It is official. The return to mixed martial arts for the beloved and incomparable Nathan Diaz going up against Platinum Mike Perry, 170 pounds, 5-round fight. That is real. And it's not in bare knuckle, and it's not in boxing. It's in the discipline that we all want to see them compete in, and that's mixed martial arts. Nathan Diaz versus Mike Perry at 170 pounds has been added to this card on May 16th. And I would say this is 70 minutes old. I will say the response to be pretty damn great. seems to be like a lot of people are saying, wow, this is fun, this is great. And of course, there's going to be the comparison to the White House card and to the UFC product as of late. That's fun, that's cool, you can do that all you want. But all of a sudden, you're staring at a card where it's Ronda versus Gina, it's Francis returning to MMA, and it's Nate versus Mike. Whenever they do that press conference, that first face-off, it's going to be, it's going to be bananas. It's going to be absolutely insane. Those two guys together have they've never been linked. We've heard them talk about each other. We've seen them circle each other, but quite frankly, we've never really seen them get even close to booked. To see them now actually booked is very exciting, I think, for a lot of people. Now, I know what you're probably thinking at home. Oh, you're working the card. You're biased. You're this. You're that. All right, so let me bring in the guys. Let me take the temperature of the room here. All right, PT's here. GC, Rick, as always. PT, let me go to you. First things first. Diaz, Perry, what do you say? Thoughts?
I think it's great. I think it's the best fight in the card immediately. I can't wait to see these two guys in there, and it adds something to the card that it didn't have before. It's two relevant guys right now fighting each other. I know Diaz, obviously people will say he's a bit long in the tooth maybe, but he's an icon of this sport. He's a guy that everybody wants to see. Mike Perry has been completely rejuvenated through his outside the UFC activities. We know that the UFC probably want into the Nate Diaz business right now. For Netflix to take him, to get him signed to this card, it kind of adds something to that kind of battlefront we keep talking about. Dana against the boxing world, Netflix potentially being the person to take him on the MMA world. I think it adds so much to the card. I think a lot of people are looking this with Francis there against Lins and Ronda and Carano, and they were kind of saying, oh, well, Francis is an easy fight. Is Ronda, is Gina still relevant at this stage? I don't think you're going to get any real MMA fans saying they don't want to watch Mike Perry and Nate Diaz fight on this card. I think it's tremendous.
Mike Perry's last MMA fight, 2021, but as you said, been very, very busy in the world of bare knuckle. Obviously had the boxing match against Jake Paul, but the bare knuckle world has really rejuvenated his career. He's become the face of BKFC, and I understand this doesn't preclude him from fighting for them in the future. More on that in a moment. Nate Diaz, of course, his last fight was in 2022, as far as MMA is concerned, that fateful UFC 279 card where he was supposed to fight Khamzat. Khamzat misses weight. He beats Tony Ferguson on short notice. And of course, we've seen him in a couple of boxing matches since the Jake Paul fight and the Jorge Masvidal boxing match of a couple of years ago. This is MMA. This is where we first fell in love with these guys, and now they're coming back to fight each other. Rick, your initial reaction to this booking?
Yeah, similar to Pizzi, I felt like this call, when it was Rousey versus Carano and Francis was added versus Philippe Lins, I felt like it was a card that was propped up by these are big names, come watch them. This feels like the fight, right? This feels like a fight that you can put in front of MMA fans and go, you must see this fight, because you have to tune in every time Nate Diaz fights, and you have to tune in every time that Mike Perry fights, and they happen to be fighting each other. This feels like kind of the fight fans fight, the crown jewel of it so far. But you have to give credit to MVP in terms of looking for all the available talent outside the UFC, looking for the biggest names that they could possibly sign. It has to be argued that of the biggest names you can sign outside the UFC, Ronda Rousey, Nate Diaz, and Francis Ngannou are top three of the top five, right? If not the top three. And Mike Perry, as you said, is somebody who's been very active and headlining shows for BKFC, boxing against Jake Paul. They have the names. They're trying their best to assemble a card that actually is, the best available talent outside the UFC, and they've done a fantastic job for it. And one of the points you made that you said you're going to return to, you do have to give credit to BKFC, who continues to lend Mike Perry out to all these big time cards in the hopes that it just continues to further Mike Perry's star power, and they get to draft off that. It is not common for a promotion to want to do that, and they seem very willing to engage in that with Mike Perry. Kudos to them, everybody involved, for making it happen.
GC?
Yeah, not really a ton to add to what they just said. I'm excited for it. I don't know how you couldn't be if you're an MMA fan. We're seeing it in the discipline that we want to, and it feels to me like this card probably isn't done being made either. It feels like the fights are starting to come in, and it's starting to build around it. But the top three that we have right now, Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, Francis Ngannou, Philippe Lins, and now Nate Diaz versus Mike Perry, you're getting it for free on Netflix. If you're an MMA fan, you have to tune into it.
Yeah, and I can tell you, I know for a fact this card isn't done, obviously, but I can say that I think when it's all said and done, all the boxes will be checked in terms of like the super casual fan, the just casual fan, maybe the lapsed fan, the hardcore fan. Like I think by the way it currently sits, you will see that everyone will have something to get excited about, which is what you ultimately want in a card like this. I think there's many different interesting viewpoints to talk about. Number one, that they got Nate and Mike is huge. No secret, Nate was a free man. No secret, I could tell you, UFC was interested in bringing Nate back. And to me, what makes this so interesting is that this is the closest that we've ever seen to a boxing MMA card. And let me explain. Right now, as Nikisa Badarian said last week, and others have said as well, Gabe Spitzer of Netflix as well, top guy as far as sports are concerned over there, Netflix isn't in the MMA business just yet. Right now, this is a one-off. They're in the event business, as we've talked about in the past. Kobayashi, Joey Chestnut, World Baseball Classic in Japan only, Women's World Cup, Home Run Derby, Opening Day, MLB. They don't want, 43 events. They don't want a full schedule of, 82 games or anything like that. They want big events. So right now, this was a big event that was brought to them. And if you're Nate Diaz, Mike Perry, Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano, Francis Ngannou, you're signing one-fight deals to be on this card. So if you're Nate Diaz, who was looking at his options and was like, hey, I could go back to the UFC right now, and who knows how that plays out, and it's going to be 4 fights. They don't do one-fight deals. It's going to be 6 fights. It's going to be multi-fights, as opposed to a one-off on the biggest platform in the world, 325 plus million subscribers. Look at what that platform did to Anthony Joshua back in December. And Nate obviously isn't an unknown commodity in America, but it will obviously raise his profile, no doubt about it. This could very well be, and I don't even think it's going out on a limb to say it, the most watched MMA card of all time, because it's on the biggest platform worldwide of all time. And so you go on here, you win this fight. Now all of a sudden you could go back to the UFC and say, all right, the number just changed. Now I'm an even hotter commodity. I just came back. People are going crazy over me. Or you could go elsewhere, or you could go back to them if this is a success and you ask for X, Y, and Z. Every one of these guys, when they put together these big boxing events, these are all one-offs. And we've never seen that in MMA. If you want to sign with PFL, you've got to sign for X amount of years or X amount of fights. If you want to sign with UFC, you've got to sign for X amount of years or X amount of fights. This is a very attractive opportunity for these guys and gals, because it's just, hey, let's make the biggest splash, and then all of our stock goes up. You know what I mean? And so to me, this was a no-brainer for Nate. Obviously, we'd love to see him fight Conor McGregor. Now, Conor still has 2 fights left. Based on everything I've heard and everything Pete said on Friday, we're trending in the right direction. And as we've told you time and again, it's July 11th, International Fight Week. That's what they want. And there was some talk of Nate versus Conor. But would you rather sign a 4-fight deal, or would you rather sign a mega 1-fight deal on the biggest platform in the world? It's that fight isn't going away. And by the way, Conor has 2 fights left. What do you think that fight would do on a massive platform like Netflix in a year and a half or so from now? It would be gigantic. It would probably be the biggest fight not named Jake Paul and Mike Tyson that could be made right now, for all intents and purposes. And so the landscape, if they do, and that's why I'm telling everyone, I'm not just saying it because we love Netflix, I love Netflix, it's great for the fight game. This is amazing for MMA. Everyone should be rooting for this. I don't care if you're the biggest UFC stan of all time. I love the UFC. I don't want them to go anywhere. It's great for our life that we have something to talk about, that we have Kevin Vallejos to talk about and all this stuff. If they went away, it would be awful for us. But you need that alternative. And we've never seen the alternative come in this form, right? So to have something like this on a Monday to talk about is great. We haven't had this. All due respect to PFL, they are not offering this to us. Costello Venstinas versus Fabian Edwards is fun. It's great, but that serves the hardest of the hardcore. No one has been able to come in and make these types of events and fights. And so right now it's just a one-off. But I think they have shown to everyone that they're willing to pay, that they're willing to invest, and they're willing to go big. And you can't get much bigger than, as far as Rick said, who's available than Ronda versus Gina. And remember what Francis said last week. The original plan, and this is true, Francis versus Rico, Nate versus Mike. I mean, that's an incredible thing. Now, it didn't work out that way. Rico took the other fight, God bless him. But you're still getting 5 massive names there, and a nice little story in Philippe Lins, who's trying to shock the world and change his life, and more to come. This is great for everyone. This is great and a no-brainer if you ask me. Nate made the right choice. And I understand it didn't go too far down and Connor's not done, so who knows, that could go sideways. But Nate versus Mike Perry is a very, very, very exciting addition. And dare I say, changes the complexion of this card, as you guys just said. Okay, you can say, oh, Ronda, Gino, we don't know what to expect. And this changes the complexion. This, to me, is a 50-50. I doubt there's anyone. Usually I get one of these. Oh, I got one of them. Okay, have you guys looked at it? What the odds are?
Yeah, I know the odds.
Does GC know the odds?
I have no clue.
Okay, this is fun. What do you think? Does PT know the odds?
No.
Okay, this is fun. I just opened the email. Usually I'll get one of these emails, like these are the early odds.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a 50-50.
Okay.
Right now, what do you say? I just looked down.
Minus 200.
Do you have the opening
For Mike
odds?
Perry.
Yeah, for who?
Yeah, my guess is Mike Perry minus 175.
Minus, and what's Diaz?
I would say like plus 140 coming back.
PT?
I don't really understand it that well, so I'll go.
Like who's the dog? You're saying
Who's the
Perry?
dog? No, I'm saying Diaz is the dog.
Yeah.
I think Perry's minus 200 favorite. I said.
Okay, Mike Perry, according to one of these sites, opening odds, they're not paying us, so I'm sorry, I can't. Okay, so according to this, it opened at Perry minus 135, Diaz plus 105.
Okay.
It is now, as of 1:06 p.m. Eastern, Perry minus 260, Diaz plus 200.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's moved considerably. Seems like a lot of people think Perry's going to win.
Yes.
Even though Perry hasn't fought in MMA in 5 years, but obviously has been active with the BKFC stuff. They getting it right or what?
Logic
there's
would
a huge advantage.
Yeah, logic would dictate the activity level plus the fact that we don't expect Nate Diaz to be trying to grapple in this fight to give Perry a massive advantage.
Perry versus Diaz.
If Diaz grapples, he is unbelievable on the ground. Like unbelievable. It's. I'd say that's the biggest disparity in talent, in skill sets in this fight. But as we know with Nate, unless you fall down, he's not going to go after you down there. He'll chase you down if he puts you down, but don't expect him to shoot a double leg.
Can I just say it's great to see both these guys back in MMA?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Huge personalities. We're missing this.
Yeah.
That's
These
the biggest
guys are
part
amazing.
of it. It's in MMA.
That's right.
It's not boxing. It's not BKFC. It's MMA.
I wonder what the line will be as far as rounds.
What do you mean, the over-under?
The over-under, yeah.
Both very durable dudes.
They're both so tough. I don't think it's going to be.
Yeah, I could see it being 4.5.
4.5.
I think it's going to be 4.5 for sure.
By the way, interesting note here. Ronda opened up at minus 700. She's now minus 500. Gina was plus 525. She's now plus 375.
A couple people betting on Gina.
Yeah.
Like that Gina bet.
Maybe after the presser?
Keep on betting on her.
You want that Ronda line? You want to hammer that?
Bring it on in.
Yeah, me too, buddy.
Interestingly, it went all the way to Rousey minus 400, Carano plus 330, and then it moved back up to minus 500. Ngannou, by the way, opened, this is interesting, Ngannou opened at a minus 550 and is now a minus 1,200.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of these are soft opens.
Yeah.
They're kind of getting a feel for the market, and then people bet on it, and then they can line it properly.
So who do you feel? Who do you feel, GC? Diaz or Perry?
I like the activity of Mike Perry. He's going to bring the fight to Nate Diaz. I don't think Nate Diaz is going to try to take it to the ground. I imagine it's going to be a striking match. And with where they're at in their careers, I have to favor Mike Perry.
I took to the YouTube chat. Shout out to the YouTube chat. Thumbs up to the chat. Thumbs up to the chat.
I haven't got one of those in a while.
Yeah.
Shout out.
I asked, which card are you more excited about right now? About 1,200 or so votes. UFC White House or MVP on Netflix? What do you think the people said?
Fuck, I just saw it, but
Okay.
it's a surprising
Probably
result.
White House still.
They said White House 55% in favor of the White House, 45. Initially it was the Netflix card and now it flipped.
I would have thought it would have been more than 55 for White House.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, just because I feel like people are... The wide sentiment was they're not that excited for this. I know we've now gotten Nate Diaz and Mike Perry added to it, but I would have expected maybe like a 65-35. 55-45 is close.
These two things occupy different spaces. These cards are not comparable from that perspective, right? The basis of comparison might be if you do the viewership, right? That's where MVP and Netflix are going to have a significant advantage. But if you do on the basis of like what most hardcore fight fans are interested in, it's obviously going to be an Ilia Topuria fight. It's obviously going to be an Alex Pereira fight. There's no doubt, right? But once you start getting outside of that, once you start spreading the net a little bit wider, names like Nate Diaz and names like Ronda Rousey start to have more appeal, right? So our chat is going to be the most hardcore of hardcore fans. Of course, they're going to be more interested in that fight. I'm more interested in those fights. But as a spectacle, as an event, as a big like stamp for the year, once you start getting outside that hardcore audience that's maybe not sitting in our chat during, work hours, that's when you start to probably feel more of the presence of a Ronda Rousey and a Nate Diaz,
I was seeing a lot of people on Twitter say, "Oh, they put together a better card." I honestly don't care. The way I view it is May 9th you're getting Khamzat versus Sean Strickland. May 16th you're getting this. May 23rd you're getting Rico versus Usyk, and then June 14th, and I might be missing another one. June 14th you're getting the white. Like, if you're a fan of all these crazy sports, you're loving life. This is great, and it's only good if there are other options. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this is amazing. In the span of 7 days, we're getting that great main event in Newark, and then this a week later. When's the last time we had a back-to-back like that in MMA? And not like, a boxing this or a bare knuckle that. Like, this is great for everyone, I think. And also you're comparing a promotion that's 30 plus years old to one that's like 2 months old and just trying to find options. There's not a lot out there. Like, if you actually just sit down and look at, all right, who's available outside of the UFC and PFL. Those are the two that are probably most restrictive. If you're talking about people who are fighting for like, European promotions or even a Ryzen, I would imagine there might be more wiggle room because they're open to sharing and all that stuff. There's not much there as far as massive names. There's not much there.
No, they've got them already. This card already has those names. Now you have to start digging deeper on like who are some that the more hardcore MMA fans are going to want. But they have the casual names. They have all the names that you already could want that are basically free agents.
PT, let me ask you, we were probably never closer to Diaz-McGregor in the last like 4 or so years, right? With McGregor coming back, and again, I maintain he is the byproduct of great timing, time after time, because it seems like coming off the apathy towards and the vitriol towards the announcement of the White House card and also the BMF, here they are talking to him and his team on the Monday after. And Nate's a free man. We've probably never been closer, and now obviously Nate does this one-fight deal with MVP MMA, if that's what they're calling it. True or false, at some point we get the trilogy, or do you think it will always be one of those fights that just kind of never materializes like it didn't materialize here? What do you think?
I want to say yes. I do get the feeling will happen in one way, shape, or form. I feel as though I was joking a few weeks ago with Rick, I believe it was, and I was saying, look, in 5 years' time, we'll get it on Misfits. And this kind of makes you feel a bit like that as well. Like the fact that I'm sure Conor is thinking, fair play, Nate. As much as he probably wanted that fight, and I thought it was the perfect fight, to be honest, for the UFC to do. As you were saying, I think July 11 was what you were saying. I thought it was absolutely perfect for that. But in a way, like if you leave this guy out there without a contract, you're asking for someone big who probably didn't exist until a few weeks ago when Netflix came into the game. You're going to ask him for them to come and take him. Nate's probably getting an awful lot of money for this. It's a one-fight deal. Maybe they strike that afterwards. But I don't know if I'm so confident that either of these guys has that long left on the road. And that's no disrespect. It's just the way the fight game goes. We've seen the issues Conor's had about getting into the cage and fighting, the toe with Chandler, etc. I hope we do. I just think that this doesn't bode well. McGregor doesn't have a lot of fights left on his UFC contract. What happens after this? Does this fight happen? There's a lot up in the air, but my gut feeling is it will, but it may not happen in MMA.
Or maybe it doesn't happen in the UFC.
Yes. Well, I think that's definitely an option now. We're looking at this card, and as I said, I think this is the best card, the best fight that's been out of this card by a long shot. And I was already impressed with the Rousey, Carano, Francis situation. Do you know what I'd love to see from Netflix? Just like, and this is selfish. This is from the hardcore point of view. Fine as a one-off event, but I'd love to see like a really good prospect in the sport, like someone the hardcores are excited about.
Give me a name. Like who?
I don't know. Like everyone's probably under contract. Like there's so many really, really good prospects just outside of the sport in the UFC. Like, we talk about Hughes, who was a free agent at one point. Saladin Parnasse, who was a free agent at one point. The UFC were after these guys. Obviously, KSW and PFL got them respectively. I'd love to see someone like that added on because it would just talk about more of a long game. It would say to me, like, if you're adding someone to this card, this may not be a one-off thing and we can continue to build this guy. This guy could be our guy for the future. That's what I'd love to see, but very happy with this development, I must say. Do I think Conor McGregor's probably a bit jealous that Nate Diaz is after sorting this deal out? Absolutely. I think McGregor and Netflix will be a match made in heaven.
Oh my God.
I really do.
Yes. And they obviously had his doc a couple of years ago, right? The 4-part series, the part 2, if you will, of the original one. I was trying to think, when was the last time, like the last best non-UFC card?
An MMA?
Yeah.
There's been a good PFL 1 or 2 for sure.
That was this?
No.
This level of star power? I'm saying,
Well, no, because
this is the best non-UFC MMA card since
ever.
Are we talking like Strikeforce heavyweight Grand Prix days? Are we talking like
What are we measuring? Are we
just
measuring
like holy shit?
This is the biggest. If we're measuring
biggest
that,
ever?
right? If we're
Biggest
measuring,
ever? No, it can't be
if we're-
biggest ever.
Well, yeah. If we're measuring
Pride.
impact, if we're measuring platform, if we're measuring
Yeah.
what it's going to do, that is the answer. If you're measuring competitive fights, it's not even top 15, 20. Like it
Well,
depends
just like
on what the
in terms
measurement
of-
is.
yeah.
If it's to blow your mind. Nobody can get Ronda Rousey. Nobody has had Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey is the second biggest star in MMA history behind Conor McGregor. That's what this is. And so if that's the measurement, right? If the measurement is holy shit, wow factor, whatever, having Ronda Rousey alone takes it over the top. Then you add Nate Diaz to that mix, and then Francis Ngannou under that. Like, there isn't an equivalent. If you're going, okay, we're going back to Strikeforce days or Pride days when we have bigger matchups and bigger names, right? Then that's a different conversation. But if you're doing just wow factor, what is this going to do from a viewership perspective? There hasn't been, right? Because Netflix is a platform that provides something that nobody else has been before. If we're doing competitive fights, then it's a totally different story altogether.
Yeah, no, it is somewhat unprecedented. I was just talking about something where it felt like, oh shit. I mean, it kind of
The fact that we don't have one is pretty
Yeah.
big. The fact that we don't have one that immediately we go, this, like that kind of speaks to how big this Netflix thing is.
It reminds me a little bit of like Elite XC on CBS days where it was like, oh wow, the platform plus the star power. But yeah, I mean, we've never had a platform like this. Like even when Elite XC and Showtime were on, Elite XC and Strikeforce were on Showtime. Showtime was tiny in America.
Yeah.
It was like 35 million subscribers or something like that compared to 325 million. I don't think the world of MMA really understands like how big this is and how big it can be for the sport. Like you talk about your favorite fighter wanting to get paid or just have an opportunity or just to have a market to negotiate. This is good for everyone. Again, I'll say it till I'm blue. AEW coming was the best thing for WWE because it raised their game. This being a thing would be the best thing for the UFC. There's no doubt about it. And the road to it, I mean, it's coming fast and furious. It's actually 2 months from exactly today, this fight card. So it's coming fast and furious. What's really interesting about it, among the many things that are interesting, is like I was watching Ronda speak to the media last week, and it struck me, we haven't seen Ronda speak to the MMA media in 10 plus years. And then you see her back in pro wrestling yesterday, guys. You see Ronda Rousey back in pro wrestling. It feels like a comeback tour of sorts. She showed up on the AEW Revolution show, and here's Ronda Rousey back in MMA, in some way, shape, or form back in wrestling. It's unclear if she's wrestling, if she's not, if she's full-time, if she's not. But just to see her in a non-WWE ring is notable. But let's be honest, over the last few years, she has not had the nicest things to say about the world of MMA and its fans, and the world of wrestling and its fans. And so to now see her kind of coming back, and I don't know if it's to right the wrong, I don't know if it's to make amends, I don't know how to describe it, but it really did seem when she was done with wrestling that she would be done with all of this, right? Like that was the vibe. And now to see her back in MMA and to see her back in wrestling in non-UFC and WWE rings and promotions is a twist that I don't think anyone predicted.
It's a full-on assault against TKO. She's fighting them on both fronts, obviously. Like, she wants to be the anti-TKO, and that is what she like. No bigger sign than how she's talking about, the UFC brass, and it's not surprising to me that she'd show up on AEW, because if I'm her and I'm AEW, this feels like the time, right? Right when you're railing against TKO, here's an opportunity.
Well, speaking of which, here's the tweet that she just posted. Welcome to the revolution, Nate Diaz. It's fighters versus the establishment, and we're gonna win. May 16th, only on Netflix. P.S. Hashtag Hunter Campbell. Pissed off the wrong bitch. I'm coming for your job, motherfucker.
Fucking hell.
Right, you know what? This is so palatable compared to the Ronda. Compared to the Ronda that we were talking about previously, where it's like, fuck the MMA media.
Right.
They're all pricks. Fuck these people. Like, this is a righteous patch he's on. This is far more palatable for everybody. This is a WWE storyline, and we're living it in real time in MMA. I think a lot of people don't understand that. I see a lot of fans of the UFC being like, why is he excited about this? We've never really had this. We've been crying out for this. The UFC is great. It is the greatest thing that's ever happened to mixed martial arts. But without a challenge, what's their motivation? What's their incentive to make really good cards? Everybody's talking about this Paramount era not kicking off in the way it is. You need someone to poke the bear. Netflix is coming to do that. Whether you are really excited about Francis Ngannou v. Felipe Lenz, or Rousey v. Carano, or Diaz v. Perry, it doesn't really matter, because they're gonna pay these guys very well, I'd imagine. It's gonna be seen by a lot of people. That's why this is really, really interesting on just like the industry level. As an MMA fan, regardless if you're completely on the side of UFC, everything will result in better things for us. That's certainly what I believe. That is probably an option. As long as Netflix keep trying to do this, it's going to result in better UFC events. Of course, that's what we all want. One thing I'm wondering is, Ariel, how do you think this is so new, right? Like, this came out of nowhere, this Netflix thing. Everybody's blindsided. What I want to ask you is, a guy who knows a lot more about the TV world than I do, how do Paramount feel about this? They probably thought they had a home run with the White House this year. This is going to be the biggest event of the year. We have it. It's locked down. Nobody's going to touch us. Now Netflix are arriving on the scene, signing all these legends. Like, is there a situation where Paramount go to the UFC and they say, like, what's happening here, lads? We thought we had this locked up. What is going on?
I don't think they're getting hot under the collar. But again, who's sitting right there to be the perfect antidote to all of this? Conor freaking McGregor. They signed Conor and they post that graphic of him versus anyone. Let's be honest. People are going to lose their minds because he still resonates with a lot of people, and people will accept and welcome him back and all that stuff, right, wrong, whatever. And so he's sitting pretty right now. But yes, there is a little bit more competition. What makes it even more interesting, and actually the direction that I thought you were going to go in, is, let's not forget, Netflix is in business with WWE, which is a part of TKO. And so even though the MMA thing seems to be like a bit of a counter, if you will, they're still in business with them. So it's not like a full-on war. And so that's why I thought it was interesting. I was like, I wonder if old UFC would have countered this 1,000,000%, right? They would have moved Khamzat versus Strickland and moved anything out of the way and had that on May 16th. But are they really going to do that? Is Endeavor really going to try and piss off Netflix, the biggest streaming platform in the world? Does Ari Emanuel want to piss off Netflix? No, he doesn't want to piss off Netflix. So they have to kind of tread carefully here. That to me is super interesting when you talk about, like, there's only that many big platforms left right now, and the gap between the big dogs and everyone else continues to get bigger, and they're in business with one entity under this massive conglomerate, but not the other. Golly, there's so many good things here. But I do want to go back to Ronda real quick. Do you guys think that the fans will accept her back? Because in order for this to be a home run, in order for this to be a success and sustainable, they have to tune in. They have to believe in what she is selling. They have to say, hey, bygones be bygones. We're cool with everything that happened. Water under the bridge. We've got your back. What do you think, Rick?
No.
That's an important thing. You're saying no, they won't, or no, they don't have to.
No, both. No, they won't, and no, they don't have to, because a better motivator to tune in is to watch somebody get their ass beat, or to lose, or to stumble, or to fall, in the same way they always want Ronda to fall. You know, I'm
always.
I'm kind of on record saying that Ronda's gotten an unfair shake from fans and media, and I feel like Ronda. Look, Did Ronda do herself any favors? No, but I've always been in the camp of that I don't think she deserved what she got. I think people were waiting for the opportunity to pounce on her. And I actually like it better if she's kind of antagonistic toward that. I like it better that she's taking the angle of like, I'm against what's happening in the sport of MMA right now. I don't care if I don't think she cares, nor do I care if fans get on her side with it. I think her being this outlier, this rebel, is a much more interesting angle for her. And people will tune in because she's Ronda Rousey. It doesn't really matter if they love her, hate her, whatever. You're going to tune in because most of the time she's going to armbar somebody in 30 fucking seconds because she's Ronda Rousey. I don't think it matters if they love her.
But the war against Hunter Campbell, he's not a household name, right? And so can people understand and resonate? We think that's fascinating. But will Joe Schmo in Iowa, who's
that person who doesn't know that storyline is tuning in because she's Ronda fucking Rousey, right?
Yeah.
That person is tuning in because she's the queen, the bad bitch. She's the one that it made people fans of this sport, got so many women into MMA, and then Gina Carano is the version before that, the 1.0. I don't think all these different. You said it when you were talking about the card construction, about all these different storylines, and you're serving this audience and this audience and this audience. Ronda Rousey serves all audiences in that way as well. The hardcore fans are going to tune in because Ronda Rousey's fighting MMA, and maybe this anti-TKO Hunter Campbell storyline's interesting to you. And then for the others, I know I'm tuning in for somebody who's going to try and throw somebody on their head and armbar them. She is just one of those people. The same way you talked about Conor McGregor. When that Conor McGregor announcement drops, everybody's going to be there because he's Conor fucking McGregor. She's Ronda fucking Rousey. That's just how this goes. I don't think she needs. In fact, I don't want to see a dulled edge Ronda Rousey. I don't want to see a kumbaya, everybody. Join with me, everybody. Aren't you fans of me again? I don't care about that. I hope she tells everybody to fuck off. That would be much more fun.
It is a much more fun version.
I love it too.
What about the revolution voice? Go ahead.
Can we get do you remember the old videos when Ronda and the Diaz boys were around each other?
Oh,
and
yeah.
How fucking cool
You're right.
Yeah.
Call Lazy. Get Lazy the Savage. Get him shooting this shit. And get that shit going again because that felt like NWO or something. When they're all together, you're like, these are the coolest motherfuckers and they're all together. This is awesome. Please do something with Ronda and Nate Diaz. You have them both.
That is a great idea. That is a great idea. By the way, speaking of which, our old friend Antoine Evans, I see him on Twitter saying, Ronda, Gina, Bones, Jones, Nate Diaz, McGregor, and Ngannou all wanted to fight in the first half of 2026. UFC booked none of them. Now, McGregor's still alive, but it is an interesting.
Yeah.
It is an interesting point. They could have had every single one of them, right? They could have had every single one of them. They could have had Bones. They could have had Nate. They could have had Ngannou. They could have easily had Ronda, and they didn't do any of them. And I know that there are some fans who are going to be like, I don't care, but those are certifiable draws. You know who may care is a Paramount Plus. To your question. PT.
Think about how we would be talking about the UFC had they accomplished all of those.
Yeah.
Great point.
They're back.
They're back. They're
so
doing
much
shit
UFC.
we never even thought of.
Right.
When this card was first announced, I said, controversially, I guess, I don't know if it's that controversial, but I said that if I was in the UFC shoes, if I was sitting in the TKO board meetings, I would call John Jones and Conor McGregor and give them whatever they wanted in order to make sure that this event, the MVP MMA card on Netflix, is not viewed as the biggest draw of the year, is not viewed as the one with the highest viewership, and that we're at least competitive and that we at least have some kind of metrics that we can make the splash. And my replies were just, or your replies actually, I think, because it came out of your account, were absolutely destroyed, saying, what a fucking idiot. This is not going to be a big card. Who cares about these washed old ladies? White House card is going to smack. We're blah, 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 and on. Now, sitting here today, I feel exactly the same way, which is if you were doing this White House card, you should have met John Jones's demands, or you should have put Conor McGregor on this card and not pushed him to July. Now, there's an argument to say, okay, Conor McGregor, he's coming back.
From a business standpoint, it actually makes more sense to put him in July.
Great, no problem. But John Jones was sitting right there, and you could have done John Jones versus Alex Pereira, and that would have quieted everybody. That would have made everybody shut up. If the number for this card on Netflix is massive and the number for the White House card is not, I do think that's a loss. I do think that's a bad thing optically. Now, again, By no means am I saying it's the better, more competitive card. By no means am I saying that they're coming for the UFC spot. By no means am I saying that the best fights are not happening still in the UFC. But if I'm an executive at the UFC or TKO or even Paramount, I don't want to see that Netflix had the most viewed MMA card of the year. And I think this is in the running for that.
card
Ronda Rousey
of the
thinks it's a
year
foregone conclusion.
The MMA card of all time.
And so that feels stupid to me that you didn't call John Jones. You called John Jones, and then when the rubber met the rubber met the road, whatever
Rubber met the road.
the rubber met the road,
Well played.
you backed out. You fucking didn't give him the money that he was asking for to make that happen. That feels like a mistake to me. That feels
Also,
like a mistake.
Ariel, you said that, it's a better business move to have McGregor on the July card, which it obviously is. You're going to make more money, and all of these sort of, I don't want to say failures, but things that they're not following through on, the Ronda, getting Nate back, doing John Jones on the White House card. They're all good business moves. Everything that they do is essentially a good business move. They are in maximizing profits. But at some point, you have to make a move that's a good promotional move that keeps the fans coming around being like, man, they are killing it right now. They are making great moves instead of just like, what are they doing? Why aren't we accomplishing these things to make us the best promotion?
You're right. You're right. I was wondering when I read that tweet from Rhonda. We talked about this like a month or so ago. Union Association. Could it be Ronda Rousey?
I was just thinking that.
Oh my God.
Could it be Ronda Rousey?
She was talking about promotion stuff at the
Yes.
press conference. She wants to be a promoter. She wants to be a coach. She wants to have more kids, so she's not going to stay in the fight game that long. Could you imagine if it's Ronda Rousey after all these years?
Holy shit.
Do you think of Ronda as a selfless individual? Because that will be what's required. I think of Ronda Rousey as a relentless, narcissistic competitor, right? The reason I
Vengeful.
love Ronda Rousey is because she's singularly motivated on kicking everybody's ass and proving that she's the greatest. I don't know that that's the person that I'm like, okay, we need this person to balance all the egos, manage this, that. She has her own ego. She's just this force of nature. If she's able to get it done, if she could, put that to the side and be this like advocate, I think it'd be fantastic. I just think of her in a different category, right? She is that one of one, all about her, and it has made her like one of the most fierce competitors we've ever seen.
Yeah, ultimately, I don't even know if that's of great interest.
Right.
The interest may just be like, I'm going to combat these guys, the Hunter Campbells, the TKOs of the world.
It's her versus them, right?
Yeah.
But now she's like,
but
Nate
it did
Diaz
make
is on
me
my
think
team.
when she's talking about revolution,
Yeah,
and all this
listen.
stuff.
Calling out Hunter Campbell. Like
Yeah.
you just said, like to a Joe Schmo, no one knows who that is. Hashtagging him too. I can't imagine that hashtag's trending right now.
Who was it that used to tag Hunter but the wrong Hunter? Was it Nate? Remember somebody would be like trying to talk to Hunter, but they would at Hunter, and it was just some guy named Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
I'm forgetting who that was, but it was somebody. I think it was Nate, actually. But yeah. Listen, I like what Ronda's doing. I like what she's doing here, and I think it will only benefit her.
I'm really curious. She was asked last week, is it a one-off? I think she was asked by me, to be honest. I don't remember.
Great question.
Is it a one? Her answer was, I want to have a family. I want to have more kids. She already has a family. Gina's was a little more open-ended. But again, if things go well for her, they have Holly Holm there. She's doing the boxing thing for MVP as well. I'm really curious. I'm really curious to see like what her actual end game is. She seems highly insulted by the way in which it went down with the UFC, because she's brought it up now multiple times. She seems highly insulted. And I don't know if this is on purpose. I don't know if it's me looking into it too much. I do find the Dana stuff to be fascinating as well. Like, he's just an employee. He doesn't even like that card. He doesn't make the decisions and all that stuff. I'm like, man, knowing Dana White like I do, and obviously it's not as close, I'm not as close or was close to him like Ronda was. I can't imagine he likes any of this rhetoric. So I don't know if she's playing mind games here. I don't know if she's trying to do the backhanded compliment thing. But all of this is fascinating. It really is. So I'm curious to see how it continues to play out. Yes, PT.
It's all just like, you'll rue the day, Ronda here. That's what it is. You'll rue the day you didn't give me what I deserve. And that's, I think, if we're talking about you, that would be her motivation. Like, I think she is on this revenge plot right now. It feels like something out of a comic book horse showing up in AEW last night. As Rick said earlier, against TKO. I think it's fantastic. I don't think, you were asking about, could you win over the fans again? She didn't even have to make that attempt. She didn't have to change herself at all to win the media back over. She just showed up at that press conference and nothing had changed. You know, she had the fastball, as you said, coming off the press conference. So very interested. It's kind of like, I don't know if it's like a compliment to Ronda or an indictment on the sport that she showed up after being gone for so long and immediately just captures our imagination like that. Like that's how it feels for me anyway. Everything she's saying, I'm interested in. I want to hear what she has to say about the UFC's developments like this, the Dana stuff. It's pretty amazing. I wouldn't have thought she could do that, if I'm being honest. I thought she was beyond that. So very, very impressed.
Can't wait to see which Nate we get in the build-up, which Mike Perry we get. You know, their energies together. I cannot wait for that. That is going to be something. I did want to ask you guys about the announcement that came out. Yes?
Before we move on, can I just close the loop?
Yes.
We found the Nate Diaz tweet.
Okay.
It was Nate.
Yes.
I would like to. By the way, how prescient is this? 2022. I would like to request to be released from the UFC at Dana White at Hunter. I apologize for asking online, but you don't give me a fight ASAP. I got shit to do. I mean, you know how timely. But at Hunter, and then that guy is just like, what the fuck did I do? Like that guy just
They'll figure it out.
And he was like, what did I do? I don't know. I didn't have any beef with Nate Diaz. Shout out to Ad Hunter.
Almost exactly 4 years to the day, by the way.
Crazy.
And now here he is getting a massive one-off fight on Netflix. On Thursday, UFC announced a slew of fights. Dana White went on with Brendan Fitzgerald and our man DJ Mikey B. And I have to say, you know, I'll give ourselves an old Barry H here. It wasn't IG Live. It was a nice produced segment. Clearly a pre-tape because they made the announcement earlier, but who gives a crap? In the studio, sitting down, being directed, being helped out. Old Dana doesn't need this type of help, but hey, we'll take it. It felt like he cared. It felt like it mattered. It felt important. And he announced a slew of fights. I'll go through the lineup, and then we'll focus on one in particular. Here's the lineup. Take me through it here, Andy. Here we go. The big one was Khamzat Chimaev versus Sean Strickland. That's the main event for UFC 328, Newark, New Jersey, May 9th, middleweight title fight. We're going to come back to this one, but the rest of the fights that he announced a whole bunch of them. Aljamain Sterling against Yusuf Zalal, main event, April 25th at the Meta Apex. Very important fight in the 145-pound division. Beneil Dariush is going to fight Quillan Salkield. That's a short notice-ish. The original fight fell through, but this is great and a massive, massive fight for Quillan and a big opportunity for him. And you know exactly what's happening here. This is Kevin Vallejos versus Josh Emmett, just at 155 pounds, because they're very much behind Quillan, and he better have his freaking mustache back by the time they fight, because I saw some pictures of him recently. He's in Las Vegas. He was at the fight on Saturday, and the mustache is gone, and it's absolutely insane. I mean, I don't want to say that he goes from plus 10,000 aura to minus 10,000, but it's somewhere in between, Quillan. Anyway, the rest of the fights, Arnold Allen against Melky Costa. That's a May 16th, so that's going up against this card, by the way. If you're wondering what the UFC will be, and we love Arnold, that's a Meta Apex fight card, May 16th, Arnold Allen against Melky Costa at 145 pounds. Sergey Pavlovich against Taliesin Teixeira at heavyweight on May 30th. That's in Macau. And then there might be one or two more. Ming Yang Zhang against Alonzo Menefield, also on that card. And main event for that card in Macau, Song Yadong against Davison Figueiredo at 135 pounds. June 6th main event was also announced, Bilal Muhammad against Gabriel Bonfim, and that's also back at the Apex. So they announced a bunch of fights. We like that. We know it. Overall, by the way, guys, like the slew of announcements, like obviously the biggest one was Khamzat versus Sean. Like that's a menu of UFC fights in 2026, right? GC, your reaction when you saw these? Did you have the memes popping? Were you excited? Like, what were you feeling?
The main event for UFC 328 is the one that I was looking forward to most. It's nice to hear Bilal Muhammad's back, fighting an up-and-coming contender in Bonfim, but he's at the Apex. This time last year, he was the champion of the world, and now he's fighting contenders at the Apex. A lot of these I feel like we knew about. The Dariush Salkild is exciting. You know, Salkild continues to get opportunities. Yeah, it was it was a fine amount of announcements. It's nice to get the calendar filled out all the way up until the White House. But yeah, it's that UFC 328. That was the crown jewel of those announcements.
I remember joining you guys my last day in Italy when we talked about Strickland and the win over Fluffy, and we talked about, should it be him or should it be Imavov? And I'll be the first to say I flip-flopped. When I looked at the UFC and when I looked at them needing a bit of a jolt, them needing some excitement, you just can't compare. Now, I'll be 1,000% honest. If we're going off of merit, and yes, I know that Strickland beat Imavov a few years ago at 205, and it was a short notice fight for Sean Strickland. If we're going off of merit since then, Imavov has the better resume. Strickland has had multiple opportunities to fight for the belt. He was, of course, champion. He had an opportunity to win the belt back last February. Now he's getting another chance. He's pretty much had a title fight, non-title fight, title fight, non-title fight. He's lost the title fights. He's won the in-betweeners to get back into the picture. If we're going off of merit, it's Imavov. The bigger fight times a million is Khamzat versus Strickland. It's going to be absolutely insane. You've got one guy who's completely unhinged and unfiltered, who doesn't shy away from saying anything, as non-PC as it may be, against another guy who may not be unhinged and unfiltered as far as the gift of gab is concerned, but certainly we know doesn't mind getting into it. And this guy's saying a lot of personal things about this guy, and this guy has a short fuse. It's going to be absolute bananas. I think that from a blockbuster, needing viewership, trying to get people excited, new era, Paramount Plus, it's a no-brainer. But I do feel like I have to be consistent in saying from a merit standpoint, Imavov should have gotten it. Rick, what do you think? Did they get this one right?
Yeah, they absolutely got it right. When we talked about it at that time that you were talking about, I was very definitive in saying you should give this opportunity to Sean Strickland. If your business is to make the fights that fans want to see, this is the fight that fans want to see more. They want to see Sean Strickland rile up Khamzat Chimaev. They want to see if he can get into his head. They want to see if he can survive the wrestling attack. And then some other people want to see Khamzat Chimaev maul Sean Strickland. And so this is serving every person's interests. On merit, Nasruddin Imavov is the one who should be fighting for the title. But when is the last time the UFC applied merit to any of these title opportunities, right? Yeah. Movsar Evloev and Lerone Murphy are fighting this weekend while Diego Lopez got a title shot. That does not exist anymore, and I don't know how many times we can go over this. The other thing is, the UFC, one of the things that the UFC is doing wrong, in my opinion, at this moment, is they are not making it clear who contenders are. They are not making it clear who is going to be the number one contender, which eliminates stakes, right? If you go into that fight and say, Sean Strickland versus Anthony Hernandez, the winner of this is fighting Khamzat Chimaev. No questions asked. The winner is fighting Khamzat Chimaev. That makes the stakes of that elevated. It makes you care more about the fight. If they went in and said Lerone Murphy versus Movsar Evloev is a number one contender fight, then the winner of this fight is going to be fighting Alexander Volkanovski. You care more, right? You
know why they're not doing that? They're trying to hedge.
They want to leave their options open.
Yeah.
So that they can do something like this.
Right.
So that they can go Sean Strickland fills in and it's not Imavov. But it is also lessening the clarity, right? It is lessening why these things happen. And if you're going to live in that world and you're going to provide that, fog and that smoke screen, then it doesn't matter if Nasruddin Imavov gets screwed if you're the UFC. You want the ability to screw Nasruddin Imavov so that you can slide Sean Strickland in. And so I don't think there's anybody out there should be under the illusion that the UFC is a meritocracy anymore, that there is anything based on merit. And it's unfortunate for Nasruddin Imavov, but as a fan, if you want to see the fight that you're claiming you want to see, they have given it to you. They are giving you the one that I think more fans are interested in.
What do you think, PT?
I've been reluctantly forced to accept that this UFC doesn't run like a sport anymore. You guys are making the point. Look, Strickland had the best performance of his life, maybe.
Yeah,
to get this title fight.
I
Honestly,
agree.
That's something else that needs to. It's not just that he's winning the way he did. That deserves credit. Imavov, I honestly I didn't even see people up in arms about this anymore. We know what this is now. What generates the most interest? What is available?
I saw very few people now. Actually, right? Which was a little bit
been beaten into submission.
Yeah.
We know that this isn't a meritocracy anymore, and that's fine.
But why are you surprised? I really am asking this question genuinely.
I'm not surprised. I just said I'm not surprised.
Okay, because Sean Strickland is way more popular than Nasruddin Imavov.
That's
en
the
masse,
bottom line.
on a whole.
Bro, all the talking he did, the way that he finished Fluffy Hernandez, as soon as that one went final, I was like, he's getting
momentum.
It's impressive.
I would have been
Imavov
shocked.
Imavov probably knew.
I would have been shocked if Imavov got it. I would have been floored if Imavov got the opportunity.
What do you do if you're Imavov now? And by the way, I'm looking up. Did he even say anything about this? Or
Yeah. You know when I knew? A month ago or so, he started tweeting about fighting Sean Strickland. At that moment, I knew he had no title opportunity. When he put that out, that told me that he had no contact with the UFC. The UFC hasn't told him that he's gotten a title shot and that they're waiting to see if Sean Strickland wins. The moment he called out Sean Strickland instead of Hamzat, I knew exactly what was about to happen.
he tweeted on March 13th, which was Friday, so clearly in response to this, to those who support it's coming, the others it's coming too. So that's it.
You fight. What do you do if you're him? You fight.
You fight or do you just wait? I mean, a lot of people
What has
have
waiting gotten him? Skipped.
I mean, not necessarily. He did fight in September.
Yeah, so fight again.
Yeah, no. But then who
Make
do you
your money.
fight? Honestly, that's it. It's like what Francis was talking about, legacy, all this stuff, title shots. None of that really matters. You have to be able to go to the bank and deposit checks. Middleweight division.
DDP?
Yep.
Yo.
Line it up.
Yo.
GC, that is the shout, mate.
Oh, thanks, guys.
DDP.
That's it.
A little
Hashtag
banged
Hunter
up.
Campbell, I'm coming for your job, bro.
A little banged up. Remember he told us, what was it, last week? No, 2 weeks ago that he was going to fight on the April card, but that doesn't really matter. I mean,
They got
co-main
time.
for this? They posted the lineup for this card, so I don't think it would be co-main for it. I think we have the photo here. Here it
That
is.
could definitely
That
fill
could-
in as a co-main.
Yeah, 100%.
That could
Volkov versus
definitely
Waldo.
fill in as a co-main.
Brady versus Buckley is a great one, and I'm happy that they
Why
moved
is
it.
Volkov and Costa the comment here? Like that, Brady and Buckley is clearly.
Nah, it's card orders. Doesn't matter.
You hating on Salsa Boy?
Okay.
Oh, never.
Brady Buckley is the bigger fight, but I think it's main event. Sorry, it's heavyweight. It's
They're higher ranked.
Saying sometimes heavyweights can really suck the fucking life out of a room. When it doesn't go very quickly, it tends to go very badly. That's all I'm saying.
What about Jeremy Stevens just bouncing back and forth from the UFC and BKFC? What a wild thing.
And King Green turning
Staying
around
busy.
like after a week after his fight, being like, "Yep, let's
Yeah.
do
Sign
it."
me up.
I keep a Gautier on there as well. Yeah, I think that would be a nice little co-main to add, an Imavov versus a DDP.
Nice, though. That'd be fantastic.
Or I could see
They're
maybe
not
like a
gonna do
July
that.
11th.
Yeah, no chance. No chance.
No.
You said
Stop getting
July
excited,
11th.
guys.
Yeah,
Come on.
International Fight Week,
What the
I could
fuck?
see.
Because I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I can't see DDP headlining a fight night at the Apex or something. They're not going
No,
to be on
definitely
God,
not
no,
the
not the
Apex.
Apex.
They're not going to be on the White House, and so the next big card would be that. If you want to bill it as a number one contender fight, there you go.
They won't.
They won't. I know they won't. It's very annoying. I mean, even by the way, even today, who said it? Was it Volkanovski? Might have said it on his video blog. Like even now, 5 days out from Murphy versus. Murphy versus Ivlev. Have they even said that? Like that might be
No,
the easiest
no.
number one contender fight
It's
of all
not,
time.
though. Is it?
Featherweight banger.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Featherweight
going
But sure, they can just say it and then fucking not say it on Monday.
Well, I mean,
We-
Dana has said
don't
that
act
too.
like-
Dana's done
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Just fucking do it. Just say, yeah.
Armin and Hooker fighting for the belt. Yep. Brady and Morales fighting for the belt.
So just
Yep.
do it again.
Yeah.
Fucking give it to us. You know what I mean?
We like these things. Number one
I know,
contender
but they
fight.
don't mean anything. Yeah, it's to your point. Like, they just don't mean anything.
NJ Pack, May 8th.
Don't tempt me
People
with a
been,
good time.
people been
talking.
asking for it.
You-
Who can we get?
Dan has final word
Dan's
on
been
this.
asking for it.
Dan says
Dan
yes
has
or
been
no.
asking for it.
Unfortunately, 8th, I have a wedding to go to.
NJ
Dan?
Pack's
We're
canceled.
out.
What the hell,
Cancel it.
It's like
bro?
Jordan
Cancel
hasn't
it
even
now.
left.
Yeah, we're
What
out.
the hell?
We're out.
He already booked his flight.
Thanks, Dan.
I do want to let everyone know Alex Pereira in studio at 4 o'clock. 3:30, Kevin Vallejos. More on him in a second. Anderson Silva at 3. Eric Nicksick coming up at around 2:35, and then 2:10, Kyle Daukaus. Let's quickly talk about this weekend. Actually, it was a pretty good card, guys, at the Apex. Highlighted by the Kevin Vallejos breakout, if you will, although I think a lot of us were already excited about him, to see him in the main event, to see him produce like that, to see him grab the camera the way in which he did. I felt like this guy gets it. This guy is a star. This guy has arrived. This guy wasn't swallowed up by the... Like, this was great stuff. He gets the 100K. He obliterates Josh Emmett, who I know is long in the tooth, but I know is a tough out. Everyone respects him. The ultimate litmus test, if you will. I was very impressed with this young man, once again. I wonder who's next. He's calling for a Yair Rodriguez fight. That's what he wants. He said, let's do it UFC Noche. I don't hate it. I don't like the timeline, though. That's in September. That's in 9 months from now. No, 6 months? Okay, it's not that far now that I think about it. Still feels like a long time from now. What do you think, Pete? Thoughts on Kevin? Thoughts on this idea?
Yeah, I think he's a brilliant fighter, and going through Emmett is no mean feat. I like the Rodriguez fight, to be honest with you. I think it is a bit too far. I think you want to keep the momentum going, but another great addition to this division. And Lerone and Evloev probably getting worried now, thinking, geez, there's another lad we have to contend with here at the top of this division. Don't be exciting. Like, you know, working your way gradually up through these rankings means nothing if you have someone just surging through like this kid. I like the Ariel fight, honestly. I think this kid looks like a beast. I wish he wasn't fighting at the Apex, but we're finished having that conversation now. Really good performance. And yeah, I thought the card was very good too.
Jillian Robertson defeats Amanda Lemos. Jose Delgado defeated Andre Fili via split decision. Marwan Rahiki with a tremendous win over the very tough Harry Hardwick. How tough was this fight for Harry? Well, this is what Harry looked like in the immediate aftermath of the fight in the ambulance. Take a look at this video right here. His jaw is completely messed up. In fact, he told his corner that his jaw was messed up, and they said no mas, as they should have. Here's what he looked and sounded like seconds after the fight.
Everybody, I'm okay. My jaw is obviously fucked, but that's all right. I like soup, I like smoothies, and I like milkshakes, and I like energy drinks. So all these things I can still have. Life's good. I cannot complain about my position. I have an amazing, beautiful girlfriend, good house, good family, good support network. No one needs to cry for me. I'm okay. I obviously gutted, but that's the sport I'm in. I wanted the win, but it is what it is. Hats off to Marwan. Like, you can't be, you know, I've seen him go, look this, look that. He threw the shot that broke my jaw. He did it on purpose. It's not luck. It is what it is.
What a gent, by the way. I mean, what a positive outlook after being in that state. That's what he sounded like on Saturday night. This is what he sounded and looked like, and you'll get a better sense of the jaw yesterday afternoon.
My jaw is fucked.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Oh.
My jaw is fucked. Oh my God.
Oh. Tough dude, man. What a tough freaking dude. Shout out to him. And that does look gruesome. Great win for Marwan. Iwan Kuchilaba got this submission win, a beautiful mounted guillotine choke. Charles Johnson wins via split decision. Nice little promo from him afterwards. Miktabek Oralbai with a tough win over Chris Curtis. Vitor Petrino defeated Stephen Asplund, who everyone loves online. Elijah Smith with another great win as well. Manuel Sosa with a beautiful finish in the third round of his fight. Eric Anders retired after his win over Brad Tavares. Shout out to him on a great career as well. Bia Mesquita is probably the most exciting thing happening in the women's bantamweight division right now, and certainly an absolute up-and-comer. 7-0, she wins via rear naked choke in the first round. Hector Sosa with a unanimous decision win, and Piera Rodriguez kicked off the action with the win over Sam Hughes. Shout out to her for the big win. The best thing that I saw on Saturday was this post-fight promo from Zim Salmani after his win over BKFC. He was in WWE. He was a tag champ there. I think Authors of Pain was the team name. He goes to BKFC, and he cut the promo to end all promos. In fact, we're going to have this man on the show tomorrow. I'm so excited to talk to him. He calls himself the Albanian Psycho. This is an early contender, early frontrunner for promo of the year.
I'm here to knock motherfuckers out anywhere in the motherfucking world. Come get it, motherfuckers. I'm fucking done with everybody, motherfuckers. Give it. Get it. Fuck this place too. What? Give it. Give it to me. I'm the motherfucking Albanian Psycho. I'm the motherfucker who came from WWE to this place. I fought my ass off and I'm here. Thank you to David Feldman. Thank you to Conor McGregor. I'm here to stay, motherfuckers, whether you like it or not. The Albanian Psycho has arrived at BKFC, the most dominant, the most crazy combat sport in the world. Let's fucking get it. I'm ready for anything.
The Albanian Psycho. I freaking love it. That was an incredible promo. Shout out to him. We'll have him on the show tomorrow. More news and notes throughout the program and back into the show as well. But let's get to our first guest of the day. He is one of the select few who was chosen to compete at UFC Freedom Fights 250 on the White House lawn on June 14th of this year. He's going up against Bo Nickal, a massive fight. a Pennsylvania turf war, if you will, a real swing state fight, if you will. We're talking to Kyle Daukaus, the Darce Knight. He is kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is. Hello, Kyle. How are you?
What's up, man? How are you?
What about the Albanian psycho? Can you cut a promo like that on the White House lawn?
That was nuts. That was crazy. Nah, definitely not that language on the White House lawn, but yeah.
I do have to say, though, you've been on fire on social media. Who's producing these tweets for you? Is this all you?
Hey, this is all me. We don't have any ghostwriters for this one. This is all me.
You're killing it, man. I love it. Like this one, when the news came out.
Yeah, that's funny.
You're really leaning into the belly aching. Why are you doing this?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's just something you have to do now. Talking to a couple of the buddies at the gym, and they feel like this is like just trying to be funny online and just trying to kind of intermingle with the fans and whatnot. Been posting a lot of comments underneath like different stories and stuff, so it's pretty fun.
Yes, it's I mean, this one was another great one.
Yeah, I made that one too.
You're killing it, man. No one's helping you. This is all from your mind?
No, yeah, this is all right off the cuff of my brain.
Wow. I said at the top of the show, I actually love your involvement on this card. You're the embodiment of the American dream. This is a guy who had a dream. The dream was taken away. You worked your ass off. You worked all the way back. This is what this card should be all about. It shouldn't just be like A+ superstar, former champion. No, it should be people who are working their way. It should be everything. There's very few Americans on this card. This is the only America versus America fight. I love the fact that you're on it. Are you getting that sentiment from people, or has it been a bit different?
Well, first off, I just want to say, like, I really appreciate that whole thing you said in the beginning, man. It really kind of hit home with me, man. It's it got me in the feels a little bit. I'm very thankful, very grateful for just everything that's going on in my life right now. But yeah, no, I mean, the fans are really kind of like on my side, it seems like.
Okay.
Obviously, a lot of guys are posting that like they're not really sure why I'm on the card. But yeah, a lot of the comments and stuff have been positive towards me, I feel.
Are you feeling jealousy from the ones who aren't booked for this? They're like, why is Kyle Daukaus on here and I'm not?
No, I've really just seen a bunch of hate from other fighters about not like Moreno said he wouldn't fight on the card. I saw a couple other guys said they wouldn't fight on the card. No, nothing about that.
Okay. By the way, June 14th, does this date mean anything to you?
I saw there was a post that I fought 2 years in 2014, I think it was, that I 2024, I'm sorry. 2024 that I had fought, and got my first knockout.
That's right. Yeah. Cage Fury FC 132, June 14th, 2024 in Philly. You defended the Cage Fury FC, the CFFC middleweight title. You beat?
Yeah.
Well, there he is. Keenan
Pattershuk.
Great win for you. That was your last fight pre-UFC.
Yes.
That guy, would he have believed this would all turn out this way?
But he's fighting on the White House? Probably not. But yeah, I mean, I always knew that, the UFC was where I wanted to be and where I should be. And I wasn't going to be deterred with that. I was just going to keep fighting, just kind of keep racking the wins up. And I knew eventually that this would all happen. Would I think that, I would come back with the buzz that I have? Absolutely not. But, I'm very grateful, and I'm just going to keep it going on June 14th.
So this was written in the stars long before June 14th, 2024.
Feels like it, yeah.
Well, we did some digging. How about this one? Kyle? June 14th, 2011, okay? 2011, June 14th. Do you remember that day for any? 2012, excuse me. June 14th, 2012. Do you remember this day?
No.
Very big day in your life. We found that on June 14th, 2012, you're nervous here. You posted your very first picture on Instagram. It currently sits at 1 like. There's the date right there, June 14th, 2012. No comments on it as of this morning. Yeah. It was a picture of what? What is that, a golf course? Where are we here?
Yeah, I was golfing. That's like years ago. I was golfing with my dad.
Yeah, years ago. It was 14 years ago.
Poconos. Yeah, man. Yeah. I used to go up with my dad every summer. Or not every summer, like every other summer, I'd say. He'd had like a timeshare up in like the Poconos, and we would just go golfing. That was, I guess that's the first post that I posted. I was golfing with my dad.
Isn't that insane?
It's very insane, very crazy. And I don't know if you see too on there. I posted, I forget when it was, but I was in the Wells Fargo arena, and I said I'm going to fight here eventually.
Wow.
And I'm keeping that in the back pocket for when the UFC comes to Philly, and hopefully they can put me on a card.
Yes. Okay, yeah. One item on the checklist at a time. Everyone who's watching this live or after the fact, go on that post right now and send Kyle some love. All right, let's get it over. one like, and we'll check in later in the program to see how it is. But I just couldn't believe that when I saw it. I was like, holy shit, this date, it keeps popping up for you.
That's weird. Yeah. Maybe it's meant to be, man. This is crazy, man.
When did you first find out that you were in the running to be a part of this card?
So it was like 2 weeks or so ago. When the UFC actually announced my fight with Luque, like they shared it and everything like that on social media. I got home from the gym that night and I had a call from my manager and he said that Hunter Campbell wants to talk to you. And I'm like, okay, like I don't know if like something was wrong or whatnot, something was up. I didn't know if like Luque was hurt or something. And he puts me on a 3-way call and he was like, yo, dude, what's up? I was like, hey, Hunter, how are you? Like everything's good, yada, yada, yada. He was like, all right. He was like, we want you to, fight on the White House card. And I was like, wow, like I was speechless, like talking to Hunter, very grateful that he like personally called me and wanted to reach out and do all this as well. And I was like, okay. And he said, we want you to fight Bo. I also said, that's perfectly fine. Yeah. Let's do it. And he gave me the rundown and everything that was going on. And he was like, do you have anything we need to be worried about as far as like background and whatnot? Like you don't have any like anything wrong? And I was like, no, I have a couple, speeding tickets. That's about it that are all paid for and everything's good. But other than that, I'm pretty squeaky clean. Everything's good. And he was like, all right, like we'll hear more information, within the next week or so to see if everything goes through or not. He said that he knew that I was on the card in April and just to kind of play it safe, we're not going to be on that card. We'll just kind of hold me off until the White House. I said, okay, everything's cool. Kind of had to keep it under wraps for about, I think it was at 2 weeks. The Tuesday of the week that it got announced, I got confirmation that Bo took the fight. So I was happy about that. But again, like I haven't received a contract or anything like that. Nothing's been signed or anything. Everything's kind of just been word of mouth. But yeah, that was when I found out, had to keep it on the wraps. Everybody was calling me and asking me and texting me, what happened? Are you hurt? Is this and that? I was like, no, like nothing's going on. Like they're kind of just moving in a different direction. I'm kind of off this card for right now. And we're going to see what they're kind of holding me. I was making a bunch of stuff up. I was like, they're holding me for this. They want to do this and do that. And we're just trying to figure things out. And everybody's first guess was, yo, they definitely put it on the White House card.
Really?
And I'd have to respond with, no, why would they put me on the White House card? There's no need for somebody like me, the fighter that I am, there's no way that I would be on the White House card. And then like, I would just walk away and be like, shit, like, how am I making it? Like, how is it this obvious? But yeah, everybody's kind of guessing it for some reason. I don't know if it was just like them trying to be funny or whatnot, but yeah, everybody's guessing it. And I had to kind of keep it on the wraps for that 2 weeks.
Was that hard for you to lie to all these people?
No, not really. Nobody important was really asking about it. I mean, a bunch of guys at the gym were.
Okay.
But the guys, my coaches and everything like that, they kind of knew just based off of me like asking them how the matchup would be. I was like, how do we think about Bo Nickal? Like, what do you think about me fighting him? And they're like, well, we have to fight Luque first. What's going on here? And I'm like, I'm just asking. Like, we think it's a good matchup. We'll do it. So
amazing. By the way, did those people come back to you afterwards and be like, you MFer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, I knew it. They're like, we knew. And I was like, yeah, I don't know how you guys knew, but somehow word got out that, I guess it was pretty obvious that they put you on the card, but I don't know.
Did you have any sort of doubt that Bo wouldn't accept it?
No. I mean, not really. Before they offered it to me, there was no real like talks of like him and this Colby issue.
Yeah.
But I mean, now since everything got announced, that's kind of picked up. So it's like, where's that coming from? But it's whatever.
So there's this where he says like both of you.
Here we go.
Again, you're killing it. But I saw another video with Colby saying like, hey, let's fight at 170. This and that. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? He has a fight. What is going on? First of all, he doesn't fight at 170. Second of all, Bo's to be believed, and I have no reason to not believe him. You turned down this opportunity at 185. What do you make of Colby trying to come in here and try to get the fight away from you?
I mean, I don't think he's trying to get the fight away from me. I think it's just he needs a way on the card, and this is kind of a way for him to kind of, get in there. But from everything that I've heard, like they're not really interested in them two fighting. So I have no worries in my mind that this fight's going to happen and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, I know Bo's out there saying like they can fight and this and that, but I know that's not going to happen. Like, there's no reason for you to fight Colby. There's no reason for Colby to fight Bo. It doesn't really do anything. Colby's kind of just a name. and that's about it. And I feel like that's where Bo sees like his option to win. He hasn't learned anything on his resume. Maybe boost him up a little bit about his next opponent and whatnot. But I have no worry whatsoever that this fight's not going to happen.
Okay, so I was wondering about that because I even saw Bo say like he hadn't signed anything yet, and it seemed like he really dislikes Colby. So here he is about the signed contract and all that. But you don't feel like there's any chance that this will be taken away from you?
Nah, I feel like this is all just noise. In reality, like really, I feel it's all noise. Kind of just my mindset right now. Yeah, but again, everything that I've heard, this fight between them two is not happening, and I'm the fight that's happening.
Do you view this as any sort of like point in your favor that he's focused on Colby? Do you feel like he's like thinking about him and not you? Do you look at it like that?
No. I mean, if we were closer to the fight, maybe. But as of right now, no. I feel like he's kind of like, I mean, the fight's kind of far away from right now. It's about 13 weeks or so. So guys will be probably starting camp within the next like week or two. But I think right now it's just kind of just talks. Maybe he wants an easier fight. I don't know. Maybe he wants an easier fight. I don't know.
I also saw, and there he is, by the way. He says that, you're tougher than Colby at 185 pounds, obviously.
I agree.
Yeah, I would hope
agree.
so.
I mean, come on. I mean, this guy hasn't fought in a long time, and he's a welterweight. I mean, I'm a pretty big middleweight, and I'm on currently a 6-fight winning streak. So, come on.
I did see you say, and I wasn't sure if it was you joking, sarcasm, where you're like, you didn't think that you deserved to be on the card. Was that you just messing around with people?
No, seriously. Yeah, I don't think it's like, I mean, people, it depends on who you talk to. People are like, yes, you deserve to be on the card just based off of your story and whatnot. Yeah. Okay. Humble guy. Yeah, there we go. That's a good one. No, but yeah, I feel like I really don't think that I'm not trying to take anything away from myself. I know that I'm, a very talented fighter, very gifted fighter. And I just feel like with the spectacle that the White House was, I didn't expect me to be on the card, or I don't think I really deserve to be on the card just based off of kind of the high caliber event that it is and the other fighters that are on the card.
Why do you think the UFC went with this matchup for Bo? It seemed like we all were kind of told, and it seemed obvious that he would be on it for various reasons. Why do you think they went with you as his opponent?
I think that's a good question. I don't know. I think just based off of the history of like us being on the same card before, I'm on a 2-fight winning streak. He's back in the winning column off of his last, good KO that he has. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough question. I think it's maybe, in my mind, they're trying to push one of us. The winner kind of like moves up the rankings and moves up into like a higher caliber fighter, I would say. Like when I win, then I'll be, higher up in the rankings, like fighting a ranked guy next, or vice versa. If he goes on and wins, then he would move on to fight somebody in the rankings as well. But I think that the fight has just like the spectacle of the fight that, they can kind of build a name off of either of us after this fight. And I think it's kind of, what they're doing.
One hypothesis that I had was, I was thinking about this before they announced the card. I was wondering if they were going to make it an all-American card, because it is a celebration of America, 250th birthday and all that. And there weren't a lot of good options in every weight class of like two Americans that make sense to be fighting each other. And so I wondered if that's one of the reasons why they liked the fight. Do you think so? That they wanted an America versus America matchup?
I mean, I think that could be it. I also think partially my reasoning for being on the card and their reasoning for putting me on the card is just kind of my backstory, like you said. What better story to have than to, be released by the UFC, go on and win, come back, be 2-0, and then, you're fighting on the White House card, one of probably the biggest card of the year so far. So, yeah, I think that's partially what it is, my backstory. But, yeah, I feel like he would have been on the card regardless. But I think that they didn't really want to give him a ranked guy yet, but they also didn't want to give him kind of just like a nobody.
What does this opportunity, what does the White House mean to you to get like, are you one of those kids that loved the White House, grew up? Are you a big history guy? Like, to be able to do this, is significant?
I mean, obviously this fight goes in the history books.
Yeah.
This event goes in the history books, and I get to tell my kids about it, and I get to tell my grandkids about it. So, I mean, that's kind of, where I am as far as like mentally wise, like with the event and whatnot, it's a great, opportunity to get out there and fight. I mean, there's only 6 fights on the card, so to be one of those 12 guys fighting, it's amazing to have this opportunity. Very thankful and very grateful for the UFC for picking me to be on this card and give me this opportunity. But yeah, I'm not building up the event to be anything that's too much. I wasn't a big history buff or a big White House guy or like a big I'm not a big traveler or anything like that. So anywhere I can, as long as I can stay home, I'm fine. So like going to Washington and all that stuff, it's not really a big thing or whatnot. But yeah, I'm just grateful and thankful to be on the card and to get picked.
Have you gotten a sense? I know you said that they asked you about like your background and whatnot, but like I would imagine the build up the road in terms of things you'll have to do or people that you can bring will be a little bit different. Have you gotten a sense of what you'll have to deal with? Is the Oval Office thing a real thing? What do you know about how unique this is going to be?
To be honest with you, I don't know one thing about it. I just know that like the press conference and the weigh-ins are going to be at the Lincoln Memorial and we're fighting on the White House lawn. I know that there's supposed to be like 5,000 people in the lawn as well. I'm assuming they're not going to give us, the fighters usually get 4 tickets to each event for family and stuff like that. I'm assuming that they might not do that, or they might, bring that down to like 2 tickets or whatnot, because I'm assuming that because of the event as well, they're going to have to get background checks as well. Whoever's coming has to get a background check, probably. So I'm assuming that that's going to be a little bit less. I did receive an email about like fighter walkouts and whatnot. They usually ask you about your song that you're walking out to. They asked what song I was going to walk out to. I told them, and then they kind of asked for a couple more songs just in case. So I'm assuming that they're going to regulate what fights, what songs are on there, and what songs that are going to be played and whatnot. But yeah,
what was the song?
Boys Are Back in Town. That's my go-to now.
That's an easy. I mean, that's not a controversial song, right?
No. I'm assuming they're not going to have anything hardcore or anything like that on there.
I wonder if there'll be different gloves or shorts or something like that. I have a feeling that it will look and feel different. A lot of people, as we talked about, critical of the card, thought it was going to be something else. I gave it a 9 out of 10. I kind of expected it to be this. I honestly didn't think it would be Conor and John Jones and all these guys. I really didn't. And so given those expectations, that's why I felt that way. I understand why people were disappointed. Sounds like you disagree with me based on your reaction there. What do you think of the card?
I think it's an all right card. I don't think it's like anything over the top. I figured that John or Conor or Aspinall or somebody would have done the card, But yeah, I think now looking at it, it's a decent card. It's an okay card for like a pay-per-view event and whatnot. But like I said prior that if they loaded this card up with the who's who of fighters and the who's who of like titles and whatnot, then every single division is going to be held up for the next year and a half. I mean, I feel like that's partially why the card is who it is. But yeah, I feel like people built it up in their head to be like something that's going to be huge and crazy for these 6 fights. But yeah, I think it's a good pay-per-view card.
And regarding Bo, like everyone has a take on him. Some think he's overhyped. Some thinks he's just as good. He has the stumble against RDR. I feel like he's gone back on track quite well. Your take on him as far as his progress as an MMA fighter and his complete game?
Yeah, I think he's a good fighter. I think he's, talented. But I think like all of his, clout and whatnot is just based off of his wrestling at Penn State and the kind of like ATT, training ATT and everything like that. I don't think that like people kind of build these guys up to be something that they're not. I'm not saying that he's not, he's a very talented guy. He's a very talented wrestler and whatnot. This is MMA. He's 8-1 now. He's still kind of fresh in the sport. But you can just tell he's a fast learner. You can tell that he improves very well. He's improving with each fight, which makes him dangerous. But yeah, if he were to have 16 or 17 fights, then I'm sure he'd be a lot more dangerous than he is now. But yeah, he's a good fighter, good guy. Seems like he's kind of cocky and not like, I wouldn't say like cocky or something like that, but just everything with he's talking with like Colby and stuff like that. You get like a little bit of like arrogance rubbing off on you, it seems like, but that's about it.
How do you feel about the Pennsylvania turf war thing that I'm trying to start here? Swing state bout, could go either way.
Is he living? He lives in PA.
Yeah. State college.
But he was born in Colorado, wasn't he?
Oh, wow. Are you asking for the birth certificate? Is that what you're asking for? is that what
I'm just saying, dude. I'm born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So, and I'm from the heart of Philadelphia. But no, I mean, I know Happy Valley or Penn State, whatever is up there. They got something in the water that people just love up there. So, yeah.
But I didn't know about the Colorado thing. Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah,
that's shots fired.
Yeah, that's
right
what
there.
I researched because I saw somebody said that something like this, and I was like, let me look.
Wow.
And I looked, and I think it said Colorado or something.
Yeah,
it says a lot
I'm
of places.
seeing here, Rifle, Colorado.
Yeah.
All right. So you're born and bred. You're born and bred PA.
I'm born and bred from PA. Yeah, come on, man.
And this is like East PA versus West PA.
Yeah, depending where he lives, I'd say Midwest or so. Yeah.
Okay. Wow. More shade. Were you aware of him at Penn State?
Not really. No, I wasn't I'm not huge into college wrestling or anything like that. Obviously when he jumped over to MMA, there was a lot of talk of him. So obviously, you hear about him and you see the fights that he has. But yeah, that's about all I've heard.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I like this. This is spicy. He's actually a Colorado guy. He's from Midwest PA, not West PA, and he ain't shit as far as wrestling is concerned, basically, is what you're saying.
Whoa, I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth now.
Okay.
Putting words in my mouth here.
This is good. Trouble, dude. This is good. I like this. You've also shared a card with him. Did you have any interactions with him when you fought at MSG this past November?
No, we walked past each other once or twice.
Okay.
That's about it.
Okay. What do you think his ceiling is? There was once a time where he was talking about Hamza and all that. Do you think when it's all said and done, he can be a UFC champion?
Yeah, I think he could be. I think anybody that's in the UFC right now could be. It just depends on, their commitment to the sport and their commitment to improving. Yeah, but I think with his collegiate background of wrestling and whatnot, I think that, kind of puts him up above, guys that are more experienced. But yeah, I think eventually he would be.
No secret that he's close personal friends with Donald Trump. How do you feel about the fact that the president will likely be there but rooting against you?
That doesn't play a factor to me.
Okay.
And yeah. I mean, I know that, this whole White House thing and the whole Trump thing and whatnot is going to be a big deal and a lot of questions with this, but I'm here to fight, regardless of who's in the stands voting for who or rooting for who or whatnot. I'm here to fight. I'm going to go out there and win, and I know that for a fact. So I won't say, that it's going to hurt my feelings that Donald Trump's over there for Bo Nickal or whatnot. It is what it is. But yeah, as long as I'm coming out of there with my hand raised, that's most important.
Bo and Kyle walk into a Wawa. Who's greeted with more warmth?
Are we in Philadelphia or are we in Happy Valley?
We're in what's mid? What's what would be Pittsburgh? What would be mid?
Bethlehem, maybe? Oh, no, Pittsburgh's all the way west.
Okay.
Pittsburgh is, too far west. I'd say probably him, but if we're in my hometown, I'd probably say me.
Okay. By the way, what about you at the Philadelphia Union match with the drum there?
How about that?
That was
my buddy Ryan. My buddy Ryan McElroy does who does a lot of my photos and videos for me. He has an MLS pass for photography and stuff. So he linked me up with them. It was really cool. I'm very, very thankful. And it was sweet to go there and experience all that.
It was amazing. Good for you. Very much on point with the drum. I think they're all shouting Union at the same time as you're doing that. This is the vibe right here. This is the scene. Yeah. Great stuff. What a great honor. And as you've discussed, 2 wins in a row, both via finish back in August and November. What are we thinking? What are we feeling for June 14th?
Another finish, man. I'm going out with my hand raised. This fight's going to be, this fight I feel like is going to show where I am in this division, that I deserve, something to be ranked. And I'm just looking to go out there and just showcase my skills.
I love it. Well, congratulations on getting on the card. Keep it up with the tweets. I'm enjoying them very much. I like the self-deprecating humor. I like you going back and forth with people. It's great. It's a really fun thing, and I do really mean it. I am sincere when I say your involvement actually, to me, I don't know, it warms my heart. I like the fact that it's an everyman, if you will, who's had to scratch and claws way back and who's the embodiment, I think, of the American dream, who's getting this opportunity. So good on the UFC for making it happen, and good on everyone involved. By the way, are we going back to the hair for this? What are we doing with the hair?
Of course, dude. I do it on fight week. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll bleach my hair in fight week. Don't worry.
So you're not gonna have a thing where like Tank Davis, like he had like the thing go into his eye. He said that like the bleach went into his eye or something like that. You're not gonna have any problems with that, right?
No, I get it done well in advance. That won't happen.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
I'll be good.
You're the man, Kyle. Thank you so much. Good luck to you.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
Thank you, brother.
There he is, Kyle Daukaus, kind enough to stop by. Big fight for him coming up on the 14th of June, a very important date. Go on his page right now. What do we have? 14th of June, 2012. I wonder how many comments and likes we can get up on that. I wonder who is the favorite going into that one. Who is the favorite?
Who's to check?
Who is to check? Good point. Probably Bo, right? I would imagine, considering the fact. What's that site that I love? Best Fight?
No. FightOdds.io.
Yeah. What is it? Is
FightOdds.io.
But who is it? Is it Bo the favorite?
I got to check. Right now we're
-330.
officially up to 75 likes and 20 comments.
Hey, we're moving on up.
That's not bad, man.
That's
to
not
dig
bad.
all the way back
Yeah,
into his first
annoying.
Instagram post, he's got like 600 posts.
Best comment right now?
Best comment, most amount of likes?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's mine.
What is it?
Just bro, congrats on the White House. Just cheering him on, supporting.
Love it.
congrats.
Still to come, Alex Pereira in studio with Plinio Cruz. Prior to that, Kevin Vallejos, who had the big win on Saturday. Prior to that, Anderson Silva. But now, our long national nightmare is over. The ban has been lifted. I was a little trepidatious for a while because all kinds of craziness happened. But we're back, baby. We're back. Eric Nicksick is here. Great to have him on the show. We're all friends again, right, Coach? Everything's good?
Hi, brother. Oh, we're good, man.
I'm not. We created all kinds of drama last time, so I said, I think he needs a break from me.
That's my fault, bro. It's not your fault.
You never said it, by the way. I was just putting a self-imposed ban on myself from bothering you.
You know I love you, bro. Though a lot of good lessons for me to learn, and that was important for me to kind of take a step back and understand what I said and how to deliver it better, and protect my fighter a little bit better and keep things behind the scenes.
I'll ask you about that in a moment. Holy shit! Look at that picture behind you. I haven't seen it. It's been so long. We've got some new stuff on the wall. That's a sick pic of Francis right there. That is lovely. I want to ask you about him and about Sean in a moment, but this past weekend I did see you with Chris Curtis over at the Apex. Tough night at the office for him. Your take on the fight?
It's on us, man. Like we got to be better in those positions, especially when a guy's holding you. We got to be able to scramble better. We got to be able to nullify those takedowns. We worked so hard on cage control and traps, and today we worked a lot on getting our asses off the ground and getting our butts off the cage. So all in all, man, it's a tough fight because at the end of it, he didn't really feel like he fought. But like I said, man, that's on us. We got to be better there.
And when you say we worked on it, was he back in the gym today, this morning?
No, I thought he would be, though, to be honest with you, because that's the best way for him to kind of get over a loss is just get back in the gym and get back to work. But there's a lot of guys in the room that can definitely benefit from that today.
Okay. All right. So he will be back, no doubt about it. You are back with Sean. Sean had an incredible win just a couple of weeks ago against Fluffy Hernandez. You just alluded to it, but if we could just take a quick step back, how did you guys come back together after, you were critical, he was critical, it seemed like you were going your separate ways. What were the lessons learned, and what was it like when you guys decided, let's ride again going into this fight against Fluffy?
Honestly, we were actually pretty good like a few weeks right after.
Oh, really?
It was... Yeah, man. We just needed to communicate better, and obviously, I think for me on my end was some of the injuries that he was dealing with, and the obvious staph infection, the shoulder injury, and then just not really being a part of that process and communication. And then I have to understand that these guys are making a lot of money, and his decision was his decision, and I need to be able to understand and support that to the best of my abilities. And what we just kind of took away from it is we just got to be better at our communication process and understanding what our expectations are for one another. And everything was actually really cool and smooth after that. And in the last year, man, he's really been one of the better teammates you're going to find. Like a lot of the success that we've been having is directly related to Sean and his work in the room and helping everybody. So I think that year off was good for all of us.
And so when you say one of the better teammates, like, do you mean like almost like a leader, a captain? He's helping people out. He's trying to be that guy for the younger fighters and the other fighters as well in the UFC.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's always been kind of his MO, but when he was on his suspension and then obviously like healing up with the injuries and knowing that he wasn't going to fight, he really leaned into that coaching role a lot more. He started running some of his like wrestling practices that piggyback off of some of our practices just to get more work in and involving more guys in the room. And, he's really taken that leadership role. And he always has had that, but now I think that because he wasn't going to fight, like that became a lot of his main focus. And I think that helps you too as a fighter, because you start to break down more detail and understanding game planning and, kind of putting yourself in our shoes a little bit more,
Sometimes when you have some sort of disagreement with a buddy, it's that first move that's the toughest. In this case, who reached out to who extended the olive branch to talk again a couple weeks after everything?
I mean, we were talking right away, bro.
Okay.
Like, we were, me, bro. Like I'll make fun of myself and I'll post some stuff and have some fun with it. And I think that's the best way for me to lean into it, is just like, all right, man, I made a mistake and I probably should have been better in this area or this regard. But he also knew where my heart was. Like, man, I love him. He's my brother, and I think those tough conversations have to come from people that you love and respect, whether you like what's being said or not. My point to him was like, I wasn't wrong. The platform was wrong. The delivery was wrong. But all in all, man, like I know what he's capable of. I know that he's capable of greatness, and I just want the best for my fighter. And that's I think where we understood that the commonality of we were both really wanting the same thing for each other.
Just curious, did this change your approach to media? Did it change your approach to how you speak about your fighters to the media, etc.?
I mean, dude, I've been in the game for almost 20 years now, and I think that's probably been like, I've always tried to maintain a kind of a neutral position. And I think that was the one time where obviously people don't really understand the situation. Was like I had just had a conversation with Sean, and then I jumped on your show, and I kind of took that emotion from that conversation with Sean into the show. And that's where I needed to be like, all right, hit the timeout button and assess the situation a little bit better. So, but all in all, man, like I think just taking a step back from everything and focusing more just on coaching the X's and O's and the results in the cage and just trying to be better. That's all.
You mentioned the time off being great. The Sean Strickland that was heading into this fluffy fight in late February in Houston, was he any different than the one that was heading into the DDP fight last year? What was it? He looked fantastic. It was one of his best performances in quite some time. What was the difference in the buildup?
Honestly, like he was amazing, and I think we all kind of understood that this was that crossroads fight, that if we can get a good win here, that it's going to put us in the position that we are at today. And just everyone sold out, man. Like everyone in the room, Dennis Davis, Nate, every coach in here was just the same mindset of getting him in the best positions to win. Danny Davis, Jason Manley. I mean, it was just amazing. I just felt like everybody was on the same page, the same way it was when Francis was fighting Stipe for the second time. So it really, I think in a lot of that situation brought us all together a lot closer and something that we might have needed as a team.
We know how it actually ended up, but what did you think going into the fight? What were you expecting? Fluffy on a great run, finishing guys, tough, rugged, sort of unconventional fighter. What were you thinking going into it?
Honestly, Ariel, like I kind of expected that type of scenario. Just knowing Sean and how well he is, how great his wrestling is, and how hard he is to hold down. And then the way that Fluffy usually dictates his fight, round one is pretty slow for Fluffy. I think he likes to utilize his durability to wear on a guy, whether it's mat returns or even taking a little bit of punishment. And then he really picks up the pace in rounds 2, 3, and 4. So, it was important for us to get going fast right away and set a precedence and a pace, and then not allow those takedowns. And that's what Sean did. So in round one, I was like, oh, this is planning out perfectly. Round two, I kind of felt like Sean was going to get him out of there, and then I think he got him out of there in round 3. So, Fluffy's tough, man, and he's been on a great win streak, and we knew he was a formidable opponent. But if we can put our game plan and everything, like just rely on Sean and what he does best, I knew we were going to be in a good position to win that fight.
I know this is more stuff that like us in the media talk about, but I'm wondering if he ever mentioned it to you. Hey, I want to finish this guy. I want to do it spectacularly. I want to convince them to give me the title shot and not Imavov. I want to change their mind with my performance. Was that a part of his thinking going into this fight?
I wouldn't say that it was an emphasis of his thinking, but I think for all of us that was kind of the thought process. If we can steal that shine, as we all know, like it's very short-term thinking when it comes to the UFC and MMA, where it's like, all right, this guy can steal the show, and then you're going to forget about the guy that might have fought a week prior. You know what I mean? So that was the mindset, man. Is we can go out and we can kind of steal that shine off of a guy who's been doing really well and winning a lot of great fights, and that's exactly what Sean was able to do.
And he did that and then some, and so he is getting that title shot. How do you react to this? Because on the one hand, I said earlier, I'm not surprised whatsoever that the UFC went this route because it's the much bigger fight. Sean is going to sell it. Khamzat is going to sell it. He feels a certain way about him. He feels a certain way about him. But Nasruddin is on a great run. You're sometimes coaching guys who maybe aren't the most outlandish and who feel like they're being overlooked. Like everyone has to deal with this. Sean does have the win over him, short notice at 205. The fact that they went in this direction as opposed to maybe the more conventional route with Imavov, what's your reaction as an MMA guy?
Yeah, same. There's a part of me that also does feel bad for Imanov. I think he's a great guy and he's done his job. But as a promotion, I think this makes a lot of sense just with the heat and the noise behind it, former training partners, if you will, and things like that. I can understand why the promotion decided to go this route, but I also do have a kind of an understanding why Imanov would feel slighted in this position as well. But, he's a guy that just stay ready because you never know your opportunity might be there. Same thing that happened with us in the Izzy fight. We got the call 4 weeks notice because DDP wasn't going to fight Izzy, and that put Sean in that opportunity to be able to go fight.
And so correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe you were there in these now infamous Sean Strickland, Khamzat Chimaev training sessions, right? You've witnessed them?
Yeah. For the most part, I mean, I was here for pretty much all of them.
How many have there been? Would you say?
They were out here for a little over a month and a half, if I remember correctly. It was Khamzat and a team of guys and Darren Till and I'm trying to think who else. And that's when Sadabusi was coming into the gym. So I mean, it was a great addition to the room, man. Like we learned a lot of great stuff from those guys, and it was a welcome addition to the team.
What would you say was the dynamic between the two of them?
Honestly, I thought they got along really well. I thought they pushed each other really well. I feel like it was more of a competitive environment than anything, So where it kind of took a turn, I honestly couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it's really taking a turn. Golly. And I know you want nothing to do with any of that, but I'm just curious, like, when you were watching them, were you wondering, like, oh, this could be something down the line? Like, these guys could actually fight each other? Did that ever cross your mind?
Not necessarily, because, Khamzat was still fighting at 170. But, for me, it was like, take this opportunity to learn as much as you can from Khamzat and some of his routes and some of the things that he does really well on the ground. And, just be a student when he's in here and listen and learn and kind of observe the way that he trains. I thought he was a great addition to the room and the team and made us all better while he was here.
So it was just that one stretch of time, right?
Yeah, that was it.
And how long ago?
Oh, this was around, COVID time. I would say maybe 21 or 22.
Yeah. And were there ever any talks of coming back?
Yeah, him and I talked quite a bit. Actually, he reached out to me a couple of days ago. Hey, coach, love you, all respect. I got to do my job, and I'll see you. Whatever. So,
wow.
Him and I get along just fine, and I got to hold pads for him a few times and work with him a few times, and he's as advertised. Man, the guy's incredible.
Did that surprise you that he reached out?
No, not really. I mean, we've stayed in contact for a long time, actually. So. But I just I think it was very classy of him to reach out. And, I said, hey, man, have a great and healthy camp, and we'll see you on May 9th.
Have you seen these photos of him as of late? He's looking quite big for a middleweight.
Diesel. He's a big boy. He's a big boy. I think he made a really good decision on going out and working with Coach Cal and addressing the cardio things. And, he's looked great, man. He's looked really good. And I think that's what things that people don't really understand is like, hey, something might have been a focus point or a negative in the past, and how can you address it? And I think he's addressed it in that time being.
Yeah, it's wild to see him training with Khalil Roundtree. They look like they're in the same weight class, obviously Roundtree at 205. We had DDP on the show 2 weeks ago, Dricus du Plessis, and he said that he gives Sean a great chance in this fight. Obviously, he knows a thing or two about the two of them, and I would imagine you agree, but could I ask, like, from your analytical mind, without giving away the game plan or anything like that, why are you confident going into this? What about Khamzat, who has looked virtually unbeatable? I know he had the fight with Kamaru Usman that went the distance, and some say if it went 5 rounds, he could have lost all that. But for the most part, the guy is unflappable out there. Why do you feel confident going into this with your guy, Sean?
I think, Sean is just the game plan. It's his style, his awkwardness, but his durability, his pace. I think we have to find ways to lean heavy on that, but also redirect the wrestling pass to make Khamzat restart the transitions over and over and over again. I think in a 25-minute fight, it gives us a lot of time to work and make adjustments. We've got our work cut out for us, man. We know that Khamzat's a great champion, and we're going to have to really come up with a great game plan to nullify what he does well.
Sometimes, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, sometimes it feels like the Sean that we see in one fight isn't the same as the other, and I know matchups dictate that, but it also does sometimes feel like there's a motivation factor involved. I would think fighting for the belt makes a fighter motivated, but we've seen him sometimes in title fights look different from one fight to the next. How do we tap into that and make sure that he's motivated and that Sean that fought Izzy the first time and the Sean who fought Fluffy back in February going into this fight? What do you have to do?
Yeah, the title is important, I think, for everybody, but this has like a different vibe, different feel to it. You know what I mean? It really does. I think there's just like this competitive, nature between the two of these guys that they, I hope they don't make it a more of an emotional fight than a tactical fight. But I feel like there's more emotions that are riding on this than the title actually is important to them. I think it's more of like about bragging rights.
If anything, I feel like Khamzat may be at risk of being more emotional than Sean. It feels like Sean's really trying to press his buttons, and that could work in Sean's favor.
Agreed.
Which would be very interesting. Obviously, we've never seen really like an emotionally charged Khamzat. What do you think? Are you thinking 25 minutes? You think this goes the distance?
The reality of it is I think with both their styles, yes, I do. But you just never know, man. Like in this sport and in MMA, like, one wrong move or you can get knocked out or you can get submitted or whatever it may be. So I think for us in realizing and forming a game plan to keep our guy in the best positions to win, that's going to be the focal point. We can't be putting ourselves on the cage and we can't be, stuck in these positions because this guy is just a wet blanket, man. He's going to stay on you and he's going to be constantly mat returning you and re-wrestling you, so space is going to be the priority for us.
Last thing on Khamzat, your take on his last performance. Some said it was the worst, most boring thing. Some say, hey, so dominant, it's on you, the opponent, to figure it out. Your take?
I'd agree, man. I think it's on us. Like it's very similar to the Chris Curtis situation. It's like it might not have been the most fan-friendly fight, but it relies on us to be able to get up and fight the hands and nullify the wrestling. If that was a street fight and you can't get up, no one's going to come and stop it and put you in a better position or, there's no rounds. So he did what he had to do to win the fight. And I think when something presents itself in a fight and if an opponent can't nullify it or can't take it away, why wouldn't you continue to keep doing the same path? It's not Khamzat's responsibility to let DDP up. If he has a path to victory, then take that path and continue on with it until you can fix it.
It was good to see you last Tuesday from afar. I was up on the dais over there.
I was waving at you, man.
I saw there was a lot going on. There was a lot on my mind. There was a lot happening there. Ronda, Gina, and Francis, of course. But it was great to see. I saw you from afar. And I'm just wondering, the 2026 version of Francis, after everything he's been through, and the PFL this and the boxing that, I felt from my brief interaction with him backstage, like there was an edge to this guy. I felt it. And then I saw some of the media that he did afterwards, and he's talking about legacy this and all that. And I was like, man, there's I don't want to say like a mean streak, but there was an edge. There was definitely like something there with Francis that wasn't the Francis that we saw the last couple of years. How would you describe this version of Francis heading into this huge opportunity on May 16th?
Well, first, bro, like I was blown away how great he looked. Like I haven't seen him in a while, and I FaceTimed with him, and I can tell that he was in good shape. I just his face was tapered down. And then when I saw him, like I got my arms around him, I'm like, damn, Bubba, how much do you weigh? And he's like, 265. And I was like, no way. Because usually he's like 280,
yeah.
Like coming into camp. So physically, I thought he looked incredible. And then, mentally, I told you, you and I talk all the time, but I think he's in a really good headspace, man. I was happy to see him like that, and we had some great conversation that day. Actually, we were messing around, and Francis was joking around. He's like, "Hey, Bubba, can I borrow some legacy? I need to pay some bills." I was cracking up.
I love that. It seems like he's in a great place. It seems like he's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. It feels like he's motivated to remind people who he is. I was wondering, the last time you saw him in person, was it the Renan Ferreira fight? Was it in October of 2024, or had you seen him in the interim?
I seen him in the interim. I think he came home for like a week or two. We did dinner at his place, and then I'm trying to think when that was though. But it's been a minute, because I know because the kids were like, I haven't seen Francis in over a year, maybe even longer. Because I went to see him when he was in town, but he's only in town for a brief moment.
What is you've been there? You've had a front row seat. He fumbled, the legacy, all this stuff that you read about Francis, your guy. When you see this, when you actually digest it, what is your reaction?
Honestly, Ariel, I've done a good job of not even reading into any of that stuff anymore. It's his path, man, and he's just such a great, amazing human being, right? And that's all I really care about, man. Is he's my brother. Whatever he decides for his career, I'm going to have his back 110%. And, would I like to see him compete against the best in the world? Yes, absolutely. But he's content and he's happy with the path that he's on. And I couldn't be happier for him as his friend.
It seems, like I said, it seems like he's in a great spot. I personally think that that's insane. If you know how much he made for the Ciryl Gane fight and his last few UFC fights, and then you know how much he made for the 2 boxing matches, and then the MMA fight with PFL, and then this one, if that's fumbling, I hope we all fumble like that. If making that kind of money is fumbling and having those opportunities, then good on you.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. When we were out there, I meant to text you too. It had a great vibe to it, right? I thought Netflix did a really good job. And it's not about hey, we need to compete against the UFC. It's more about just giving more opportunities for more of these athletes to be able to make some money. There's a lot of guys in the industry that are great fighters, men and women that just need that platform and the opportunity to be able to compete and make some money for their family. So, man, I was stoked that they were doing this.
Yeah, and I know you've been in practice, but they just announced that Mike Perry and Nate Diaz are on the card as well.
Oh, sick.
Did you know this, or am I telling you?
No.
Nice little addition, right?
Know.
Nice little addition.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, so they're going for it, and it's very cool to see. There's the poster right there, in case you didn't know. At 170 pounds. Yeah, that's
going to be a fun one. Holy hell.
Hell yeah. Could I ask? There was a time where it was Francis versus Rico, and I remember the shots of Rico at the gym. Was that potentially going to be awkward for you?
No, not at all. I mean, it's funny because Rico and Francis really hit it off, and that just makes me understand more that this is a business opportunity for both of these guys to be able to make some money. So, and then even Rico reached out to me a few times. It's like, hey, how can I get in touch with Turkey, or how can I do this? Or, I want the opportunity maybe to box Francis, or we can do MMA. So it wasn't anything personal. It was more about respecting the opponent, but having the opportunity to make some money together.
And so it is Philippe Lins. Your thoughts on the on the challenge here with Philippe. Historically, a 205er has fought at heavyweight as well, won the PFL tournament, left the UFC on a 4-fight winning streak, but hasn't fought since 2024 as well.
Yeah, great guy. Trained with us a little bit in the past, knew him from the PFL. Good striker, good grappler. You know, is it like that the name that's going to jump off the page to fight Francis? No, but what happens is that you have to consider everything that he can be is dangerous, because you never want to overlook anybody in the sport. And I'm happy for him. I hope he's making a lot of money in this opportunity to be able to fight Francis. And we got to make sure we're minding our P's and Q's and handle our business.
Did he train with Francis as well?
I think so.
Wow.
I think so. Yeah. There was at one time there was a lot of big guys in the room, and I remember Philippe being one of them in here.
Wow. Okay, everyone's been through those doors.
Yeah, no kidding.
It seems, including I saw recently Nick Diaz. What can you tell us about his involvement with the team right now?
This was a couple months ago, and Jake Shields hit me up and said, "Hey, Nick's in town. Can he come in and train for the week?" And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely, love to have him in." So they kind of did like a little private, almost like a mini seminar. And Nick came in and showed some just gems, some really great stuff, and a lot of the guys benefited from having him in the room. And afterwards, we just said, "Hey, we're here for you. Anytime you're in town, please feel free to come through." He looked great. He looked like he was in a good place in his life, and happy to have him. And if that can help him in his recovery and whatever he needs, dude, we're all for that.
The best was Sean sort of telling him how big of a fan he was, and then it like quickly turns into like this. Where did this go wrong? It became this like weird like standoff.
Yeah, you never know, bro. You never know. When you get those kind of people talking to one another, you're like, oh, here we go.
Amazing. How many, and I'll let you go in a moment, how many weeks or months would you need to get Joe Mazzulla ready for a fight? Like for a real pro fight, this guy looks like he's a killer. He's like an assassin when he does media. I know you've trained with him. Here you are with the coach of the Boston Celtics. How long would this guy need to actually take a fight?
Joe will fight today. Joe will fight right now. We put him through a sicko Saturday, him and his son Michael. This is during summer league, and he's like, he told Dan and Ige and I, he's like, do not take it easy on me.
Wow.
And we're like, we're not, bro. We're gonna put you through it. And it's a tough workout, and it breaks a lot of guys. And he made it all the way through. But there was a moment there where you can see in his eyes, he's like, oh, this dude's not going to quit. He'd rather die than quit. So if Joe ends up fighting or ever takes a fight, I got his back, man. I'll roll with that dude any day of the week.
Amazing. I love that. Last one, you got a lot of guys there, as we discussed. Puna's on a great run as of late as well. A ton of guys, but Mansour Abdul Malik, to me, is the next big thing. And I know there's a ton of people. Do you share that sort of optimism, and what makes him so special? Just from my chats with him, I feel like the guy just sort of radiates off the screen, and obviously we see the results, but his personality, everything about him, very, very impressive young man. What do you make of him so far?
I love the kid to death, man. He's like my little brother. I met him when he was 1-0 as a pro, and he's maintained the same outlook, the same approach, very humble kid, hard worker. Just a kid that you rally behind, man, that you love to be able to support. And he's an honor to have in the gym. There's not a practice that goes by where Mansour will do something with this level of athleticism that we all just look around and like, holy shit. Like, he just jumps off the page, man. He's an amazing athlete, but even a better human being and a great individual to have in the room.
Love it. Well, welcome back, Coach. Great to have you back on the show. I'm happy the ban has been lifted by me. I imposed it and I lifted it. I was afraid to reach out. I'm not going to lie. I was afraid. I was really afraid. But I'm still repping the shirts, as I show you all the time.
I see you, man. I love it.
I'm always repping it in the gym. So good to see you out there. So excited for what's to come. Keep up all the great work. Congrats on all the success, and good luck to the guys as they prepare for their big fights.
Thank you, bro. It's great talking to you, Ariel.
As always, there he is, Coach Eric Nicksick, one of the absolute best in the game. Massive fights for him, in particular with those two Mansours on that March 28th card in Seattle. So that is very exciting. Bright young future, great fighter, unbeaten. Lot to be excited about there. Okay, still to come, Alex Pereira in studio, 4 o'clock in an hour. In about 30 minutes, Kevin Vallejos, who had the big win over Josh Emmett this past Saturday. Anderson Silva going to join us as well. Anderson Silva is coming on because right now on Paramount Plus, there is a film that is out about his life. Not a documentary, but a feature film, a scripted film. It's great stuff. We can play you some of the sights, not so much the sounds because there's music attached, but it's called Anderson Spider Silva. There it is. You can get it in Portuguese. You can get it in English. And it's out right now on Paramount Plus. How about that? About his great career. Isn't this something? I got to be honest, I didn't even know that this was in the works. I remember when they said something about a Jose Aldo movie, but Anderson Spider Silva streaming right now over on Paramount Plus. It's a miniseries. What did I say? Did I say a feature film? Yeah, I don't know the lingo. Who's
to check?
Yeah,
miniseries.
Yeah.
Limited series.
What does that mean, limited series?
That it's like there's not going to be multiple seasons. It's just the one season to get it done.
Is that a real term?
Oh, yeah. There's like Band of Brothers, Chernobyl, a lot of popular limited series.
Okay, so I'm reading here. Okay, series, you're right, is now available. Other markets where service. How many episodes? What do we got? Let me see.
Right now it's looking like five episodes. Yep.
Love it. So there you have it. So he's going to be stopping by to talk to us about that. And like I said, you can get it exclusively on Paramount Plus, not only in Portuguese, but in English as well. So stay tuned for that. Some other interesting things from this past weekend while we set up Anderson. A lot of people buzzing over this. Shout out to our guy Jay Will, who posted this photo of Dominic Cruz and no nonsense Keith Peterson at the Apex this week. I mean, look at these two. Who would have thought back in 2020, after Dom had some interesting things to say about no nonsense. By the way, Dom celebrating his birthday a week ago. I texted him March 9th. I'll never forget that. I did screw it up many moons ago. Those two, he had some things to say about him. Now they're pals, apparently. Perhaps we'll get him on the Dominic Cruz Love and War podcast, I believe it's called. The Love and War? Yeah, hell yeah. Speaking of people that fans love to see compete, what about this Zabit Magomed Sharipov? He keeps dropping nice little tidbits of him working out at the gym, hitting mitts. What are we trying to say here? Or maybe he's just working out. What is this, a deadlift here? I mean, look at that. That's a quick one right there. What's this form? Well, that's not okay. It's a lot happening here. I mean, I go to the gym once a week. I'm not doing all that, but that's Zabit. One of the great what ifs in MMA history. He was here. We all thought he'd fight for a belt eventually. We all thought that he would be a superstar, and then he just left with no real explanation. I don't recall him doing like any big interview or anything like that talking about it, but great to see him still out there and being active. Tai Ruotolo is a name that people have high hopes for, obviously a jiu-jitsu stud. Here he is this past weekend at One Championship, actually nailing a spear. Look at this thing. I mean, this is straight out of Rhino, Edge, Goldberg, Roman Reigns, using the ropes to his advantage, not something that's usually a factor in jiu-jitsu matches and grappling matches. This was for the welterweight title over there in One Championship, but he nailed the spear, and he nailed it quite well. I thought of Paul Heyman when Rhino used to come out and he would nail the spear. Spear! 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 Tai Ruotolo. Shout out to Tai Ruotolo. Some big news from MVP. It seems like they've got some big news each and every week, or each and every day, it seems, on, when was it? Friday? Maybe it was Thursday. They announced, so you know about MVPW, you know about the deal with Sky Sports and ESPN, you know the first show is April 5th, first show in America is April 17th. They're pretty much signing everyone. Gabrielle Fundora, Sebastian's sister, won this past weekend. I would say, like right now, as far as big names in women's boxing, Clarissa Shields, Gabrielle Fundora, Elif, and Sky Nicholson. Those are like the four that they don't have. The fifth was Michaela Mayer, but they've signed Michaela Mayer. Here's the announcement. There it is. There's Jake Paul talking about it. We really took over women's boxing. We're just getting warmed up. Bigger fights to come. We're just missing one piece. So the question is, are you ready? And there's Michaela, the Olympian, had a great fight against Alicia Baumgartner back in the day, has gone back and forth with Clarissa Shields, as you see, 22-2. That's a big-time signing, a big-time American name to add to their stable. Yeah, love that signing for them. Love that signing. And they've done, I mean, I don't see anyone saying otherwise. They've done a great job. It reminds me of Strikeforce back in the day. Strikeforce saw the UFC doing their thing, and Scott Coker and company said, okay, what's the one thing that they're doing that we can, or not doing? What's the one thing they're not doing that we can capitalize on? Well, back in the day it was women's MMA, which UFC didn't have. Right now, obviously, the Saudis are doing their thing with the ring cards and Riyadh season and Zuffa box. Well, what's the one thing they're not doing and focusing on? It's women's boxing. So they went out, signed everyone, got a deal with Sky, got a deal with ESPN, and they're signing big names. They did talk to Clarissa. She told us about that. But this doesn't mean boxing's different than MMA. This doesn't mean you can't do that fight. So let's see. Jake Paul has also said that he's got another announcement on March 18th. I don't know what that is, but he's saying he's got something. Now, if it's a fight, I'd be surprised, if I'm being honest, just given the jaw situation and the fact that he said he had to get it fixed and all that stuff. But let's see. I don't think it's a fight, but it could be a multitude of things. It could be a commercial thing, a sponsorship thing. It could be an MVPW. It could be MMA. We shall see. One fight that we are hoping that we'll get in the not too distant future, maybe late summer or so, it's Islam Makhachev against Ian Machado Gary. I told you they were talking about it for April. Then it was off the table. Then the whole Islam Ilya thing was being discussed for June. That's obviously not happening. Ilya is obviously fighting on the card, not against Islam Makhachev, against Justin Gaethje instead. And so Ian continues to bang the drum that he is next, that he wants him next, that he is ready to go. He posted another video addressing the hand injury. Here's what Ian Machado Gary had to say.
I heard Ian's got a hand injury.
I don't have a hand injury. Islam. Yeah, I heard that too, but I don't believe it. I don't know what to believe. I can't imagine he hurt his hand in the last fight with Jack. So maybe he did it in horse riding? I don't know. I don't believe it. I think it's excuses. Everything about me now tells me he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't want to fight. I don't know if it's mentally, physically, whatever it is, but yeah. He's doing the typical thing that all champions do when they get the belt. They try and maintain their position, maintain relevancy by not fighting and staying inactive. When I fight, that all changes.
That is something. That is certainly something as far as fighters maybe not being active. He is saying that he will be different. He's also questioning the legitimacy of the injury. Who knows? One of these days we'll get him speaking about it. But that's Ian Gary's take on it all. Dana White, in that interview or that show, that segment, whatever you want to call it, where he announced all those fights, he talked about the tickets that are going to be distributed. He's saying 85,000 for the watch party outside of the White House. Whatever all of this is, he's giving them out for the screening and all this stuff. Anyway, take a listen and let me know if you're interested in all of this.
The way that the White House is laid out, you got the White House, you got the South Lawn, and then there's a road, and then the ellipse is a park that's right there. We're going to be ticketing 85,000 people in the ellipse, and the tickets are free. And we'll announce how we're going to be giving them away soon. But you should plan on going to Washington, D.C. for this event.
Seemed like it ended prematurely there. Well, just the it ended on the But anyway, what do you guys say? You going to the, what is the ellipse? I've never heard of the ellipse.
Seems to be a park right next to the White House. Yeah, I'm in.
Have you ever heard of it prior to this? You're a history guy.
A history guy. Have family in D.C. as well. I've been to D.C. Numerous times. I've never heard of the ellipse. No. I've near the White House, I've heard of the Washington Mall, but like they're not going to do it there. Watch party from the UFC watch party at the ellipse?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Oh, you're suggesting
I'm saying, yeah, we get a couple lawn chairs.
Oh, yeah.
Get a little roving camera.
The ellipse is sometimes referred to as a President's Park South a 52-acre park south of the White House fence and north of the Constitution. I don't know anything about D.C. I've only been to D.C. once, and it was for 2 days.
Oh, it's a great spot.
I would love to go.
We should go.
Open to the public and as part of. But do you think that?
There it is.
Oh, there it is. That's what
big.
It is big. So you guys think that 85,000 people are actually going to show up to this? Like, why would you show up to this? I guess. Do you think
it's
they're
such
going
a huge event?
Do you think they'll entice them with like a concert? Like, you got to give people something to watch, not an event, but a screening of an event.
Kid Rock concert?
Oh God, you nailed it. That is a minus 10,000 right there, right?
Are you referring to minus 10,000 aura for the White House event?
That too.
If they do Kid Rock?
I mean, who else? Do you think, who else is going to be there? Erica Kirk?
Just do the whole Turning Point halftime show.
Oh my God. Who else was on there? I didn't watch it.
Brantley Gilbert?
Who's that?
I think. I'm trying to remember. I obviously watched it. I tuned in and I didn't watch Bad Bunny, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, clearly. Yeah, you're going to have to do something like that, right? I just don't know if this is big enough for 85,000
You're
people.
saying you can't just do a giant projector with the fights on. You need more things to entice people to come.
Yes.
I would imagine that they would do more than just that. I think they would make it almost like a fan festival.
It has to be.
Yeah. I think they could make it pretty cool if they, like, free to enter. That's obviously what Dana's saying. And then you add things, maybe like maybe fighter meet and greets going on during it. You have things for them. Bud Light throws a sponsorship on it. You're giving away free Bud Lights.
I've seen a lot of the interviews. Has anyone asked him what happens if it rains? I don't recall hearing that. There's got to be something, right?
You'd have to think there's going to be something over the cage itself.
Could you imagine, like, I think it's raining today, right? In New York City. Like, could you imagine if it's just, I remember June 14th was my son's bar mitzvah last year. So I remember that exact day. It was a rainy day.
It's a big day in history, man.
No, it is for myself.
Daukaus went golfing with his dad.
I just remember the weather on that day because of the date. And it was a rainy day. It wouldn't have been a fun day to watch a fight outside or to compete in a fight outside. And so I'm curious. I'm curious what the contingency plan is. Someone should ask him that. All right, so Ellipse.
Maybe in his next Complex interview.
Hell yeah. Let's go. We did find a clip, the good people over at Uncrowned, a clip of Mike and Nate talking about each other. We spoke earlier in the day about the Mike Perry-Nathan Diaz fight. Here they are, perhaps recently, kind of recently, Nate more recently, dropping some seeds for all of you.
I know we would like to, I would like to offer to Nate Diaz to fight me.
I'm ready to get back in real action. I want to fight either McGregor 3. I want to fight maybe Dustin Poirier if he's championship, and then maybe Mike Perry. We'll see what happens in the future, though.
All right, so there you go. It seems like he was interested. Nate was interested, and it seems like they have made it happen. Not seems. I'm just waiting for the announcement for the first press conference. And can I be there? Can I do the face-to-face? I'd like that. Please.
I want to report we are now just 1 like away from 100 likes on Kyle Daukaus'
Come on,
first
guys.
Instagram post. Come on, guys. Let's push it to 100.
Let's get it a little bit higher than that. No, I mean,
we got this.
What do you have to do? You have to like scroll all the way down?
I was given a link to it, so I would assume that's what you'd have to do, yeah. Should we pin it in the chat?
Hell yeah. Pin it in the chat.
Yeah, I'll pin it in the chat.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. I also have to address the other pin in the chat. That's the Yahoo bracket mayhem that we're doing for the squad.
Yeah, what the hell's going on? We got 17 people in the group. I think we had like 350 last year.
Well, we haven't really announced it, to be honest.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
What's the prize?
The link is there in the chat. Well, I got to be honest. I tried to join off Twitter. It gave me some problems. So,
oh God,
is it?
All right, we're gonna have to retweet it out.
Yeah, maybe you could go straight.
Working through
give the code. Working through the kinks. All right, guys. In a bit, Alex Pereira going to be joining us at approximately 4 o'clock. Prior to that, Kevin Vallejos. But what a great honor it is to be joined by the living legend, Mr. One of One himself, the incomparable, the one and only Anderson the Spider Silva, who we last saw back in December in the ring, and now there he is. Ooh, with the beard. I like this, Anderson. I like this beard.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I like it. Why is Anderson?
Well, I just leave a little bit for a couple days and take it off. Just for just for I remember I'm old man.
No, I mean you look great, and you look very smart, very wise with the beard, like a professor, you know?
Yeah.
So well done, and congratulations on this new series that is available now on Paramount Plus in Portuguese, also in English, about your life. There it is, Anderson Spider Silva. This is amazing. Look at this. How long has this been in the works for, Anderson?
Wow, for a long 3 years. I work with the amazing team in Brazil, and it's fantastic because it's not only about my life. I think it's about the family support, and honor and respect. I think this TV show is so important for the new generation to people who understand you have a dreams, you can live your dreams when you're working hard.
Was this something where you went around with your team and shopped it to people, or did someone come to you and say, we want to do a series on your life?
Well, it's for a long time I just think about that and I'm not ready for talking about my life in a movie or TV show, but the moment when the proposal come to us is perfect moment because you say, I think now it's time to people know the real Anderson Silva, and it's amazing show. It's not because it's mine, because it's amazing.
Is it? I'm assuming you watched it.
Yes, a lot.
What is that like for you to see your life being portrayed like this? To see people acting, you and your family, and like to just see your life like that. Not many people get to experience that. What is that like for you?
Eric, my brother, the people and the actors work in this show is so amazing. Everybody working hard and perfect. I'm impressed because everybody working hard and doing a perfect job. The director, the whole crew, everybody working hard and doing a good job.
Were you involved a lot to make sure everything was accurate and real?
Yeah, I'm working with the whole team, and try to help in a couple things. And I think everything is amazing, and I'm producer with the whole team, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy because the story have a lot of potential to continue because I'm not done, and we'll see.
Which part of your life does it? I mean, is it the whole thing? Is it up until now, or is it just like a slice of your life?
Well, this is the putting everything about the beginning, where I born, when I moved to Curitiba, São Paulo to Curitiba to live with my stepfather and my stepmom. And when people watching that, the people go and understand a little bit more about who Anderson Silva, when to start, who's the man, who's the fighter behind the man,
Does it make you emotional watching it to relive these moments in your life?
Ariel, I do a therapy for that.
Wow.
Yes, because it's doing a lot of memories bring back to my mind, and it's a good and bad memories.
Wow. Like what? When you say bad memories, what are you referring to?
Well, it's a lot bad moments I live in my life when I young, and but I think the more important and then the whole thing is the message for the new generation, the kids like to make your life better and have a dream. I think this show is for everybody have a dreams. Everybody have a discipline and love your job, you have a passion, and this is so fantastic. I'm impressed because when I watch it 5 times, I just say, "Whoa!" This is not about me. It's about how much you love something and how much you can make something better in your life, and how much your family is important for you, for support you, to help you to never lose your balance, your focus, and destroy your life.
Did you watch it with your family, with your kids?
Yes.
And how do they react to it?
Everybody love it. I mean, everybody love it, cry, and it's it, it's it's fantastic because have everything in one thing. Emotional, fear. It's incredible. I'm impressed. Again, it's not because it's my TV show. It's not because I helped to produce, but it's amazing.
Yeah, it looks amazing, and I'm looking forward to getting into it as well. And it's available right now on Paramount Plus. I'm just curious about one thing that you said. You said that you had to go into therapy as a result. Was it after watching it or after like making it? It brought out all these emotions.
Well, 3 times.
Wow.
When I start work with the team and when I watch it. It's very hard. You talking about your life when you don't have a perfect life, when you have different moments and very hard moments and difficult moments in your life, and you start talking about, you start, putting everything on the table for the crew, start writing the story. It's very hard. It's not easy, but I think it's good.
Amazing. And what's been the reaction, especially back in Brazil?
Wow. It's nostalgic because I just look and I say, wow, I'm a real hero, and I thank you, God. I win this fight. I win. That's the best fight in my life, and I'm here today, and thank you, God.
So I had the great opportunity and privilege to see you in December when you beat Tyron Woodley. What a great performance. And you surprised all of us, Anderson, when you said that you want to become a police officer for the I believe the Beverly Hills Police Department. I saw a video of you, and I'm wondering what this video signifies. Does this mean that you're official? Are you an actual police officer?
No. I go start academy in April. I start academy April. This is the moment I'm with the chief. Is my future boss.
Wow.
And the team come to Brazil to see the technology to help the police in Brazil. And the chief invited me to come to see everybody and talk to everybody in the police department.
Why do you want to do this?
Well, it's have a different emotionals and different well, it's first of all my family is cops in Brazil.
Okay.
All my brothers, my father, my whole family is a cop in Brazil. My stepfather, my brothers, and when I accept that idea in my mind is because I keep working, I keep doing my best in my side with my company, with my produce company, with my academies, and I keep training every day. And I have a beautiful life here. Of course, a lot of people help me to come live in this country and do my best here. But one day I'm with my best friend here in the United States, helped me a lot to everything. And I talked to him. He's a ex-Navy SEAL. He's worked for many, many years for the country. And I asked him, why you go to war? Why you putting your life in danger for nothing? And my friend Scott just is a pass away and tell me something very important. This is never I never forget that. Scott said something very important for me. He said, bro, why you live here? You feel your family safe, you safe? And I say, yes, of course. Yeah, that's I work, that's I go to do my job. For you stay safe, for your family stay safe. And that moment I realized the responsibility is not about for one people, it's for everybody, you know. And of course, a lot of people ask me, so why you do that? And come on, bro, you don't need to give nothing for the country. You pay your tax. I say, yeah, but I think for me it's more than pay the tax, is help California and help United States to give something back, you know. And that's my chance to give something back for the country and give something back for the community in the United States, you know. And of course, a lot of people say, "Oh, but you Brazilian, what are you talking about? You turn your back for the country." I say, "No, I have Brazil in my heart. I'm Brazilian, of course, but I live in here. I live in this amazing country. Give me a lot of opportunity for me, for my family, for my kids, and now it's time to give something back."
And so what kind of a cop will you be? Like, will you be out on the street, a certain type of division, a unit? What do you think you'll do?
Well, first of all, I need to start academy. After that, I need to do the whole proceed. Probably I go to pass for every single uh, levels, you know, to probably go patrol. Maybe I go to stay in a jail for a couple months or years, I don't know. And after that, I go see how I can help. Maybe I can go to the academy and training, or in a station I work in the Beverly Hills. I can work the community, work with different divisions. I don't know.
How long does that process take? Like the academy, the training, up until you're an actual cop?
Wow, you know, I never think about I back to student a lot because my mind start explosion now and it's burned. But the process is I'm in this process for investigation and the whole thing for now is a 1 year.
Okay, wow, okay.
And now I go start academy and
Amazing. I wanted to ask you, I didn't ask you when I saw you in December and I was kicking myself. In that fight against Tyron, you did something that was very unique. You kept like tapping your ankle, your foot, and then you would punch him. And you don't usually see that in MMA, in boxing, and it worked. Here's one vantage point, and it obviously worked very well because you knocked him out. What was that? And what were you trying to do there? And how did you come up with that being an effective game plan in this fight?
Well, I'm a big fan, and for me, Roy Jones Jr. is amazing fighter, and
Yes.
I'm big fan. And I learned that with Roy Jones doing that in a fight, and I watch it and I say, wow, one day I come the same this man. And I keep working, I keep watching a Roy Jones Jr. fight. And every single fight I have in my entire career, I watch in a Roy Jones Jr. I watching Muhammad Ali, the Bruce Lee movements, and for this fight for Tyrone, I watching a lot the old videos I have with Roy Jones, and I say, whoa, this is a good thing, and I I I training in a camp training, and I repeat in the fight. Is everything in your life when you repeat, you make something better, and that's I think I using the good thing to win the fight.
A lot of people have been wondering now with MVP getting into MMA. They have a card May 16th with Ronda Rousey, who you know so well from your career. They were wondering if you would be involved in this. Do you have any interest in fighting on this card?
Oh, Nakisa invited me to come to fight MMA or kickboxing, but because I'm in this process now to student to keep my mind work in one thing, I just say, oh, I can this time, but when I finish the whole thing, probably I have the one more or two more fights only boxing. I'm not have a mind anymore to training MMA. It's too hard for me to back to train MMA. Of course, I train in jiu-jitsu every day. I train in box 2 days a week, but MMA, no anymore. No anymore.
If you could, so let's say you have two left, who would be the dream opponents for the last two?
My last two? Wow. I think one good fight is with Chris Weidman, and the other fight, I think with I don't know. I think Hayato Sakurai, maybe. I don't know.
Wow.
Seen a fight, but I think that's too interesting fight for me.
Would the perfect scenario be you retire against Chris after beating Chris and fixing that whole situation? Is that the storybook?
No. Listen, a lot of people think, oh, that's the best fight for you. Finish and do this and that. I say, no, I think Chris, in the moment I fight with Chris in the past, Chris win the fight. Everybody can win or lose, in the moment, Chris is doing your best and win the fight. And then people need to respect him for that.
I don't know how much you've seen, but there's a sentiment. This is something new, fresh. Ronda seems very fired up. Do you feel like this is good for the sport? Do you feel like this is something that can maybe down the line compete with the UFC?
It's not about compete with UFC, but give the different opportunity for the new generation. I think Ronda and can do everything to help the new generation come and have a choice to go to fight in UFC or fight with MVP or the different event. But the more important in that situation, Nakisa and Jay open the door for people take a choice and take the best decision to come inside the sport.
Your dealings with them, you like working with them?
Yeah, I have worked with Nakisa and Jake for couple years, and I have a big project with Nakisa and Jake. When I finish the whole thing, I can talking about.
Oh.
And Nakisa and Jake can talking about too. But I think it's very good. The mindset and the propose that Jake and Nakisa bring for the table for the new generation and for fighters, especially in boxing for ladies, this is fantastic.
This big project, can you give us a hint? What are you referring to?
Well, brother.
Yes.
In this moment in my life, I don't I don't run for money. I just take the challenge, the challenge and doing something better and better for help people and prove when you love something, you make successful. That's my goal right now. And that's I talk to Nakis and Jake. And we'll see. The future is so amazing. I'm keep working hard to put my projects on the table and help the new generation and keep working hard for uh, people stay happy.
One last topic for you. It came out, and you don't have to tell us specifically if you don't want to, but this class action lawsuit, everyone was very happy to hear that you did well as a result of the lawsuit. Can you confirm this is true, that Anderson did well after this?
Yeah, but I, it's so interesting because when are people talking about that, I it's just really, I don't know. And John Jones talked to me.
Oh.
And one time I trained with John Jones, and I'm with Devin, Method and Devin, training shooting techniques, and I'm with John Jones. And John Jones tell me about that. I say, bro, I don't know. I think I go talk to Dana about that. And John Jones talk to me and say, that's the truth. But this is not about UFC anymore, because this matter happened. UFC have to pay and check it out with your lawyer and with your team. And I tried to call Dana for check it out. So what's going on? I don't know. I don't put UFC and I don't sue UFC and this and that. And when I start talk with my lawyer explained to me the whole thing. And that's all. I say, okay, all right, it's done.
That's good, right? Free money.
Yeah.
But you earned
it's
it.
not free. It's not free money. It's not.
You have to pay taxes.
It's not free. I pay tax, but remember, it's not free money. I think this money is for money the UFC need to pay for everybody. You know?
Sure.
And for me, it's nothing free because I suffering a lot to this money come to my account.
Okay, of course, and I mean, well deserved and earned. Last thing, if I can. John is upset right now. Other fighters are speaking out that they're upset that they don't feel like they're getting what they're owed, what they're worth. You've seen it all in this game. As you see all of this, what would be your message to these fighters who are feeling like they're not getting what they deserve?
Well, it's very hard to say something because when you sign the contract, when you see the deal, you sign the contract, the deal you work. Your lawyer, your manager have to explain for you where you sign. And it's very hard to say something bad about that situation or good about that situation because every single one have your single problem. Of course, everybody knows I have my fight with Dana, but it's because inside the ring, I know it's my work. I know how work inside the ring. Outside is a business, and Dana worked for this business for many, many years. I think is doing your job, and the people when I come sign the contract with UFC, the people need to understand that and have your manager, have your lawyers, and stay ready for take the good decision, or no, because is everybody can say, oh, but UFC don't pay correctly the fighters and that and this. Yeah, but when you sign, you can talking about that. When you sign the contract, when you agree with everything happening in contract, you can't say nothing, and it's very hard. And Dana is Dana. Dana is Dana, bro. He's not personal. It's business.
Wise words. Anderson, always a great pleasure to have you on. Congratulations on the new series. I urge everyone to check it out over on Paramount Plus right now in English and in Portuguese. There it is. Anderson Spider Silva. What a legend. Good luck to you with the training. Good luck with the series as well. Anderson, thank you so much for the time. Always great to talk to you. Obrigado.
Thank you, my brother. See you soon, right?
All the best. Yes, we'll see you soon. There he is. Anderson Silva. What a great pleasure. What a privilege to have him on the program. It's available right now on Paramount Plus. It has been nominated, the series, for an International Emmy Award in the Best Miniseries category. It pretty much chronicles, based on what I was told, from 6 years old until today. And so perhaps there'll be more posts, but interesting stuff. A guy who has seen and done it all in the world of combat sports and obviously in MMA in particular. Go check it out. Let us know what you think about it. And we appreciate them in Paramount Plus for hooking that up. Now, still to come, Alex Pereira, one half of the co-main event for Freedom Fights 250, going down June 14th at the White House against Ciryl Gane, interim heavyweight title. He'll be joining us in a matter of seconds. Kevin Vallejos. I gotta reprogram my brain. Vallejos. I gotta reprogram my brain because the double L is typically Vallejos, something like that. Anyway, I'm trying my best. Okay, the pride of Argentina. What a win for him on Saturday. Defeating Josh Emmett, a blistering win. The guy is unbelievable. He wins in the first round, 3 minutes and 33 seconds. 3-3-3. Good luck. Prior to that, beat Giga Chikadze. Prior to that, beat Danny Silva. Prior to that, beat Sung Woo Choi. Prior to that, beat Cam Teague. As of right now, 17-1, 18-1. My apologies. And the only blemish was a fight against John Silva. Perhaps we will see them meet in the future. For now, though, let us speak to the aforementioned Kevin Vallejos of Argentina. He is kind enough to join us right here and now. There he is. Hello, Kevin. How are you, my friend?
Hello. ¿Cómo estás? I'm fine. Very happy.
Okay. Are we learning some English?
¿Estás aprendiendo un poco de inglés? So.
Okay. But you're getting better.
Estás mejorando igual. Okay. Thank you so much.
Is this something that means a lot to you? Would you like to be able to do interviews and speak to people in English?
¿Eso es algo importante para vos, que podés hablar en inglés con gente y hacer entrevistas en inglés? Sí, obviamente es la idea en un futuro aprender y obviamente expandir un poco más las entrevistas o ese tipo de cosas.
Yeah, 100%. I want to be able to learn more English so I could expand more and to more of a broader audience through my interviews.
Well, you're on your way, and another big win for you, another big moment in your career. When you got this opportunity and as it was building up towards it, your first main event in the UFC, veteran like Josh Emmett, were you nervous? Did you feel the pressure? Were you feeling some sort of anxiety different from your other fights because this felt like a coming out party for you?
Bueno, ya venís peleando mucho en el UFC, ganando. Esta pelea con Josh Emmett, ¿vos sintiste más nervioso que en general porque era tu primer estelar? Era como una pelea que era como un showcase para demostrar cómo estás vos. ¿Vos cómo sintiste con eso?
Sí, la verdad que sí, sentía muchísima presión. Había muchísima gente atrás, el cual estaba alentando. Y obviamente el hecho de llevar mi primer main event es un sueño y obviamente daba una presión. Y pelear contra alguien como Josh Emmett también daba muchísima presión.
Yeah, 100%. I was very nervous. There was a lot of people paying attention to this fight, so I felt the pressure. And especially fighting against a guy like Josh Emmett, that's such a scary fighter, it definitely added a lot of pressure to it. So yeah, I was definitely nervous.
Josh said that when he was first offered you, when your name was mentioned by his manager, he said he had never heard of you. And I know you posted a clip of this, and your team does such a great job on social media. When you heard him say this, that he was unfamiliar with you, did that fire you up? Did that give you more motivation?
Una de las cosas que Josh me dijo antes de la pelea era que no tenía idea quién eras. Vos tenés un equipo de redes sociales muy bueno que subió, que vos subiste algo de eso. Para vos, ¿eso te motivó que él diga eso, que no sabía quién eras?
Sí, me motivó también por el hecho de que, a ver, respeto mucho a los peleadores que están por encima de mí y hoy en día creo que estoy haciendo sonar mucho mi nombre y hacerlo ver de esta forma, noqueando a los grandes, sinceramente me pone muy contento y me motiva a querer demostrarles.
Yeah, it definitely motivated me a lot when I heard that because I feel like these are the big names, and for me to have my name resonate throughout the division is something that I've always wanted, and it definitely was a big motivation, and what a way to do it, being able to knock out another legend in such a big name with Josh Emmett.
He's a ranked fighter. He has fought, he's fought them all. He's fought the likes of Ilia Topuria and Lerone Murphy. They've not stopped him when they fought him. Was that something you wanted to do? Did you think to yourself, I'd like to stop this guy. I'd like to get a quick, emphatic stoppage to prove that I'm a real player here in this division?
Hay peleadores como Ilia Topuria, Lerone Murphy que pelearon con él y no pudieron finalizarlo. Para vos, ¿cómo querías eso? Como decir, yo quería finalizarle a una persona que nadie le finalizó y le quiero ganar de una manera rápida y enfáticamente para demostrar que yo soy un jugador verdadero en esta categoría.
Obviamente era el plan, obviamente era el objetivo poder noquearlo, ¿no? Era un logro enorme poder hacerlo, ya que, como mencionaste, muy pocas personas pudieron hacerlo. Obviamente era sabido que podía ser una pelea larga, pero noquearlo me llevó me llevó una gran sorpresa y nada, es un logro gigante, siento yo eso.
100%, that was the goal. No one has really been able to finish Josh Emmett, so I really wanted to make a big statement from it. To be honest, I was very surprised that I was able to do it. I did have the expectation that this was going to be a long 5-round fight, that was going to be a war. So honestly, I was very happy with the result.
I loved your reaction afterwards. I loved the celebration. I loved you taking the camera and basically talking to all of us. It was great stuff. What were you saying when you were doing this?
Me encantó cuando tu reacción, tu celebración, cuando vos ganaste, que agarraste la cámara y empezaste a hablar a todos nosotros, el público. ¿Qué era lo que vos estabas diciendo en ese momento?
Avisarle obviamente a mi madre que estoy bien, que no tengo nada, y hablando sobre mi equipo también de Argentina, mencionando a mi novia, mencionando todo el equipo de Argentina, que nada, que una más, que ganamos y que ellos son unas personas que siempre están y siempre están apoyando.
So the first thing I said was I talked specifically to my mom and I just told her I came out clean, I'm good, because she gets worried. And then right after I talked to my team in Argentina, all the people that are supporting me, my girlfriend, and just letting them know that we're coming for everything.
I saw a great video of the post-fight interview that you had backstage, and Fabiano, the amazing interpreter, who does a great job, as does Martin back there as well. So shout out to the two of you, informing you that you had won the $100,000 bonus. And in addition to that, you get the finish bonus. So that's $125,000 if my math is correct. What's going through your mind as you receive this news right here?
Vos hiciste una entrevista después de la pelea con el traductor espectacular Fabiano, que hace un gran trabajo como Martín. Y bueno, te dijeron que vos ganaste $100,000 y también $25,000 por el tema de finalización. Entonces, para vos, ¿cómo era sentir así, ganar un bono así tan grande?
Sinceramente, una locura. Ni siquiera sé contar tanta plata. Nada, tampoco me lo esperaba. Yo estaba viendo las peleas y veía muchísimas peleas muy buenas, así que tampoco me lo esperaba ese bono. Pero realmente muy, muy contento. Yo sé que esa plata me va a ayudar a seguir progresando en mi carrera y obviamente en mi vida.
Yeah, to be honest, it was an amazing feeling. I felt like I wasn't really expecting to get the bonus. I don't even know how to count that much money, so it was a great feeling to get it. And I think that it's something that's going to really help not just my life, but also my career as well. It's just life-changing money.
Incredible to see that reaction. I would like to request one thing from you in the UFC. You're on such a roll as of late. Your next fight has to be in an arena. It has to be in front of people, in front of 10, 15, 20,000 people. We need to get you out there in front of the people. Do you agree?
Una cosa que quiero pedir a vos y al UFC es que vos vinís noqueándole a todos. Vos merecés salir del Apex y pelear en una arena con 20.000 personas. Vos tenés que estar enfrente de la gente. ¿Vos estás de acuerdo con eso?
Sí, sí, al 100%. Es mi sueño poder pelear en una arena. Como lo he dicho, si quieren abro el evento, no tengo ningún problema. Simplemente quiero vivir esa experiencia, es algo nuevo, vivir con tanta gente, pelear con tanta gente, gritando a favor o en contra, es un sueño.
Yes, 100%. I want to fight in an arena. That's one of my dreams. And I've said it. I don't even care if they put me on the first fight of the prelims. I want to just fight in an arena. That's my dream. People screaming in favor of me or booing me, I don't care. I just want to be able to fight in front of the people.
Is part of that dream an arena fight in Argentina? Do you think that's possible while you're in the UFC?
Y parte de ese sueño es hacer una pelea así en una arena en Argentina. ¿Ese es parte de tu sueño?
Sí, obviamente. Obviamente ir y pelear en mi ciudad, en mi país, con toda mi familia mirando, amigos, también es un sueño. Me encantaría y yo sé que en algún momento UFC va a volver.
Yeah, 100%. It would be a huge dream to be able to fight in front of my people, in front of my friends, my family. I would 100% love that. And I know that one day it is going to happen.
I noticed that you tweeted about Yair Rodriguez at Noche UFC. That's in about 6 months from now. Is there a reason why? Like, I kind of want to see you fight before that, but I can understand the stage is big and you'd want to prepare for someone like him. Do you feel like you need a little bit more time after this fight?
Bueno, vos dijiste que posiblemente te interesaría pelear contra Yair Rodríguez en Noche UFC. Eso es en 6 meses de hoy en día. Yo personalmente me encantaría verte pelear antes, pero no sé, ¿vos pensás que necesitas tanto tiempo para una pelea así, para preparación, o por qué sintís así?
Obviamente ya traigo un par de lesiones que ya tenía en mis peleas anteriores y obviamente son peleas dentro del top 10 que son muy difíciles y no me los puedo tomar tan a la ligera. Por ejemplo, he mencionado a Yair Rodríguez, pero también hay otros prospectos en la categoría. Y siento que serían peleas muy divertidas y hay que tener una muy buena preparación para eso.
Yeah, honestly, I've been like dealing with a couple small injuries that I think that 6 months is going to be like a good timeline for me. Especially now that I'm fighting against the top ranked guys, I don't want to take it lightly at all. And I mentioned Yair Rodriguez, but there's also some other top prospects in the top 10 that are very interesting fights for me that would be very fun. And I just want to make sure that I don't take them lightly and I'm able to make it to the cage 100%.
Any other names that interest you right now that you think you might get next?
¿Y hay algún otro nombre que a vos te interesa que posiblemente pensás que te podrían dar próximo?
No es algo que sienta, pero bueno, creo que me estoy acercando mucho a Sean Silva. Esa revancha poco a poco se va a estar encaminando. Yo siento que es una de las próximas peleas que puede llegar a dar.
I'm definitely not like crazy or desperate about getting this fight, but I know that I'm getting closer and closer to getting my rematch with John Silva. I know that's going to happen, and it could be on the next one or it could be in a few more, but I know that rematch is going to happen at some point.
Yes, I feel like it's inevitable. I feel like it has to happen. How many more in your mind do you think you need to win in order to get into the title picture?
Y bueno, yo creo que es inevitable que vos peleas contra John Silva, sin duda. Para mí, o para vos, ¿cuántas peleas más te parece que faltan para que vos entras a pelear por cinturón?
Siento que si vengo ganando todas mis peleas, puede llegar a ser entre 2 peleas que con buenos desempeños, tranquilamente me puede dar una muy buena posición.
I think that for me, if I keep winning the way that I'm winning, which I think I will, I think that I'll be able to have a title fight in 2 fights as long as I keep having the good performances that I have.
Wow. Okay. So rapidly approaching. How are you dealing with all the attention? Everyone's speaking very highly of you. Everyone's showering you with praise. You're getting a lot of attention right now, and it seems like those big fights are right around the corner. How are you handling all of this?
Mucha gente están hablando de vos, diciendo cosas buenas. ¿Cómo vos estás lidiando con todo eso? Que gente te están hablando así de vos.
Es raro todavía, sinceramente me pone muy contento. Trato de tomarlo a la ligera, no quiero, como decimos en Argentina, subirme a un pony y andar por las nubes. Pero gracias a Dios en Argentina me tratan como siempre, no tengo ningún tipo de diferencia. Así que me siento muy cómodo con eso.
I'm very happy. I try to take it lightly. In Argentina, we have a phrase that's subir a mi pony, which is like I'm trying not to get arrogant or let it get to my head. And I just want to keep being humble and keep trying to have the same head that I've had that got me to this point.
By the way, this weekend, very important fight in your weight class. Movsar Evloev against Lerone Murphy, who I just mentioned before. Who do you think wins that fight?
Una pelea muy importante en tu categoría entre Movsar y Lerone Murphy este fin de semana. Para vos, ¿quién piensa que gana esta pelea?
Yo siento que tiene muchísimas más posibilidades Murphy. Sinceramente, siento que es muy completo y es mucho mejor en el striking, siento yo. Así que le doy la pelea para él.
Honestly, I think that the fighter that has a lot more chances to win this fight is Lerone Murphy. I think that he's a lot more complete as a fighter and he's a much better striker. So I think that the most likely scenario is for Lerone Murphy to win this fight.
I'm not sure if you know this, but this was the largest age difference for a main event in UFC history. The difference between you and Josh Emmett, there it is. He's 41, you're 24. And I know you have great respect for Josh. What would you like to say to him? It's tough when a fighter gets older. At some point, it's going to happen to you. It happens to them all. After a tough loss like that, what would you like to say to Josh?
Una cosa que era interesante que nunca había tanto diferencia de edad en un estelar de UFC entre vos y Josh Emmett. Había una diferencia de 17 años. Obviamente fue una derrota muy difícil para Josh, como todos llegan a una edad más grande. ¿Qué quisieras vos decirle a Josh para qué mensaje le quisieras mandar a él?
No, la verdad es que más que agradecerle de que esté peleando todavía y ojalá que siga peleando. Ha peleado con los mejores, realmente. Ha peleado con Ilia Topuria, ha peleado con Murphy, ha peleado con prospectos muy grandes. Todas sus derrotas son con prospectos que están o entrando o que hoy en día son campeones del mundo. Así que, sinceramente, más que decirle que es un grande, es una leyenda y tiene un legado enorme. Así que simplemente agradecerle por los knockouts que nos ha dado tan brutales.
Honestly, other than just saying thank you to him, I think that he's an amazing fighter. He's a legend. He's a big reference, and he's a guy that he's fought everybody. He's fought guys who are in the top or about to go into the top. He's fought anybody and everybody, and I just would want to say thank you for all the amazing years that he's given us. And if he does decide to come back, he's going to keep knocking people out and having good performances because he still has a very high level.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. Really incredible stuff. And it's a joy to watch you compete, my friend. It really is. I wish you continued success. Enjoy everything that comes with this amazing victory and the trajectory that you're on. It's probably a very exciting time for you. So enjoy it all. Congratulations. And thank you for coming back on the show. We really appreciate it.
Que la verdad es increíble la trayectoria que vos estás teniendo. Seguramente le estás disfrutando mucho. La verdad es un placer verte pelear. Y la verdad te agradezco por también venir al show y te felicito por todos los logros que estás haciendo.
Nada, muchísimas gracias y el placer siempre va a ser mío poder hablar de alguien como vos, que hablas con todos los grandes, así que estar en tu programa sinceramente para mí es una honra, así que muchísimas gracias y espero poder seguir estando.
No, Ariel, the pleasure is mine. Truly, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be able to be on a show like yours, that you speak to all the legends, all the big names, and for you to invite me, it's truly an honor. So thank you so much, and I hope to be able to come back soon.
You will. Muchas gracias, El Chino. I appreciate it. All the best to you. There he is, the great Kevin Vallejos, who's on an amazing run, El Chino. He's currently ranked 14th, but I feel like that's going to change at some point very soon. He's won 7 fights in a row, 13 of his 18 wins via KO, 2 via submission, 3 via decision, former Samurai Fight House lightweight champion and featherweight champion. That's a promotion over in Argentina. This is a name that you're going to be hearing about for quite some time. 24 years young, absolutely jacked. One loss, that's to John Silva a few years ago, Contender Series. Could you imagine what he must have been feeling? This is his big audition, if you will, and it didn't quite go his way, but it's all worked out and then some. And I feel like at some point that's going to be a very marketable and easy to promote fight for the UFC. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow. John Silva seems to be hinting at something. He's got something up his sleeve. And so we'll see what that is. Obviously, we've got the 2 guys fighting this weekend. Maybe he's just messing with us. There was some talk about I think he's all good. In any event, I feel like he's a massive player, and I don't think that he is going to be ranked 14th for very long. And I feel like he's a guy that we're going to be talking about as a potential future title contender in the not too distant future. So very much looking forward to that. All right. In a matter of seconds, my friends, we're going to be joined by Alex Pereira and Plinio Cruz. They're going to be joining us shortly to talk about a whole bunch of things that have happened in their lives as of late. I'm going to get ready. I'm going to take off my headset just so I can be super duper ready. It's always great. I love the fact that Alex lives in Connecticut, because that means he comes and joins us when there's big news. What a great, there's never any Northeast guys or tri-state area guys.
Some good water.
Wow. I was so startled by the voice of God talk there that I spilt on myself, putting my earpiece in right here. We have a bit of an ant problem at our house right now. It's very annoying. I'm turning it on. Sorry. I'm not, I should have kept it on. My wife's telling me we've got some rotten wood. Do I need to hear about this right now? Can we not talk about it later? Why do I need to see this now, Yeah, we're good. I got Alex Pereira waiting for me here, and she's talking to me about rotten wood. Golly. Let me just fix that. I have OCD. Okay. Guys, there's a lot happening. No time for ant talk or for a rotten wood talk. All right, guys. On the 14th of June, over at the White House, this man is going to be competing in a heavyweight bout. We were first introduced to him as a multiple-time Glory kickboxing champion. Then he crosses over into the world of UFC. Shortly thereafter, he wins the middleweight title. Then he moves up to 205. He wins that belt, and now he's going for a 3rd belt. Now, this will be an interim title fight, but it would still be historic, never been done before, and it would certainly punch his ticket to a potential super fight, if you will, against the one and only Tom Aspinall. He is the pride of Brazil. He is the one and only Alex Pereira. Yeah, there he is. Shama. How are you, my friend? Nice to see you. Wow. You look amazing. Wow. Look at you guys with your jackets. Hello, Plinio. How are you? Matching?
No, we did the same thing.
Wow. You look amazing. Which one, Eric? Which one?
Plinio, you're there.
Okay. Wow, you guys look like twins here. You look fantastic.
We're brothers, bro. We're twins.
I don't know what to make of the hair here. You guys look amazing, like different human beings.
Thank you.
Plinio, you look fantastic.
About 10 minutes younger.
10 minutes younger.
Até os cabelos, passa, estão arrumando, falei, estamos 10 minutos mais jovens.
You like the new hair for Plinio?
Tá ficando bom, né?
Gostou do cabelo novo?
All the ladies are coming after you now, probably.
Yeah, but I'm staying grounded.
Okay, you're staying.
Tudo vai em cima de mim, eu falei, não, tô tranquilo.
Na manha do gato.
Slow and steady.
Foco agora.
Good focus on him now.
Of course.
Depois.
Later.
After the victory.
After the White House.
After the White House. Plinio, if you don't mind, just pull the microphone. Yes.
Better now?
Okay, amazing. Thank you guys for coming in. I always appreciate it. Obrigado. Thank you so much. And Plinio, he probably tells you, I bother Plinio a lot, right? I text you a lot.
Ele falou assim, pô, o Plínio deve te falar que eu incomodo o Plínio bastante. Eu falo que ele me manda mensagem direto, né? But when I don't respond, it's because,
I know. There's
but I always come back with something.
You always come back.
Às vezes eu não respondo, ele já sabe que não dá, né? Mas quando eu respondo, nós estamos aí.
Falar,
Certain things is because we cannot talk about.
I understand. So we have a lot to talk about. Actually, I wanted to start in October because I haven't talked to you since the win over Magomed. So I wanted to go in chronological order. That win, the way you beat him, the reaction when you went like this, you've had big moments in the UFC, but I feel like that one meant a lot to you. That meant a lot to him. Could he describe how he felt on that night as he disposed of Magomed so quickly?
Ok, vamos começar a falar que a gente não se vê desde antes de outubro. Vamos voltar um pouquinho na sua última luta, né? Que a gente não conversou sobre isso ainda. Quando você fez assim naquele momento, né? Pô, acho que diferente de outras lutas, parece um negócio que teve um negócio mais profundo pra você. Descreve um pouco pra gente aí esse sentimento de ter ganhado essa luta com o Ankalaev.
Ali teve mais as provocações ali, né? Quando tava até treinador, empresário, todo mundo falando pelo cara, entendeu? E muitos falavam, não é o cara que tá escrevendo, é o empresário dele. Então a gente foi vendo coisas ali, né? Até o que aconteceu no PI ali e tudo que eu tinha passado na minha primeira luta com ele, né? Eu sabia que eu poderia ir melhor, eu sabia que eu poderia vencer essa luta e foi o que eu fiz. E foi da forma que eu fiz, né? Fazendo um gesto ali com a mão, foi diferente, certeza diferente da luta contra o Jamal Hill. Também eu fiz o mesmo movimento ali com as mãos, mas esse foi com um gostinho melhor.
Well, I think putting all together because, you know what I mean, with the trash talk, the things his manager say was not his manager, was his coach that say, was not his coach who said, and then everything that led up to build up to that fight, right? So for sure when I did that gesture, different with the Jamal Hill, for sure had a deeper taste, for sure had a better taste, had a different taste because everything they combined put together to that moment.
Was it personal? Was that one personal for you?
Foi pessoal?
Bom, um pouco ali, né? Ele falou sobre o alcoolismo, coisas que eu tinha problema. Então ele queria tentar me estabilizar ali mentalmente pra mim, sei lá, me dar mal na luta, mas eu acho que não estava sendo tão profissional, né? Eu acho que tem muitas formas aí de você promover a luta, deixar o adversário ali meio confuso, mas ele tá fazendo de uma forma mais dolorosa, não só pra mim, mas também pra todo mundo que sofre com isso, com alcoolismo ou algo do tipo.
I think because everything that he say, I think he tried to get me off my mental state in certain ways, right? Provoke me and touching the problem with the alcoholism, saying that I had a problem, that did not have the problem, and I think so many people suffer from the same problem, and I think everything that he touched reflect on that, you know.
Considering how the fight in March went, was there any part of you that was doubting yourself going into this fight?
Considerando de como foi a luta em março, né, a anterior, alguma parte de você te deu alguma dúvida sobre você indo para aquela luta?
Alguma dúvida?
Tipo, você, tipo assim, pô, essa luta é difícil, você tá meio que questionando você mesmo?
Não, quando eu tava na primeira luta, que eu não tava legal, pô, fiquei doente, tomando antibiótico, então tava bem complicado pra mim ali, e a luta ainda foi meio que pau a pau ali, ainda meio que empatada. Eu até questionei, falei que a vitória poderia ter dado pra mim, porque eu era o campeão, e não fizeram isso. Mas da forma que foi e como eu estava, eu falei, pô, eu bem numa luta, cara, eu preciso só um pouquinho melhor. E foi o que aconteceu.
Actually, not the contrary, because I was on antibiotics for the first fight. I was not on my best at all. And the way that the fight went was a pretty close fight. Some says that, you know what I mean, could have gone the way I feel I won that fight. So I knew that I just needed a little bit more to beat that guy. So actually, it was motivating.
Was there there was a clip that came out of Yuri watching you, Yuri Prochaska, and he was getting emotional. I was wondering what you thought. This is a guy you beat twice, when you saw him get so emotional after your win over Magomed.
E tem um clipe do Prochaska, né, bem emocional, vendo você ganhar aquela luta, né? E qual foi a sua reação quando você viu ali um cara que você já ganhou 2 vezes, tá assim tão feliz assim, tá bem emocional, vendo aquela sua vitória?
Não, eu respeito muito ele. Dá pra ver ali que ele tava emocionado, talvez porque ele sabe que ele tava próximo ali a disputar o cinturão mais uma vez, e todo mundo sabe que é um cara ali, é um guerreiro de verdade. Então imagina ali, se eu perco, talvez ele ia ficar assim, pô, eu queria provar que eu posso ganhar desse cara, né? E se eu perco ali, ia ficar mais difícil pra ele provar isso. Lógico, eu não vou estar agora na mesma categoria, mas é diferente, né? Eu deixei meu cinturão, mas eu acho que naquele momento ele tava assim, pô, eu posso enfrentar esse cara de novo, eu posso vencer esse cara. Eu acho que algo do tipo assim.
Well, Jiří Procházka is a great warrior, right? I think it was an emotional moment because the history that we have. And I think for him to watch me win like that also brought to him that he have a chance now to prove himself after those two fights. Of course, right now I'm going to heavyweight, so it's a different than, like, you know what I mean? It's a different thing than having to not fight me because he's not on the weight class. But I think he's a great fighter. I respect him a lot, and I think it was a moment for him to. I think if I had lost that fight, would be going away the chance for him to be able to prove himself. Mm-hmm. Now it's different because I'm going to heavyweight, but I think it was a good moment for him too, knowing that he could be able to fight me again. You know.
Did you know that night in October that you were going to move up? Did you know already after you walked out of the cage your next fight would be at heavyweight?
Naquela noite em outubro, você sabia que você ia subir? Você já sabia que na próxima luta seria no peso pesado?
Não, ainda não. Naquele momento não. Foi ao decorrer do tempo ali, eu resolvi fazer. Eu já tinha vontade, já tinha falado para a organização da minha vontade, mas ainda não estava definido.
No, I had expressed to the organization that wanted to fight heavyweight, but at that night nothing was settled, nothing was sure. I was just going through the emotions, living the moment.
So could you tell us about the process of getting them to agree to this? How did that work? Did you have to pitch them, convince them, negotiate? How did you get them? Because historically they haven't liked when someone goes 3 weight classes.
Bom, explica pra gente então como é que foi esse processo para você conseguir a luta do peso pesado. Você teve que provocar eles, foi difícil, porque historicamente eles não gostam da situação de alguém ir para cinturão em 3 categorias diferentes, né? Como é que foi esse processo para você chegar nessa luta?
Então, não teve nenhum tipo de briga. Eu sempre falei da minha vontade. Até esse momento, eu nunca tinha deixado assim bem claro. Eu sempre falei, futuramente, assim como no peso médio, o meu corpo falando que eu tenho que subir, eu vou subindo, foi o que eu fiz, do peso médio pro meio pesado, e do meio pesado pro peso pesado. Só que agora chegou um momento que eu falei, 38 anos, eu acho que é um momento muito bom, e, acho que agora tem que acontecer. Mas não teve nenhuma briga, foi um acordo muito bom.
It was not like putting teeth or anything like that. It was actually everything smooth. I expressed myself since the middleweight, like the day that I figured out that my body wants me to go up, I'm gonna go up. And then natural, just like happened to light heavyweight from middleweight, was smooth and actually was a pretty good deal. Good conversations, everything went smooth to go up.
When did you decide this is what I'm gonna do? Because I saw the video when you weighed yourself and you were about 240 pounds. This one right here, I saw this. Where is this? In Thailand?
Isso aí no Brasil, na Academia do Feijão.
Na Academia do Feijão.
That's a KO squad. Rafael Feijão, Rio de Janeiro.
Oh, Feijão Cavalcante?
Yes.
Oh, legend.
They have a very good team there called the KO squad.
So here you're around 242. That's like in pounds. Is that when you decided?
Aí está com 242 em libras. Foi mais ou menos quando você decidiu, falou assim, quero peso pesado. Como é que foi isso aí?
A gente já estava conversando ali já. Então, simplesmente eles me perguntaram qual que era a minha vontade. Então eu sempre falei da minha vontade, mas depois eles tiveram interesse e falou, qual que é a sua vontade? Eu falei, é ir pro peso pesado. A gente sabe que, para ficar com os 2 cinturões, isso segura muito as categorias ali, dificulta para eles estar casando as lutas, então eu simplesmente larguei o meu cinturão, não sabia com quem, aonde ia lutar, eu só queria lutar no peso pesado.
Well, around that time, like they make everything smooth. They ask what I wanted to do, and then I just say that I wanted to go to heavyweight. You know what I mean? I saw my way. I saw that I could do it, and I know they don't like when you hold the divisions because of you locked it both divisions. So I basically let it go on my belt. I didn't know with who or when I was going to fight. I was just going to be a heavyweight, and I let it go, and I came up.
Was that a difficult choice for you? Were you hopeful that you could keep the belt and move up, or you knew that it wasn't going to be an option?
Foi difícil para você essa decisão de que você não poderia segurar seu cinturão para subir, ou foi uma opção fácil para você de ter que largar para subir?
Sinceramente, muito fácil, né? Porque a relação que eu tenho com o UFC é muito boa. Então, eu larguei meu cinturão, falei que queria lutar no peso pesado. Então, eles falaram que ia atender o meu pedido. Tô com contrato novo, agradeço o Hunter, Mick, Dana White, sempre tive uma relação boa com eles. Tô muito feliz agora com o meu novo contrato, né? Então, com o contrato que eu tenho hoje, não importa se eu vou largar meu cinturão para fazer qualquer outro tipo de luta, se vai ser cinturão, se não vai ser cinturão. O contrato que eu tenho, para mim, tô muito satisfeito.
Honestly, it was a pretty easy choice. When I expressed myself that I wanted to go, of course, I have to let it go one of the belts. They gave me a new contract. I'm really, really happy with my new contract. I actually want to thank Mick, Hunter, and Dana White for it. So with this new deal that they gave to me, I don't care about letting go the belt or anything like that.
Okay. You feel like they took care of you?
Você sente que eles cuidaram de você?
Cuidaram muito bem.
They took really good care of me.
You feel like this is your last contract?
Você acha que esse talvez seria o seu último contrato?
Eu acho que sim.
Probably.
Okay. So when you're making that decision to move up, you say you didn't care about the opponent and whatnot. At any point, are you told, hey, we're trying or we're talking to John Jones that he might be the guy that you fight?
Bom, aí você falou que quando você decidiu subir, você não se importou com quem fosse, com o adversário e tal. Em algum ponto eles chegaram e falaram assim, bom, a gente tá tentando fazer essa luta do John Jones.
Não, eu falei pra eles que eu queria lutar até junho, né? Esse seria... Então eu deixei aberto pra eles. Abril ficaria muito próximo. Eu tinha falado antes, né? Mas aí eu fui vendo que abril tá meio que descartado já. Porque eu falei isso um pouco antes, né? Sei lá, em janeiro, fevereiro. Então abril já tava próximo, eu vi, falei, pô, abril vou descartar. Maio, junho. Eu falei, um dos dois. E aí deixei por conta, não sabia que ia lutar na Casa Branca, não sabia quem que era o meu adversário, eu só queria lutar, eu queria ir na categoria de cima, dos pesos pesados.
So I basically gave them a deadline, like a time frame that I wanted to fight until June. You know what I mean? No, nothing specific. It was talks for April, but was way before, and I saw that the timing was not going to be April no more, but I never said I want to fight the White House, I want to fight this guy. Just the timing came to a good timing, and then I think that just happened.
At any point in the process, are you hearing John Jones is the opponent?
Em algum ponto do processo você ouviu que o John Jones talvez seria seu adversário?
Não, depois que eu não ouvi nada. Depois que eu falei que eu queria lutar nos pesos pesados, na minha mente eu poderia ter essa possibilidade, porque o John Jones falou que estava negociando, então eu já fiquei meio atento ali, mas ainda não sabia de nada.
Honestly, I never heard anything, and the only time that I thought that could possibly be was when John Jones said that he was in negotiation, but I did not even know who I was fighting. I just knew that I was fighting heavyweight.
At any point were you offered John Jones?
Em algum momento você foi oferecido John Jones?
Não, pra mim não.
Nope.
So it was always Ciryl Gane?
Sempre foi o Ciryl Gane.
A gente teve uma conversa que a gente poderia ter lutado antes, mas aí não deu certo, aí ficou muito em cima também, e aí não deu certo essa luta, e agora acho que é o momento ideal.
Honestly, we did had a talk about being Ciryl Gane before, right? For different dates. But then nothing was spoken. Then now it just happened right now with Ciryl Gane. I think is a perfect moment.
Was there any talk of you waiting for Tom Aspinall and just fighting the actual champion and not for the interim belt, but later in the year?
Alguma conversa que poderia ter sido o Aspinall mais pro final do ano pro cinturão linear, em vez de ser o interino com o Ciryl Gane?
Não uma conversa, mas eu imaginava que poderia ser um dos dois, né? O Ciryl Gane ou o Tom Aspinall. Mas não tinha nenhuma conversa, só fiquei sabendo, como todo mundo ficou sabendo, no mesmo dia que o Dana White anunciou. E porque isso que eu passei pra ele, eu falei, cara, não importa o adversário, eu quero lutar até junho, a minha próxima luta. E eles atenderam meu pedido e pra mim ficou perfeito.
Nothing was spoke. I just expressed myself that I wanted to fight, right? So I knew could be Tom Aspinall or not, depending on how everything goes. But since I gave them the green light, I said that I wanted to fight whoever it is, a heavyweight. I ended up finding out like everybody else through the same day that Dana White announced, because they already knew that I was in for any fights. The deal was good.
When you decided to give up the light heavyweight belt, were you told you will fight for a belt? It was just unclear if it was the actual belt, the undisputed, or the interim. Basically, was part of the deal, hey, if I'm going to give up the belt here at 205, I want to fight for another belt and make history at heavyweight.
Quando você concordou em largar o seu cinturão, foi falado para você que seria o cinturão lineal, ou seria um cinturão, ou se seria o interino, ou tipo você assim, bom, eu vou largar aqui para fazer história, para lutar pelo cinturão peso pesado?
Pra mim eu deixei o cinturão, não importa se é interino ou linear, pra mim não importa. Eu de verdade queria só lutar no peso pesado. Se viesse o cinturão, pra mim já era lucro. Então eles fizeram além do que eu esperava, talvez.
Honestly, I just wanted to let go my belt and fight heavyweight. And fight for a belt, maybe, but like honestly, if it was lineal, interim, or even a regular fight, you know what I mean? I just expressed myself that I wanted to do a heavyweight fight, and they took really good care of me.
Do jeito que eles fizeram pra mim, do jeito que eles me deixaram com o meu contrato, eu deixei eles à vontade de fazer o que eles quisessem.
The way that they gave me this last contract was so good that I let it open for them to do whatever they want.
Não importa.
It doesn't matter.
Is this a bigger deal than you could have ever imagined? Like, has this exceeded your expectations of what you could have earned in your career?
Isso foi contrato, né, deal, né, maior do que você poderia ter imaginado, tipo, na sua carreira, assim, de ter ganho esse dinheiro?
Com certeza.
Absolutely.
I could see it on your face.
Pode ver no seu rosto.
How many fights?
Quantas lutas?
8 lutas.
8 fights.
8 fights, okay. And this would be the first. June 14th is one?
E essa seria a primeira em junho.
Primeira.
Yes.
What is the motivation behind going to heavyweight? Why is this important to you?
Qual é a motivação de subir pro peso pesado? Por que isso é importante para você?
Bom, não tenho peso médio, fazendo história, meio pesado também. E, cara, meu corpo vem mudando. Né? Às vezes eu vejo algumas pessoas falando, o cara não é um peso pesado e tal. Ok, tô com 110 quilos, talvez não seja o cara mais pesado, mas eu acho que eu tenho uma experiência, eu tenho altura para isso, eu tenho força para isso, talvez até mais do que os próprios pesos pesados, né, naturais. Eu acho que, mais uma vez, né, em outra categoria, dá continuidade na minha história.
Well, I made all the history, middleweight, light heavyweight. I've been listening to my body, see how my body's been reacting. I know some guys gonna say, he don't have heavyweight size, but like I feel like I hit like a heavyweight. I have strength enough of a heavyweight. I weigh about 245 pounds right now, so I think this is a great opportunity for me to keep making my history.
So right now you're about 245?
Uma 240, 245 agora, né? 110, né?
Tô com 110.
110 kg.
110, esses dias eu pesei 112, mas tipo, o máximo que cheguei foi 112, mas tipo, meio inchadão, comendo pra caramba, não treinando, né? Tava mais parado.
Começo de camp, né? 240, 245, on day 245, but you know, starting the camp, eating too much, feel good.
And what do you expect to weigh? Like on the Saturday before the weigh-ins, because the fight is Sunday, how much you expect to be for the fight?
Quanto que você acha que vai estar pesando na luta?
108 ou 110, mais ou menos. Entre 108 e 110.
Between 235 to 40.
Menos que 108 eu não quero.
Not below 235.
Will you change anything as far as your training? Are you going to try to add muscle? Are you going to try to do anything different because now you're fighting with the big boys?
Você vai mudar alguma coisa no seu treino para adicionar um pouco mais de músculo, porque você está lutando com os caras maiores agora?
Talvez fazer um pouco aí de força, um trabalhinho de força, um pouco antes aí um mês antes aí da luta. Eu acho que vou trabalhar mais força, mudar algumas coisas em sparring, talvez trazer algum cara assim mais pesado. É isso.
I'm probably gonna add a little more strength training up to a month before the fight, right? Change a little bit, maybe bring a little heavier sparring partners, some little details.
Are you excited not to cut weight?
Tá empolgado para não ter que cortar peso?
Tô empolgado, né? Pro peso meio pesado também, lógico, a gente sofreu um pouquinho ali, mas pro meio pesado também eu vou bem, né? Mas agora, tipo, não vou ter que perder nada, vou ficar de boa, tranquilo, posso comer mais, vamos ver como vai ser, eu acho que vai dar bom.
Yeah, I'm excited for light heavyweight too. I mean, I had to do the weight cut, but it was not that I was surfing anything like that. It was a good weight cut, but now I don't have to do that cut. I feel good. I think it's going to be fine. It's going to be all right.
Do you think you are done with 205? Do you think the rest of your career will be at heavyweight?
Você acha que já era o 93 para você? Você acha que a sua carreira vai ser no peso pesado?
Se a carreira...
Você acha que você já não luta mais no meio pesado? Você acha que agora daqui para frente vai ser só peso pesado?
Eu acho que só peso pesado. Eu não sei o que acontece. Igual eu falei agora, pro peso meio pesado eu vou bem também. Mas vamos ver como vai ser essa categoria, nova categoria. Tô bem assim, empolgado, animado. É o que eu quero, não é de agora. Então, não é algo que, tipo, muitas pessoas... Aí perde, igual eu fiz lá, subir de categoria, e aí vai por impulso. Não, já tem um tempo que eu tenho isso, trabalhando isso com a minha mente. E, pô, tá aceito, 100%. Então, por isso que eu acho que vai dar muito bem.
Probably, I could make light heavyweight again, but I think this is not something that is new for me. Many guys just go on the heat of the moment, they jump our weight class, and then they lose, they come back. No. I've been expressing for a long time that I've been wanting to fight a heavyweight, so I think I'll probably stay around there.
Muitas pessoas falam, igual quando era no médio, né? Pô, esse cara, kickboxing não vai dar em nada e tal. Aí, pô, fiz o que eu fiz no médio, meio pesado a mesma coisa. Agora vai pegar um West, vai pegar pô, foi lá, Ankalaev, e, pô, e tal, mostrei. Aí as pessoas sempre vão falar, peso pesado, ele é pequeno e tal. Vamos ver depois o que eles vão falar.
People like to talk, to hate, right? First was a middleweight. Oh, he's a kickboxer. Let's see how he do. Win the title. Oh, light heavyweight, bigger guys, Ankalaev. Look what he did to Ankalaev. Prove them wrong. Now, heavyweight, you know what I mean? Bigger guys. So now let's see what they're going to keep talking, what I keep doing, you know?
Sempre não. Ele com certeza lembra, ou talvez ele tenha falado alguma coisa também, porque não conhece. Ok, normal, entendeu? Mas as pessoas falando, não vai dar em nada, é um kickbox e tal... E aí viu, né, as coisas, como vem acontecendo, o quanto eu me dediquei, o quanto eu evoluí, né, o meu interesse. Eu falei assim...
Because, you know, when he first joined the UFC, maybe, I don't know you, maybe like a lot of people like, yo, these guys are just a kickboxer, you know. like how he's going to be able to do is too different. And then he just, you know what I mean, keep showing people different, just like growing, you know.
E, cara, eu fico muito feliz mesmo de estar aqui, né, mostrando pra todo mundo, né, que tipo não acreditou, que falou com essas palavras, né, que pô não ia dar em nada. Então, pô, eu quebrei muitos recordes, fiz grandes lutas, fui campeão do médio, campeão do meio pesado, com algumas defesas. Vou agora pro terceiro cinturão, né, lutando dentro da Casa Branca, salvando um evento, né, do UFC 300, que era um evento importantíssimo. E, cara, eu tô aqui, né, para falar para as pessoas, né, provar para as pessoas, motivar as pessoas, né, que quando chega pessoas falando, te colocando para baixo, para você não acreditar, mas também não pode ficar parado. Você tem que correr atrás, se dedicar, assim como eu fiz, né? E olha só tudo que eu conquistei.
Because, you know, it's very satisfying for me to be here after everything that happened. People saying that I couldn't do it. Like, I won the middleweight title. I won the light heavyweight title. I did a bunch of title defenses there. Now I'm going to heavyweight. I'm going to fight co-main event at the UFC Freedom at the White House. I saved the UFC 300 card. So this is satisfying for me to show to people that whenever people come to you and say that you cannot do anything, you can. You cannot just sit still. You gotta work towards it, but it's possible.
Yeah, saved UFC 300, but also the International Fight Week card, the Conor McGregor one, when you're in Australia, right?
Ele salvou não só o 300, mas o depois do que era do Conor McGregor quando nós estávamos na Austrália, né?
Yes, many things. You said the contract was so great, you didn't care if it was for a belt. But the history is to win that third title, right? That's part of the motivation, I would imagine, to win that third belt. Because Conor McGregor has fought 45, 55, and 70, but he never won a title at 70. And so this would set you apart as maybe the greatest ever. That has to be part of the motivation, right?
Bom, mas falou que não, mas talvez parte da motivação seja também ser campeão do peso pesado, né? Por exemplo, você primeiro de 3 divisões, o Conor McGregor foi campeão do 66, né, do 145, depois do leve, que é 155, e no 170, que é o meio médio, né, ele no 77, ele não foi campeão, só lutou.
Ele tentou?
Ele tentou. Mas, não, nunca lutou. He didn't fall for the belt at 170, right?
No, he did not, yeah.
Ele não lutou por cinturão, mas lutou naquele peso. Você lutando agora já te coloca de separar tudo esses caras pra talvez ser o maior lutador de todos os tempos.
Não, eu não sei. Às vezes a gente faz muitas coisas e não é eu que decido. Não é uma pessoa só que decide. São muitas pessoas, muitos têm cada um tem a sua opinião. Eu, sinceramente, vou estar fazendo meu trabalho, ganhando meu dinheiro, motivando muitas pessoas. E se essas pessoas que têm esse poder de me colocar nesse hall, entendeu? Se eles quiserem me colocar, vou agradecer. Se não quiser, vou ter feito meu trabalho e tá tudo certo.
E só para adicionar e ganhar o próximo cinturão também é uma motivação para você?
Não, com certeza, né? Pô, é algo que ninguém fez. Então, com certeza, tô motivado para essa luta, né? Para esse próximo desafio. Um excelente adversário, um grande adversário. Não vai ser algo fácil, vai ser algo muito difícil estar ali.
Well, of course, it's very motivating for me to fight for that third title. You know what I mean? Against a great opponent. It's not an easy fight. It's a good fight. Keeps me motivated. Has to be the GOAT. That's up to the fans, to everybody to watch. I focus on keep doing my work. If they want to put me on the hall that fits the GOAT, that is up to them. It's not up to me. Up to me is to do my work.
If you do win a third title, do you consider yourself the greatest of all time?
Se você ganhar o terceiro cinturão, você se considera o maior de todos os tempos?
Eu não sei.
I don't know.
You don't know. He doesn't want to say that. Too humble.
Muito humilde.
Não sei. Não sei.
He just don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. When you found out that John was talking to the UFC, but ultimately they didn't close the deal, were you disappointed?
Quando você ouviu que o John Jones estava conversando com o UFC, mas não fechou a luta, te deixou meio desapontado?
Não desapontado, mas seria uma luta que eu já falei que eu queria essa luta. Não desapontado, mas é uma luta que seria, acho que todo mundo queria, não sei.
Not disappointed, but I expressed that it was a fight that I won. I think it's a fight that everybody wants, so I don't know.
Have you seen some of the stuff he said afterwards? He's very upset. And I was wondering if you saw that and if you have a reaction to what he said, asking for his release from the UFC now.
Você chegou a ver algumas coisas que ele falou depois? Que ele estava bem chateado e pedindo para sair do UFC porque ele queria essa luta?
Eu vi algumas coisas.
Yes, I saw.
What do you think of that?
O que você acha?
Pô, não dá pra falar nada, porque eu não sei o que tá acontecendo. Tá na interna ali, um fala uma coisa, outro fala outra, então eu prefiro ficar de fora. É igual eu falei, tô com o meu contrato, minha vida tá resolvida, cada um resolve a sua nesse momento.
I don't want to get too involved because there's an intern thing between him and the organization. You know what I mean? So I don't know what was spoke, what was not spoke. I don't know. I just know that for me, my life is settled in this new contract right now.
I understand, and I respect that. Can I ask, do you think it could happen at some point, you versus him, or now that it didn't happen for White House, do you think finished? Like there's no chance of it happening?
Você acha que essa luta ainda pode acontecer em algum ponto, algum momento? Ou você acha que não aconteceu na Casa Branca, não acontece mais?
Não, pô, eu acredito que sim. Mas acho que tudo vai depender, eu tenho que ganhar e tal, entendeu? Imagina, eu perco a luta, o John Jones vai falar, pô, por que eu vou lutar com esse cara, entendeu? Vou me arriscar, um cara perigoso e tal. Então, eu ganhando essa luta, com certeza, é grande chance.
I believe so, as long as I win this fight, right? Because otherwise it doesn't make too much sense, because, you know, Alex is a dangerous guy, why are you going to put himself on the line? But I believe he winning this fight, it's a big chance.
Okay, so you think it's not dead. You still believe it could happen?
E você acha que não morreu, então? Você acha que ainda pode acontecer essa luta?
Eu acho que pode. Porque ele pediu pra liberar o contrato, né?
Uhum.
Vão liberar? Com certeza não, né? E aí, tipo, pô, vai ficar preso ainda com o UFC. Então, acho que se ele vai querer lutar, vai ser dentro da organização. E com quem que vai ser mais falado é a minha luta.
Well, I believe it happens because he has to be released for the UFC. I don't think the UFC is going to release him anytime soon. So if he want to fight, who's going to be against? Going to be against him.
Okay. So is that part of the motivation? You win this fight, you get the big John Jones fight, because that seemed like something you really wanted.
Então, você acha que é parte da motivação para você também, para ganhar essa luta? Porque se ganhar essa luta, pode ser que acontece a luta do John Jones. É algo que você gostaria muito?
Não, eu esqueço tudo, não importa depois o que vai acontecer. Eu quero ganhar essa luta, né? Vou trabalhar para isso e depois a gente vê o que acontece. Mas o que me interessa ali é ganhar esse cinturão, não tipo, pensando no que pode acontecer, de uma luta que eu vou fazer com o John Jones. Não, esquece isso.
Well, right now, I forget everything and I focus on this fight right now. I mean, after that, like if I can possibly fight John Jones, do not fight John Jones, it's something that could not happen right now. I'm focused on this fight. The John Jones is after.
You were the obvious one. This will be Ciryl Gane's 5th title fight, and obviously, way back in the day, he won the interim belt. Do you think they picked the right guy to fight you in this interim title fight? If it's not going to be John, not going to be Tom, do you think they picked the right opponent for you?
In which case, for an example?
For June 14th, they picked Ciryl Gane for him.
Okay.
His reaction to the decision to put Ciryl versus him, did he think that it was the right guy or did he think someone else deserved it?
Você acha que alguém merecia mais do que o Ciryl Gane? Já que não foi o John Jones, não foi o final, você acha que o Ciryl Gane foi o cara certo para eles colocar contra você?
Não, eu acho que sim, porque aconteceu ali aquele dedo no olho, mas ele tava indo bem na luta. Acho que ele tava ganhando aquela luta, então quem deveria ir? Ele.
I believe so. You know, it happened the eye poke, but before the eye poke, I think he was doing very good on that fight, so it gotta be him.
Did he surprise you in that fight? Did he do better? A lot of people thought Tom would just steamroll through him, and that clearly didn't happen. Did he surprise you?
Ele te surpreendeu naquela luta. Muita gente achou que o Tomás Pinal ia só passar o carro nele. Ele te surpreendeu da maneira que ele estava lutando ali? O Gane?
Não, eu até falei isso antes. Eu falei, pô, ele se movimenta muito. Pô, eu sempre tô vendo, né, as lutas e se movimenta. Não é aquele cara que, tipo, vem pra cima e troca porrada ali, pô, mano a mano. Não, ele espera o momento certo e tal. E o Tomás Pinal é um cara mais agressivo ali, plantadão, pô, batendo forte. Então ali começa a frustrar mais. E eu tinha falado isso em algumas entrevistas, e então não foi surpresa pra mim.
I was actually not surprised because Ciryl Gane is an intelligent guy. He moves good. You know what I mean? He's not the kind of guy that's just going to stand and bang. He builds up the fight. You know what I mean? Tom Aspinall wanted to pull harder punches, but I was not surprised to see Ciryl fighting like that.
You were talking earlier about people doubting you. You are the underdog going into this fight. What is your reaction to that?
Você fala muito, o pessoal tá duvidando do seu potencial. Você é o azarão, né? Você é a zebra, né? Indo pra essa luta. O que você acha disso daí?
Acho bom.
Think it's good.
Why is that good?
Por que é bom?
Porque sempre foi assim. As pessoas falam, pô, vai perder, não vai dar em nada e tal. E eu sempre venho provando ao contrário.
I think it's good because always been like this. People say, oh, it's not good, it's not going to make it, and then I just keep proving people wrong.
Tom Aspinall has said a lot about Ciryl. He's called him a dirty fighter, the eye pokes, and he's brought up other examples. Even John did in the past as well. Do you think Ciryl Gane is a dirty fighter?
O Aspinall falou que o Ciryl Gane é um cara sujo. Dá o dedo no olho, até como o John Jones fez no passado também. Falou muita coisa. Você acha que o Ciryl Gane é um lutador sujo?
Pô, então, de verdade não acompanhei muito. Então eu só vi essa luta dele, eu não vi outras coisas que ele fez. Isso aí, eu consegui ver isso agora porque me chamou a atenção, porque é uma categoria que eu tava querendo lutar e tal, então eu tava assistindo, mas... Então não sei se ele é realmente assim.
I don't know if he really is or not. Just really start watching his fight. I watched the last fight. Now that I'm going to heavyweight, I start paying more attention, so I really don't know.
Okay, do you see any, just curious, like, are you worried about that? Can I say, are you worried about the eye pokes, tactics? Is this something that you think of?
Só pra você, é uma coisa que te preocupa, essa tática de dedada no olho, esse jeito mais sujo de lutar? Dele, se preocupa.
Se isso for maldade, com certeza, entendeu? Então, pô, a organização ali, os árbitros têm que ficar de olho nisso para, sei lá, para punir ou ser mais rígido antes de acontecer, eu não sei. Mas a gente tá exposto ali, a gente não tem esse controle.
Well, if it's intentional, right, something that the organization got to keep an eye on, maybe make sure that doesn't happen, but we're fighting over there, we're exposed, so things can happen.
I saw a couple years ago you did a face-off with him. I think it was just for fun. Did you get a sense for how big he was, this one right here? This is from a couple years ago now. But did you size him up? What do you remember from his energy here when you guys were doing this?
Quando vocês eram essa encarada alguns anos atrás, depois você sentir a energia dele, ver o tamanho dele, o que você achou dessa encarada aí?
Um cara grande, tipo um cara assim tá ali, pelo menos um pouco carismático, ali não tava muito sério. E foi legal a encarada. Mas não tinha nada, tipo, não era minha intenção ali lutar no peso pesado. Isso foi acho que 2 anos atrás, né? Talvez já tinha falado alguma coisa, ou as pessoas falavam, mas não estava tão focado, né, na categoria dos pesos pesados. Então eu tinha talvez uma outra visão ali, um outro sentimento, não sei.
I was just a face-off because it was a show. I didn't have the feeling to like I'm gonna fight this guy tomorrow, but was something serious, not too charismatic, not too open, but it was just normal. We went there, face-off. Nothing was in the head. Maybe I have some talks about fighting heavyweight, but no, nothing that like I'm gonna fight this guy tomorrow.
And can I ask you, Plinio, as his head coach,
okay,
how do you feel about this challenge of him moving up to heavyweight and this particular opponent in the first fight?
I feel great about this fight. I witnessed it through my life, see Alex breaking records and, you know what I mean, proving people wrong, and I think the sky's the limit for him, and I'm very excited for this fight. I think it's 2 great fighters, and I believe 1,000,000% of Alex Pereira's potential to be the first 3-division champion in the UFC.
Will you bring in some big boys like Ciryl? Is there anyone you could tell us that will be helping him out?
That is in the work. We're going to bring some heavyweights. It's going to be a fun, solid, respectful, and very professional camp.
Any names you could tell us that will be helping out? Okay, right now, top secret. And hopefully not just Dylan Dennis, right? Other names too?
Ele falou, pô, o que eu acho, né, dessa luta? Falei que minha vida inteira eu tenho visto você quebrar recordes e calar a boca das pessoas e tô muito feliz de ver aí você. É uma grande luta, 2 grandes atletas e eu tenho muita confiança que você vai se tornar o primeiro campeão, né, triplo do UFC. Ele perguntou se vai trazer uns caras grandes, eu falei que sim, ele falou algum nome, eu falei não posso, ele perguntou, mas o Dylan Dennis é um dos caras, né?
O Dylan Dennis tá pequeno.
Dylan Dennis small now, he's fighting, vai lutar agora o Kobe Covington no grappling.
Yes.
The fight 70?
April. What weight?
I think
170.
Ele vai lutar 7-7 no wrestling com o Kobe Covington agora.
Tem que arrumar uns caras pra bater mais forte agora.
We need a few guys to hit a little harder than him.
Okay. For you to fight at the White House, what does this mean for you?
O que significa pra você lutar na Casa Branca?
Pra mim é muito importante. Eu às vezes fico meio assim, sem noção, sem entender um pouco tal. Dessa importância, sou novo no esporte, né? Mas eu sei que é algo muito importante, onde todo mundo ali tava pedindo pra lutar. Eu não pedi e tô ali, né? Então eu vejo a importância que eu sou para o evento, né? De colocar eu ali. Não foi algo que eu insisti, nada. Então eu vejo a importância, todo mundo quer lutar ali, todo mundo queria fazer parte, porque eu acho que vai ser um evento assim único ali. Eu acho que não vai ter mais, entendeu? Então, pô, essa é a oportunidade de todo mundo. E eu tô tendo a oportunidade de estar ali dentro.
At first, I didn't see how deep was this, because, you know what I mean, I'm new on the sport. I couldn't see how really important was this. But then I see how many people trying to get on the card, everybody talking about it. So I see is a once-in-a-lifetime almost opportunity. It's a great opportunity. to be inside of a unique event that everybody want to be part of, and I'm being gifted to be part of this.
Yes, you'll be fighting outside as well. I was wondering, what happens if it rains? Do you have any concerns if it rains?
Ele falou assim, a luta vai ser lá de fora, né? E se chover, você já pensou nisso daí?
Okay.
O cara vai dar um jeito, pô.
They'll figure it out, bro.
I saw you running in the rain one time. That video, that was crazy in a thunderstorm. Why did you do that?
Ele falou, ele viu você correndo na chuva, aquele pé d'água que você tava correndo lá, por que você fez aquilo ali?
Por quê?
Que viu você correndo na chuva agora, né? Foi o quê? 2 meses?
Lembro, eu tava feliz.
Foi janeiro, né?
Tava feliz e, tipo, tava ali. Era isso.
Just happy, man. I was just there and I just did it.
It was amazing. It was like a movie.
Parecia cena de filme.
Não, foi legal. Pô, aquele dia
tava voando, né?
Tava bem. Alguma coisa, não lembro o que era. Aconteceu, coisa boa aconteceu, eu tava ali.
Something good happened. I don't remember what, but I was just happy. And I just was running in the rain.
I've also seen some other amazing things. I saw that you visited the famous tire shop that you used to work in. And so I'd like to ask, what prompted you to go back, and what was it like hanging out with the guys over there where, you know, we first heard about these stories of you working there, now here you are as a superstar coming back and hanging with the guys. This is the tire shop here from your great YouTube channel.
E, pô, viu que você voltou lá e quão importante que é pra você lá agora, depois que você virar esse superstar, você ainda tá indo lá, ainda lá visitar os caras.
Pra mim é muito importante de estar ali, de sempre voltar ali. São pessoas que eu me dou muito bem. Pessoas humildes, sabe? Quando eu chego ali. É importante pra mim não esquecer também de onde eu vim, né? Quando eu chego ali, vejo quanto foi difícil naquele momento, da minha vida. E, cara, são pessoas assim que, tipo, pô, não tem, assim, o que eu tenho. E, pô, mas estão muito felizes. Só de você conversar ali com essas pessoas, você vê que eles são muito felizes. E, às vezes, a gente tá ali ainda pra aprender algo com eles.
It's important for me to always keep coming back there. You know what I mean? Those guys are my friends. It keeps me grounded to see where I came from. You know what I mean? Those guys were very important for my life. And even though seeing they don't have what I have, they're still so super happy with me. And it's good for me to go over there and learn more about life.
They'll watch your career and follow what you're doing, watch your fights?
Eles seguem sua carreira e suas lutas enquanto você tá lutando?
Sempre. Todos ali.
Everybody there, always.
Do you feel like it humbles you to go back there?
Você acha que te traz mais humilde quando você vai lá? Te deixa mais, né?
Com certeza. A gente não esquece de onde a gente veio, né? Porque às vezes, muitas pessoas começam a viver, ter outra condição de vida, e aí começam a se deslumbrar, a esquecer de onde veio. Eu gosto de estar no meio dessa galera, as pessoas que eu sempre convivi, aprendi muitas coisas ali, dentro da borracharia, trabalhando. São pessoas que não têm condições muito boas financeiras, mas são pessoas de bom coração. Então, a gente está sempre aprendendo com eles.
Yes, it's very important for me to come back there. You know what I mean? Keeps me humble to see those guys again. Many people, they start doing good in life. They get starstruck. They just get on their heads and disappear. You know what I mean? It's important for me to go there and still see, regarding any life, you know what I mean, financial condition that they have, they are good people. So it's good to go over there to keep me grounded.
Do you remember what year you last worked there?
Você lembra quando foi o último ano que você trabalhou lá?
O último ano?
Quando você parou de trabalhar lá?
Pô, não lembro, deixa eu ver.
Já tava lutando, né?
2016, talvez.
Maybe 2016.
2016, that's 10 years ago.
10 anos atrás, velho.
2016, eu acho.
Yeah.
20, that's not that long ago.
Não é muito longe, não. 10 anos.
That guy could have never imagined White House. Imagine telling Alex Pereira back in 2016 you'd fight at the White House.
E aquele Alex Pereira trabalhando, jamais imaginava Casa Branca. Imagina se chegar naquele Alex Pereira e falar assim, falou, tô na Casa Branca.
Eu não imaginava nem que eu ia viver da luta.
I not even imagine then that I was going to make a living out of fighting.
Even 10 years ago?
Até 10 anos atrás.
Até 10 anos ou mais.
10 or more.
Wow.
Like maybe less than 10 years.
Yes. When did you start to, what do you think was the moment where you started to believe I can actually do this for a living and not have to struggle?
Quando já foi o momento que você começou a entender e ver que você conseguia viver da luta e não ter que ficar difícil mais?
Então, cara, todo mundo sabe da realidade, igual o Glory. Fui campeão do Glory. Enquanto eu tava lutando no Glory, consegui comprar um apartamento, consegui comprar uma casa pros meus pais, coisa assim mais simples. Na época, que, pô, pra mim já era, pô, muito, né? E umas condições boas. Mas enquanto eu estivesse lutando. Depois que eu parasse de lutar, eu não sei como ia ser minha vida. Se eu ter um dinheiro para fazer investimento, algo do tipo. Então, aonde mudou mesmo foi quando eu fui pro UFC. Essa é a realidade.
Well, when I was fighting at Glory, things were good. I was able to buy a house for my parents. I was able to buy an apartment for me. I saw that things were getting better, but I didn't know if once I stopped fighting, I could be able to live off that. Because no investments or anything like that. The reality is that my life really changed once I joined the UFC.
And now your family's set up.
Agora sua família tá...
Estão bem, meus pais estão super bem. Na pandemia, quando eu vim pra cá, pra ajudar o Glover, eu tava com um carro, um Corolla 2005. Um carrinho velho. Isso na pandemia, faz o quê? 5 anos?
6 anos.
Até o final da pandemia.
Up to the end of the pandemic, before I was in UFC. Já não tava no UFC ainda, jamais, né? Já tava no final, já.
Eu tava...
A primeira luta, segunda luta, alguma coisa assim.
Não, eu tava aqui ainda, tava... É coisa no UFC. Eu tava pra entrar no UFC, alguma coisa assim.
Up to when he was getting in the UFC, like not signed yet, like not debut yet. And then during the pandemic started, he came to help Glover. He was still driving a 2005 old Toyota Corolla.
Wow. That's like...
Corolla fez 2 vezes o motor.
He had to do the engine twice for the car.
Really?
Yes.
And that was like 5 years ago now.
5, 6 years.
Crazy. It's an unbelievable thing. The first time you came to Connecticut was when?
Quando você veio para Connecticut a primeira vez? Foi 2018?
Não,
19.
Não, 2021, pô.
Ah, que foi do Marreta?
Do Marreta.
2021, when Glover fought Thiago Santos.
And did you know him beforehand?
Você conhecia o Glover antes?
Não conhecia, foi através do Joinha, né? Que é o mesmo empresário. E aí, pô, o Joinha falou, pô, tem o Alex, pô, um bom strike, pô, Marreta strike, vai poder dar uma força aqui. Você, pô, também já ajuda ele, a gente quer ir pro MMA e, pô, vai ser uma troca muito boa ali.
No, it happened, I think, in 2021 when Glover was booked to fight Thiago Santos. George Guimarães, our manager, made the bridge. He said, Alex, go to Connecticut because he's fighting Thiago Santos. I think he's a good training, will be a good training partner for Glover. He'll be helping with the wrestling. So that's when the whole thing started with them.
Do you think if that doesn't happen, if George doesn't tell you to go there, none of this happens?
Você acha que o Joinha não tivesse falado pra você ir lá, você acha que nada disso tinha acontecido?
Nada disso tinha acontecido.
None of this would happen.
Is that how you met Plinio as well?
No, I met him before. I met him about 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
Yes,
What circumstance?
Quando me conheceu. Because my coach have a team that he used to train there, and I was active fighting still in Brazil, so I used to pop up there, and I met Alex. I was supposed to even went to his pro boxing debut. I ended up not being able to. And then we just became friends, and he said, bro, one day I'm going to come to fight in America. I want to stay at your place. I want to train with you. So, and then we training here and there sporadically, and then he came to fight at the Glory Madison Square Garden, I think 2017. Then was the first time that I stayed on his corner, and then to the rest of his Glory career, and then all the way now.
Okay. By the way,
longer.
Are you coming back?
I don't know.
I saw Plinio hitting the mitts. You saw him?
Perguntou se eu vou voltar, que ele falou que me viu batendo manopla. Olha lá.
I saw this guy right here.
Isso aí eu ia falar ainda, porra, já nem vou precisar trazer sparring, hein?
So he goes, I don't think I need to bring no heavyweight sparring. I think I found one. I go, bro, I'm just...
Hey, you lost weight.
I did, 70 pounds.
70?
Yes.
Não, eu falei pra ele, cara, ele tem que, de verdade, tem que fazer uma luta de boxe. Tem muitos influenciadores, mas ele não, como lutador mesmo, pegar um cara aí bom, que tipo, ele, pô, vai bem pra caramba, entendeu? E super apoio, fazer uma luta de boxe aí, pô, vai fazer um dinheiro bom também, o Plínio tem nome. Pô, é isso, eu tô motivando ele, já tá baixando peso e, pô, é isso, vou fazer uma lutinha aí.
Breaking news, he say, Plínio always does
não era
good.
Pra falar,
não tá negociando, not negotiation yet. And I don't think I'm done, right? So I think I have a little beef in the tank. He goes, bro, I tell Plínio is really good. He really want me to do a boxing fight. Like, not only YouTube do a real boxing fight because he knows that he thinks I can do good. So let's see, maybe for the summer, Misfits, MVP. He want me to jump on these influencer cars.
Okay.
He want to be in my corner for at least a few more rodeos. So.
And you want to do it?
Yeah, I'm down. I lost 70 pounds for that.
70? How'd you lose 70 pounds?
Just diet and hard work, bro.
And what do you want to get down to? How much
About
more?
30, 40 more. Like, I want to see if works. Let's see Misfits, kind of talking to them a little bit, or any other league. I want to make something going on in the middle of the summer. I'm going to get down to the White House with him, and then I'll jump gear on myself. Let's see.
You guys sparring?
Not yet. No.
A gente fez alguma coisa no
before. Not now.
How's he looking?
Don't get in.
How's he looking?
Como é que eu sou bom?
Não, o Plínio vai bem, porque é difícil, canhoto ali. Vai bem, vai bem.
He said, I'm good. Southpaw, they say that's really good. Gotta be careful.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Okay, going back to Brazil, I saw you gifted your parents, I think your dad in particular, a golf cart, and he was very excited about this. Why did this mean so much to him, this gift?
Ele falou, pô, voltando pro Brasil, você viu você dando um carrinho de golfe pro seu Antônio, né, pro seu pai, e por que significou tanto pra ele ali, gostou muito?
Pô, porque meu pai, ele sempre teve vontade de dirigir, né? E assim, meu pai, ele nunca teve um carro. Então, tipo, uma vida difícil ali, sempre trabalhando para comprar alimento, roupa pros filhos, 7 filhos. Então, nunca teve condições de comprar um carro. Então, depois que os filhos estavam todos criados, tipo, coisa de, sei lá, uns 5 anos atrás, meu pai foi lá, pegou um dinheirinho, comprou um carrinho velho, tirou a habilitação, mas assim, um pouco de dificuldade pra dirigir. Eu fico até com um pouco de medo e tal, porque tem pessoas que têm mais facilidade. Meu pai já, mais velho, tava aprendendo, nunca dirigiu.
Isso nas antigas?
Não, agora.
Ah, no carrinho.
Atrás,
tá.
Aí pegou esse carrinho e tal, aí depois, vendeu, porque acho que ralava direto, bateu, e aí beleza, aí vendeu, aí... tá dentro do condomínio ali e tal, um lugar mais tranquilo. Beleza, eu também não quero me preocupar, comprar um carro pro meu pai, pra ele sair na rua aí, ou sei lá, se envolve num acidente, vai ser ruim. Então, pelo menos, comprar um carrinho de golfe, ele fica dentro do condomínio e dá um rolezinho dele ali pra dar uma motivada nele também.
Com certeza. My father always wanted to have a car, and he could never have a car, right? So a few years ago, maybe 5, 6 years ago, he bought a little old car, drove a little bit, you know what I mean, a few scrapes here and there, but never really could really drive, and also had to sell to buy stuff for the house, right? So right now I'm moving to a beautiful HOA, is a community there. So I gave him a nice golf cart because I don't want to give him a full car, so I don't have to worry about him going in town, going around, because he don't really know how to drive.
Okay.
So I gave something to drive around the community.
And he seemed very happy.
Ele tava feliz, né, velho?
Não, até chorou de vista.
Yeah, he even cried. Eu nunca vi o seu Antônio chorar, não. I know his father 10 years, I never saw the old man crying. Like,
Wow. Amazing.
É porque é o que ele queria, ele é doido pra aprender a dirigir, pra dirigir, entendeu?
Because he really want to drive, you know what I mean? So he gave
Your parents ever come to your fight?
Seus pais já vieram para suas lutas?
Meu pai já. Meu pai acompanhou bastante no Glory e também acompanhou. Se não me engano, foi
não, comigo, com vários corners.
Não, mas aqui.
A do Adesanya.
Né? No Glory foi algumas lutas, mas no UFC foi contra o Adesanya quando eu fui campeão.
His mom, no, but his father actually, few times at Glory, and then the UFC for the title fight, he actually. Aquela última do Barack, tava só eu e ele no seu corner. The last fight for the middleweight title at Glory was just me and his father on the corner.
Really?
Yeah. His father, like for the Jason Wilnis fight, his father was there. So he's my bro.
Does he give pointers?
Advice? He helps. Like he talks. Você você dá uns toques. But the energy is awesome.
Mas nunca foi assistir treino meu. Eu nunca assisti treino
His father never went to see a training on him, but he likes to be on the fights. Okay. On the Adesanya fight, I grabbed his father by the head and I say, "Your son just became a world champion." That
Wow. That's amazing. And how come your mother? How come your mother never?
É sua mãe não.
Não viaja de avião, ela tem medo.
She don't like to fly.
Okay.
Um dia eu insisti pra ela fazer uma viagem pra visitar os pais dela, tipo, dentro do Brasil, 3 horas de voo. E aí, tipo, depois passou mal, assim, ficou. Aí eu falei, não vou forçar, não. Acontece alguma coisa, eu fico culpado ainda.
One day I got her flight to go see her parents, about 3-hour flight in Brazil. She went, but she didn't feel good and this and that, so I don't want to take no chances.
Okay. I also saw an amazing video of you back, I think, in the favela, and you were gifting things to people. What were you doing there, and why was that important for you to do something like that?
Ele também viu um vídeo legal, você na favela, tá? Acho que tá até lá, você dando comida para a comunidade, né, para o pessoal. Por que é importante para você estar fazendo isso?
Bom, para mim é importante porque eu já passei, assim, eu já tive nessa situação, né? Eu nunca passei fome, graças a Deus. Mas eu já tive dificuldade na época que meu pai estava doente, né? Minha mãe é dona de casa, também não trabalhava. E a gente recebeu algumas doações também. E acho que da mesma forma que essas pessoas estão recebendo essas doações, a gente já fez o mesmo. Então a gente sabe o quanto é importante, o quanto que a gente ficava feliz com a doação. Então eu estou tentando retribuir da mesma forma.
This is me giving back to the community. I was never starving, like didn't have food in the house. But there was a situation that my mother couldn't work, my father was sick, that people went and did the same, gave food to my house, and it felt really good to get there. So I think it's very important for me to receive and give people the same feeling, give back the same feeling, to be able to help, to give back. Give back is important.
When you go there and you see the way people, the kids react to you, I know you have your gym there as well. When you see that, can you describe how that makes you feel, the way people look up to you and respect and idolize you?
E como é que você se sente indo para lá e até as crianças, quando vê você, o campeão, você vê no seu instituto, sabe? Como que você se sente de ver esse pessoal te idolatrando no bom sentido, assim, pô, vendo você, assim, o campeão da comunidade?
Pô, muito feliz, né? Porque saber que eles têm alguém, né, que conseguiu, venceu, porque às vezes a gente tem que ter uma motivação, né? Às vezes a gente vê na TV muitas pessoas falando da história e tal, mas eles estão perto ali, né? Muitas pessoas, os pais, as crianças, viram, pode falar para eles como que era a minha vida e da onde eu saí e onde eu estou hoje, né? Então, tem um instituto que está dando essa força para as crianças ali também. Hoje tem mais de 400 crianças inscritas, passaram mais de 800 crianças ali e eu estou muito feliz com tudo.
It's very important for me. So those kids, they see me on TV, but sometimes their parents see me like them on the neighborhood. So to give this example for them, to see the way where they can get. And with the institute now helping the kids, we have about 400 or 500 kids now sign up.
Wow.
800 kids already being there.
Wow.
So like all this to give back, to be able to support the community is important for me.
And these, go ahead.
Makes me happy.
Tem que falar para ele de algum jeito aí. Lógico, eu tenho intenção, né, de ajudar ali. A minha intenção sempre foi fazer ali só, e se algumas pessoas também tocar no coração de fazer alguma doação, de ajudar de alguma forma, né, vai ser bem-vindo, né? Então, não sei a forma que ele pode ajudar a gente, né? Ajudar nas doações, pessoas que acompanham o canal dele, que é muito, muito importante.
Even for people, anybody now that is watching this, Alex kickstarted the institute, put a lot of money there, but it's always great to have donations to keep supporting. Teve uma doação lá dos Emirados, que a gente vai falar quem, né? We had a great donation now from I cannot say who because they asked now, but from Dubai, from the Emirates there, important people there. But if whoever is watching this, wanted to support, want to donate, is always appreciated because it helped those kids, all the people that you saw in the video. So we are open now.
How can they donate? How can they reach out?
Então, tem que pegar o número da...
I'm gonna send to you guys. Maybe you guys can put the description on the video on YouTube. So it's Instituto Poitin no Instagram. It's Instituto Poitin on Instagram. You guys can just go and look it up.
Sure.
There's the email. It's a 501c3, so donations. People can write off.
E também eu falo, Plínio, né? Muitas pessoas... eu sempre gostei de ajudar. É por isso que na minha vida tá acontecendo tudo que vem acontecendo. Isso é parte, entendeu? Eu não tô aqui tipo pedindo porque eu preciso. Eu poderia bancar isso, porque isso era a minha intenção. Bancar tudo isso sem depender de ninguém. Mas eu quero compartilhar com todo mundo que está assistindo a importância, entendeu? Não é para você doar e tipo, já tá esperando em troca, entendeu? Faz
de
e
coração.
As coisas vai acontecer. Faz de coração, entendeu? E as coisas vão acontecer. Eu quero compartilhar o que acontece comigo, entendeu? Depois que eu venho fazendo esse tipo de doações, essas caridades, cara, a minha vida...
O retorno vem.
O retorno, assim, é muito... Eu nem tô esperando, mas é de coração, que é tão rápido, cara. Eu queria mostrar para essas pessoas o poder disso, sabe? De eles receberem o mesmo que eu, entendeu?
So, he could go and just pay every month, support the institute on his own, but I think he's getting so much back in his life because he's able to give and give, not expecting nothing back. He wants to extend that to people to have that chance to support without expecting nothing back and have that feeling of so many good things helping their life, because charity is the way. You know what I mean? The charitable heart, once you practice charity, a lot of good things come back to you in your life. You want to extend that to everybody with that chance.
Amazing. That's beautiful. And there's the website right there. And we're going to put the link in the YouTube, but also live now because we're live. We're going to put it in the chat. We're going to pin it. And we're going to help as well because I think it's amazing what you do for the kids.
Thank you.
So well done. It's an incredible thing what you do for them. I saw a picture on your Facebook. I think it was from 2013, 2014. You were sitting all the way in the rafters, like high up at a UFC event in Brazil. Do you remember this guy? Do you remember this guy here?
Você falou que tava no campo do Anderson.
Você já estava no campo do Anderson daí?
Não, São Paulo.
2013,
São Paulo.
April.
There's UFC São Paulo, 2013.
Look at you.
Olha você aí, ó.
Who's this guy?
Falou, quem que é esse cara aí, ó?
Foi a primeira vez que eu fui pra UFC.
Is this first time that he went to see a UFC
Tinha
card?
um cara que trabalhava numa empresa, eu não lembro o nome, que ele tinha uns ingressos e aí, pô, aí me deu um ingresso.
He's a friend that he works somewhere that has some tickets, gave him one of the tickets to go watch that.
Wow, and you were high.
Você tava lá em cima, né?
Tava lá em cima, não. Tava lá, encostado no telhado lá.
He was touching the roof.
Wow.
Quase eu pegava no telhado ali, ó. Foi baixando assim, né?
He go ahead to, yeah.
Negócio assim, ó. Fica no meu carro hoje, assim, ó.
Just like he's still on the Lambo today, like this.
Yeah. Oh, you guys in the
roof.
Lambo. Nice. But isn't that amazing? Like, this guy's sitting in the rafters, and like 13 years later, you're at the White House trying to make history. No one has ever won 3 belts. It's a crazy story. A movie.
Ó que loucura, velho. É uma cena de filme, né? 2013, você tá lá e corando pra não bater a cabeça no teto, hoje você já tá nas cabeças do card da Casa Branca. É uma cena, coisa de filme.
He can't even say anything.
Não dá pra falar nada, né, Botan?
Não.
It's crazy.
Olha lá, ó. Passou já.
Foi. É isso. Crazy.
It makes you emotional, I think.
Vou te dar emoção.
Pô, eu lembro de muitas coisas.
He goes, many things go through his mind.
Like what? Could you tell us?
Por exemplo, explica pra gente aí.
Não, muitas coisas, dificuldades, né? Desde quando eu comecei a treinar. Cara, eu não sabia, assim, igual eu falei dos meus filhos, na época, os 2 usando fralda, eles ali com a última fralda, e eu não sabia como eu fazer para comprar outras, entendeu? Então isso é algo bem doloroso. Mesmo no instituto mesmo, na época que eu e meu irmão ia ali para assistir com vontade de treinar, a gente não tinha condições, e hoje eu consigo proporcionar para as crianças, né, tudo do bom e do melhor ali sem pagar nada.
So many things go through his mind because back then, what were days that his kids go to the last diaper and he didn't know he were able to buy a next one.
Wow.
You know, and even with the institute, him and his brother when they were little, the institute where the institute's today was like a capoeira school, many different things, and they could just had to peep the class through the window because they couldn't afford the classes. You know,
Wow.
now he's able to give that back to those kids for free. You know.
Wow.
So many things go to the mind. You know.
Gasolina acabando.
Running out of gas on the car.
Difícil.
Hard.
Shama. we had Anderson Silva on earlier, and he has a show about his life now. I feel like when it's all said and done for you, they have to make a movie, a documentary, like a real thing about your life. Is this something that interests you?
A gente teve o Anderson Silva aqui mais cedo.
Ele fez antes?
E fez hoje. E falando do seriado sobre a vida dele. Olha, eu acho que quando acabar a sua carreira, tem que ter um negócio assim, um filme, um documentário contando a sua história sobre a sua vida.
Com certeza.
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, speaking of your kids, I saw your boys doing some grappling. You were showing them how to do stuff. Here you guys are, I think.
Falou os moleques lá fazendo
You're teaching them.
Ensinando eles. That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
So how close are we to seeing them competing? Is this going to happen? Is this inevitable?
Quando é que a gente vai ver eles competindo? Isso aí é inevitável? Vai acontecer?
Vai acontecer.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
How far away?
Quanto daqui? Lutaram grappling já, né?
Lutaram grappling.
They already grappled.
Yeah, I saw it. On the same night, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Both won. Yeah.
Mas MMA tem que acontecer nas coisas pra ver. Pode ser rápido, pode demorar um pouco.
As far as MMA, we'll have to see. Eventually they will fight. We just gotta see how things go, you know what I mean?
Can you describe the nerves when you're watching your boys compete in the grappling? How do you feel inside? These are your sons that you love so much.
Dá pra descrever o sentimento que você tem vendo os moleques competir, são seus filhos, né? Você fica nervoso na hora.
Fico um pouco nervoso, né? Mas eu vejo que a forma que eles estão fazendo, que eles estão... da forma que eles estão evoluindo, né? Eu fico mais tranquilo. Eu acho que agora é colocar as lutas certas. Quando eu falo luta certa, não é a luta assim, eu colocar a luta pra eles ganhar. Cara, de verdade, são os meus filhos. Mas com a minha irmã também, a mesma coisa. Tipo, nunca ficou, vamos, aquela menina fraquinha e tal. Não, tem que colocar luta justa, entendeu? Não luta se você vacilar, você vai perder, entendeu? E pra não ficar uma coisa assim, muito desigual, né? E pros meus filhos eu quero a mesma coisa, porque não adianta eu estar ali, eu tenho controle, eu vou colocar aquele ali pra lutar com meu filho, não, aquele ali, vai ganhando. Quando chegar na parada igual no UFC, não tenho o que escolher, entendeu? Então eu não vou enganar eles, não vou deixar eles se enganar, entendeu? Se for pra ser, vai ser, e vamos fazer o certo.
Gonna take my time with them. build them, choose the right fights. Choose the right fights is what? It's not like gonna put them with somebody that they can beat. No, I don't want to do that. Same with my sister. Like I put something that is equal, a challenge that if she don't do good, she's gonna lose. Because of the kids, the same thing. I can't just because of who I am say, no, put this guy for this one, this guy for this one because they're gonna win. Yeah, but then when I don't want to build a false sense of reality on them, because comes to the UFC, they won't be able to choose. They're gonna have to fight. So I want fair and square, build them with the right opponents, give them challenges so they can grow and build them little by little.
I love seeing your sister compete and you in her corner. When do you think we'll see her again?
Eu adoro ver sua irmã competindo, você no corner dele. Quando você acha que ela vai lutar de novo?
Em breve a gente tá negociando uma luta pra ela, hein?
We're negotiating something really good for her soon.
Okay, exciting. MMA or karate combat or?
MMA or karate combat?
MMA.
MMA.
Próximo.
MMA.
Okay, amazing. That's
Vietnam
exciting.
soon.
Okay. By the way, is it wild for you? Like, people, you become such a superstar. Like, I would imagine when you come here, people are noticing you. When you're out, people want to know everything about you. Are you comfortable being a celebrity? Like, is this weird for you, or is it kind of normal now?
E para você agora, onde você vai, o pessoal todo te conhece, quer tirar foto, né? É normal para você já ser uma celebridade ou é um negócio ainda meio estranho?
É normal, mas às vezes é estranho.
It's normal and sometimes weird.
It's weird,
às
right?
vezes é um pouco difícil. Às vezes é bom, né? Mas às vezes é um pouco difícil.
It's great, it's very good, but sometimes it's hard.
How's it hard?
Como é que é difícil?
Não, difícil é tem um exemplo, alguns momentos. Né? Principalmente quando a gente tá na mesa, almoçando. Esses dias eu tava na mesa, então tipo a mesa tava fechada. Então aqui era travado, eu só tinha que sair, tinha mais umas 3, 4 pessoas aqui. Aí a pessoa chegou aqui do lado e falou, a gente pode tirar uma foto tal. Pô, não tinha como ali, como que eu vou fazer 3 pessoas se levantar tal. Então, as pessoas têm que ter um pouquinho ali de noção, né?
Sometimes it's hard just because sometimes people gotta have a little bit of sense. Like the other day we're eating, and I'm sitting, Alex sitting right here, and then there's 3 more people on the thing. Here's the wall, he can't go nowhere. Somebody say, okay, I'm eating. How, like, can I take a picture? But like, he'll have to move the whole row of people and then get up. So sometimes if you say no, and then people like take it a different way, but it's just little things like that people gotta have a little more sense when they ask for stuff.
E até lugares mesmo, né? Igual a gente tá falando, na borracharia, beleza, tá, mas tem outros lugares que eu frequentava, né? Um bar, tal, que pô, tem um pessoal bacana, entendeu? Mas eu não posso, tá? Entendeu? Então, tipo, já não tem essa liberdade.
Even place like I go to the tire shop, no problem. Like there's a bar that I like to go, like a place that I want to go, I cannot go no more because just adaptation, with people.
This is what when you become a celebrity, a superstar. Everyone wants to know everything about you. They want to come up to you. They want the picture. They want the selfie. Everything.
É porque é normal.
Fui pra praia, não tinha condições.
Like you went to the beach in Brazil, no, couldn't stay there.
Couldn't stay.
Não dá.
You were getting swarmed.
Você tava não. E nem agora, aquela vez.
Não, da que a gente foi em fevereiro do passado.
A massagem lá, comprou.
That was this day like last year. That we both we have accrued this too later massaging our feet, they're massaging our legs. They charge us R$1,000 for the foot massage. Like, hey, like we're not stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of people. It's like, and now it's more and more because he's getting more popular in Brazil. Now, tá ficando mais popular no Brasil. He's going like he just went, I think, last Sunday to the biggest show on TV in Brazil. Every Sunday they made a big special about him over there. So. Wow. Because I feel that he's more recognized in America than in Brazil, but now it's changed, you know what I mean?
They're finally starting to give him the love.
Eu sinto ser mais reconhecido até fora do Brasil do que nele, mas no Brasil tá mudando agora.
Agora foi no
Domingão, falei pra
ele. Domingão, like, parada, porque as pessoas acompanham. E é o número 1 ali, né? Da TV, número 1 e programa número 1.
E 230 milhões de pessoas no Brasil, né? Brazil have 230 million people. And this show that he went last Sunday, like every TV tunes up to that, like CBS, like any open channel, you know what I mean? So everybody sees him now. I feel that now they starting to see him as the champion that he is. I wish it was even years before because he's a star here in the US, right? Overseas, everywhere that we go. But now in Brazil is growing, so like he cannot go everywhere more over there.
Is that a goal to fight back home?
Você acha que é um objetivo dia lutar em casa no Brasil?
Com certeza. Eu coloquei na minha mente agora, né? Tipo, 38 anos, não sei até quando eu vou lutar. E, com certeza eu gostaria de fazer uma luta no Brasil.
Definitely is a goal. I put this in my mind right now. I'm 38. I don't know how long I'm going to fight, but I would really like to fight in Brazil at least once.
Do you have a number of fights in your mind? How many more left?
Tem número na cabeça? Quantos lutas você acha que você faz ainda?
Não tenho. De verdade não tenho. Tô que nem aqueles caminhão parado quebra parado. Eu amanhã eu falo assim, pô, não vou lutar. Eu posso fazer 8 lutas, né? Fazer as minhas 8 lutas do contrato. Não sei. Eu gostaria de fazer todas.
He really don't know. He would like to do the 8 fights, but he feel like he's an old truck right now. Sometimes he breaks just for doing nothing.
Really?
So he don't know. He can say tomorrow I'm doing 8, tomorrow I'm doing 1 more. So
eu tô muito motivado,
he's
sabe?
very motivated.
Muito motivado, é uma nova categoria, é algo que eu vou fazer que ninguém fez. Então tem que estar motivado, com um salário muito bom que eu tenho, com um contrato muito bom. Então, tem que estar motivado, não tem outro jeito.
But he's really motivated. It's a new weight class, chance to do something that nobody ever done. They pay him really, really good. It's a very good contract. It's impossible to not be motivated.
Everything is great, but we do have to work on the basketball. I saw the basketball. You made the shot, but you went like this shot right here.
Ele falou, tem que melhorar, mas falou que no basquete tá bom. É que eu não vi aquele sábado então.
You can't shoot like this from the chest.
Você não pode jogar do peito assim, that's imagine.
You have to shoot like, look at this. It's a nice shot. You made the shot, but it's from the chest. What is...
Foi do peito, mas it's fine.
Mas não pode? Não pode?
You can't shoot from here.
The form is no good. No,
a forma não tá boa. Why?
Like this. You have to shoot. Like this looks like Michael Jordan, right? Look at me. See this? Look, this is the
Michael Jordan.
You were like this. No good. That's like volleyball.
Wait, so he from far?
Yeah, but no, from far. Look at Steph Curry, LeBron James. They shoot like me, like this.
Okay,
nice.
Eu falei, mas foi de longe,
acertou? Longe, mas tá muito longe.
Eu falei assim, mas tem que ser, eu falei, mas de longe já acertou, pô.
This is no good. This is bad.
Tá saindo outro vídeo, depois você...
Wait till you see the video that we did Saturday that is gonna come out and then you tell.
Oh no, worse?
Oh my God.
How many did he miss? How many times?
No, first one. First one? Foi na primeira. Pode aí, pode mostrar.
Cadê, peraí.
What's he looking up?
Breaking news for you, okay?
Okay, what do we have?
Not even came out yet.
This is from the Plinio Cruz YouTube channel. You're doing a lot of stuff on there.
Yes, sir. I'm
see
staying active. Coach Cruz MMA on YouTube.
And by the way, the gym in New York City, how's it going?
It's doing fantastic. We're actually gonna go to maybe a new location, even bigger, probably a K-Town. We want the works on that. And now I'm gonna expand our empire to Miami.
Ooh.
So President Awesome is doing great things at Gold Chad. So we're gonna put Gold Chad, Cruz MMA Miami, with a cigar on the gold.
Mostrar pra ele só?
Okay.
I'm gonna show it to you first.
Oh, here it is. Okay, I see a basketball. I see. Oh, from the back. Here it comes. Wow. Wow. With your back towards the net.
He's showing the camera. He's showing for the camera.
Let's see.
You know,
which one?
Here,
Where can I get?
Go to this one. I don't know.
Nessa aqui. Peraí, volta aí.
No, she's gonna go.
Okay, tell you what.
Can you go to that one, Andy?
Nessa?
Okay, she's trying to focus. Stay on this one right here.
Essa aqui, ó.
Here we go. She's coming. Look at this. Okay, here it is. Wow.
Open.
No, I found the back over there. Look. Look.
Já foi. Aquela outra aqui.
A second.
Zoom.
By the way, how many times?
Essa aqui, ó.
This one, look. This one you can see better. Look.
Okay, let's see. What can't this guy do? Okay, here we go.
Give a little close up. I couldn't believe. Oh. Hold on, look. Negócio zoom in, look.
Não, agora, vai mostrar.
Wow.
I couldn't believe.
How many times?
Como o que tá errado?
What was wrong on that one?
I don't know. Yeah, no, nothing was wrong. Now I can't say anything. I didn't know. You keep doing your thing. But do your thing.
Primeira vez.
First time?
Why do you have a basketball net in the gym like that?
Because, bro, my gym is like MTV Cribs. Porque eu tenho rede de basquete. We go over there, like, you know what I mean? We fight hard, then after we play some basketball, we play some street fighter. Now I have NBA Jam.
Okay.
And I'm actually putting a team together. So we're going to play against Harrison, Kearney, and Nutley High School in the summer. Cruz MMA All-Stars. We're going to put a basketball team, make a fun night in each town, and play against the high school.
I love that.
And then in Miami, we're expanding right now.
Okay, amazing. All right, I'm going to let you guys go, but I want to ask, when you think of June 14th, when you think of the scene, when you think of the White House, history, heavyweight, what do you think? How does it end?
14 de junho, como é que você vê a história sendo feita? Como é que termina a noite do dia 14 de junho na Casa Branca?
Cara, não sei não. Eu não sei não. Pô, eu quero ganhar. Eu sempre falo, né? Eu falo, o cara é meio negativo e tal. Não, pô, sempre, se você pegar desde a minha primeira luta, eu venho falando. A gente sabe que é um outro atleta, um outro adversário ali. Mas, cara, eu tô motivado, tenho todas as condições, né, de sair dali campeão, né, fazendo história, uma grande história. É isso, né? E agora esse é o meu sonho. Isso é o que eu quero, né?
I don't know, because you know what I mean, what I really want is a great opponent, but I'm motivated to go over there, win this belt, make history. That's my dream, right? To win this fight. That's what I want for now.
Mas assim, eu acho que é uma luta muito boa pra mim. Adversário muito bom pra mim.
But I think it's a very good opponent for me, and I think it's a good fight for me, very good fight for me.
And I'm not trying to look past Ciryl because I have a lot of respect for him and I think he's great. But Alex Pereira as interim champion against Tom Aspinall, who I have so much respect for, who I think is also equally great, that is a super fight. That is something special. Does your mind ever go there? Do you ever think of Tom? Tom's the undisputed champion right now, and I know you respect Ciryl and you don't want to look past them, but that's big time stuff.
E com todo o respeito que ele tem pro Ciryl Gane, é um grande lutador, a gente não quer estar pulando, mas digamos que tudo dá certo. Alex Pereira, campeão interino, contra Aspinall, campeão lineal. Isso é uma super luta, é uma luta muito grande. O que você acha?
Eu acho bom. Eu acho bom. Eu falo pra você, eu assinei meu contrato, eles colocam quem eles quiserem e eu vou estar lutando. Pra mim, não tem problema.
I think it's good. Like I told you, bro. I signed that new deal. They can put whoever they want to fight me, I'll fight, no problem.
You say no to no one?
Não fala não pra ninguém.
Pra ninguém.
Nobody.
No.
Does the Aspinall fight excite you? Nobody.
A luta com o Aspinall te empolga?
Com o Aspinall? Todas as lutas me empolgam.
Every fight excites me.
Okay. When are we going to do this in English?
Quando vamos fazer isso em inglês?
Difficult.
I saw you talking. I saw you talking to someone. I saw you understand everything now, right?
Você entende quase tudo agora.
Não, entendo nada. Entendo nada. Uma palavra ou outra.
They say one word or another.
I think he just likes when you're here with him. You're like the comfort.
Ele gosta mais confortável quando eu tô aqui com você, por isso.
É melhor.
It's better.
Yeah, it's better. It's better. Well, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. You're the best. Good luck to you, June 14th. Good luck in training. Can't wait to see everything that happens leading up to it. Who you bring in? Will you show us? Will you show us videos of who's coming in?
Of course. Ele falou assim, não posso esperar de quem ver que vocês vão trazer de parceiro de treino e tal. Falou, vocês vão mostrar pra gente. Falou assim, a gente vai estar postando, né?
It's amazing to see your story. You're an inspiration. It's really incredible to see what you're doing, and I'm very happy that you're getting this opportunity. No one deserves it more than you, in my opinion, over what you've done for the UFC for the last few years. And it seems like Dana, he always speaks very kindly of you and with respect. It seems like he appreciates it too. It's a beautiful thing to see.
Falou, é muito legal, tá vendo a sua história, tá presenciando a sua história no UFC. Você é um cara que tá fazendo muita coisa, você é um cara que a organização gosta. O Dana White, quando fala que você fala com muito respeito, aprecia muito você. Então é uma coisa muito legal de ver.
Chama. Plinio Cruz, Alex Pereira, June 14th, White House. We'll say goodbye to the guys. Go check out the link in the chat right now and in the bio for his school if you want to help out. We'll be back to wrap up the show. Don't go anywhere.
Chama.
Speaking about potentially good things happen as far as the UFC are concerned, Ariel Helwani updated us earlier this week in terms of the Conor McGregor negotiations. We knew they were happening. He was reading the tea leaves. He said, we have not heard an outburst from Conor this week. That is usually what we hear when things haven't gone well. Well, old Petey's done some snooping around today, having a few conversations, and everything seems to be going very positively. People I'm talking to seem very confident that this will get over the line, and it's only a matter of time before it does. Something would have to go catastrophically wrong for McGregor not to be announced on a UFC card, as far as I'm concerned. And that will be music to UFC's ears, because it has not been a great week, as you two guys have been pointing out in your articles on Uncrowned, because this week we had a bit of a press conference. We had a bit of Ronda Rousey. We had John Jones, all of that stuff. Let's kick it off with a bit of Ronda here, spitting some game at us about how it is to be a UFC fighter.
It used to be that UFC was the best place that you could come in combat sports to make a living and be paid fairly. And now it's no longer, it's one of the worst places to go. It's one of the, it's why so many of their top athletes are leaving to go and find pay elsewhere. It's why their champions like Valentina are selling pictures of their titties on OnlyFans. You know, like these people are, a lot of them at the ground level, they can't support their families. They're living poverty level, fighting full time. And this company just got $7.7 billion. Like, there's no reason that they can't afford to pay their athletes at least a living wage, and not even that, to at least be able to match what these athletes are making in other sports. Why would they expect to get the best athletes and the best aspiring kids that want to be something into MMA? Why not go into football? Why not go into boxing? Why not go into anything else? And so they're bleeding talent because of their short-term greed. They're thinking about the next quarter. They're thinking about the shareholders, and they're not thinking about their responsibility to be, stewards of the future of the sport.
Chuck, you wrote about Ronda Rousey this week and her being at the center of this MVP promotion. How crazy is this for you to see Ronda in this situation, given how glowingly she spoke about Dana White for so many years, their relationship, and the UFC up until this point, you'd say?
I mean, she was still sort of in a roundabout way glowing about Dana White. Like, she kept saying, I love him and he loves me, that sort of thing. Like, it was bizarre, but she's just pointing out that he's caught now in this new era of TKO, and like she was basically saying that he doesn't have the power that he did. And it's hard to dispute, because what she's talking about, and I mean, of course, there aren't a lot of like established big name free agents that the UFC is trying to get, right? Like, they're not. So to come to the UFC.
All right, that was the boys from Friday. New episode of The Crack. Go check it out. That was Plinio. That was Alex. How great are those guys? I mean, how could you not be happy for them? It's amazing. Amazing chat with Alex. One of my favorites. Even got a little emotional there for a second, I think. I think he got emotional just reflecting about the journey, about everything that he's been through. It's one of the all-time great stories in the history of sport. If he could pull this off and win that interim title, I don't care, interim or not, that is historic. No one's done that. No one's won a belt of any kind in 3 different weight classes. It's nothing short of amazing. And he's the same dude. He hasn't changed. I'm not going to pretend that I was covering him in the glory days and before that, but since coming to the UFC and all the success, same exact guy. So really, really amazing, and very happy for Plinio. Looks fantastic. Looks absolutely great. I think he said, 75 pounds or something like that, down to 290. Tremendous stuff. All right, no time to waste. It's getting dark out there. I think it's getting dark because it's rainy, but nevertheless, time for some super chats. Super chats. Last week I had to rifle through them. But you're back, Frankie. What do you got?
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
All right. Hi, Ariel. This show is amazing, and all of you are phenomenal. Hear me out. Francis wins, and John versus Francis is made to try to beat the White House card.
No. John has a long-term deal with the UFC, so that would not be happening. I'm assuming he's talking about outside of the UFC. It's not going to happen. Unless they release him, which I don't see them releasing him. Well, what else, Frankie? What else?
With Ariel having just enjoyed a 4-week holiday in Italy, folled by a 1-week holiday in LA, is he now going to knuckle down and start putting in some hard work for the fans?
Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that was not a 4-week holiday. That was quite grueling, but I loved every second of it. So no holidays were had there. Obviously, I wasn't here. Last week as well, press conferences. We did the show on Wednesday. So I technically only missed one show. Did give you the Gable thing. Go check that out. And then, like I said, Dallas, Westchester, this, that, and the other. So we're not taking time off. I can't tell you, though, beginning of April, we are taking our annual spring / Passover / Easter break. So,
that's that bullshit.
No. I mean, some of us. Frankie will be working. He said he doesn't believe in that sort of thing. But, we always do that. If you're a longtime fan, around that time we do that. But we'll be back. And this is in quite some time, so don't worry about it. We will be back. Our last show will be the 31st of March, and then we'll be back for the watch party / post show for the Miami card. So it's about a week and a half or so, but you know what? These things are important, and I think we, dare I say, over-deliver. 5 guests today, 4 tomorrow, maybe 5. Who's to check?
Oh, wow, congrats.
What else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, this has apparently been a significant debate nationwide in Canada lately. Do you think Don Cherry deserves the Order of Canada?
This has been a hot debate. I think Don Cherry did a lot of great things, was a TV icon. The end of his career did not end well, controversial, unceremonious, whatever you want to say. And I will say that cancel culture, whatever you want to call it, and I've said this from the beginning, including when the whole Gina thing happened, I don't believe in it. I believe that people are humans. People make mistakes. Obviously, there are different levels of mistakes. You know, there's like the worst of the worst, and then there's all the way down. I think he upset some people. I think if he would have been given the opportunity to go on and explain himself and hopefully maybe apologize and clarify, I think everything could have been fixed and restored. That did not happen. And I would like to believe that, you know, time is the ultimate healer. And I would be lying if I said I have a strong stance, but I can tell you that Don Cherry was an institution in Canada. Who would I equate him? I mean, he was Hockey Night in Canada. He was Saturday night on CBC, him and Ron McLean. Sort of the way in which people talk about John Madden here in the United States, that was Don Cherry. He was the face, he was the guy, he was the larger-than-life, colorful character. He made a comment that upset a lot of people, and they were very much within their rights to be, you know, upset and to feel that way. But I do want his legacy to be much more than that, and I would hope it would be much more than that. And I do believe that if you clarify and hopefully apologize, that things can be fixed and honors like that could be bestowed. Sometimes I feel like it's not for me to say who should be offended and who shouldn't. It was a controversy regarding the poppy that Canadians wear and Brits wear around Remembrance Day, I believe. And he bothered some people. He had some strong things to say, and I just wonder if the punishment ultimately fit the crime for all the good that he did. And I know he was polarizing and controversial with his takes, but his career ended effectively. It's a scary thing, and I never want to be put in that position. I hope I'll never be put in that position. I sympathize with people who slip up, who make errors in judgment, and then their whole trajectory, their whole career, their whole legacy is changed forever. So he's a very important figure in the sports history, in the country's history. And, you know, I know he's getting up there in age, and I would like to see, you know, the final chapter end on a good note. What else, Frankie?
How many combined years fighters in the MVP card have not fought in MMA? Really going to ignore that, Ariel? Come on, dude. This is a casual fans card.
I don't know how you can say I've ignored it. I mean, literally at the press conference, I know you guys want to try to make this into something at the press conference, in which, once again, I was working on behalf of Netflix. I'm not going to ignore the good relationship that I have with Nikisa and Jake and the MVP brass. And the same way we have a good relationship with the PFL, the same way I have a good relationship with a lot of the people who work at the UFC and TKO. And I try to be as transparent as possible. But we get opportunities and we try to grow and we try to do as many cool, big things as possible while also remaining true to ourselves. So as long as I can look at myself in the mirror, as long as I can account for the things that I believe in, I'm at peace with it. I literally said at the press conference, we have not seen Gina Carano since 2009. I literally said at the press conference, we have not seen Ronda Rousey since 2016. I literally said at the press conference, we have not seen Francis Ngannou since 2024, and he hadn't fought in the UFC since 2022. What more do you want? I literally said at the top of the show, we have not seen Mike Perry fight in MMA since 2021, and Nate since 2022. So, like, I don't know what you want me to say it all the time, like every minute? If this is a casual fans card, that's better than being a hardcore fans card. Because you know what's a hardcore fans card? A hardcore fans card is Saturday's PFL offering. That's a hardcore fans card. Actually, it's Friday, March 28th, they're next Saturday. And those are great cards. And we'll talk about them and we'll talk to the winners. But Netflix, you have to understand, is the creme de la creme. It is the most powerful and biggest streaming platform on the planet. They are not interested in hardcore fan cards. What they're interested in is delivering for everyone. And that's why I say all the boxes will be checked off. Are you a lapsed fan? You certainly remember Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano. Are you a casual fan? You certainly know who Francis Ngannou and Nate Diaz are. Are you a hardcore fan? Based on what I'm hearing, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Only 3 fights have been announced. And so you weirdo fans will try to make this into a UFC versus Netflix or a UFC versus MVP thing. I say, let's all have a great time. I say this is good for the business. Number 1, it's good for the fighters. Number 2, it's good for the fans. It's good for these people. It's good for fighters and managers and coaches to have these other opportunities. It's good for the fans to have other things to watch. It's good for the business. It's good for combat sports. Where's the bad? Are you mad that Francis is getting paid? Are you mad that Nate and Mike, for everything they've done for us, are getting paid? Are you mad that Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano are getting paid? Are you mad that Felipe Lins is getting the opportunity of a lifetime? Like, where's the beef? Where's the problem? You'll never see me. What did I say about the White House card? That was before all of this. I said 9 out of 10. We celebrate the fights here. We celebrate. Don't get confused. When I talk about the business, it's about wanting guys like Alex Pereira to get paid. It's wanting guys like John Jones to get paid. It's wanting guys like Conor McGregor to get paid and everyone below them. Don't believe that bullshit, because you'll believe that bullshit when people will tell you that we're anti this, anti that. Watch this show for 1 freaking week and tell me what we're anti. We're anti not giving the fighters what they're owed and deserved? Yeah, okay, maybe we're anti that. Otherwise, we want everyone to eat. We'll talk about PFL. We'll talk about boxing. We'll talk about wrestling. We'll talk about bare knuckle. We'll talk about kickboxing. We'll talk about all these things. Get out of here with that. What else?
MVP is putting together a more intriguing card than the UFC White House event using all of their former fighters. This is embarrassing.
I mean, I don't know. It's like they're in 2 different lanes right now, guys. They're in 2 different lanes. That's the main thing. They're in 2 different lanes. And again, they're trying to do something else, and they're trying to work with what they have compared to what the UFC has. And I don't think that that's a good thing, a bad thing. I just think it's a thing. And I think it's great to have this opportunity for other fighters. Now, whether Ronda wants to put that out there, whether this guy wants to put that out there, that's fine. That is absolutely fine. But I think that ultimately the UFC card isn't a bad card. You're getting Ilia Topuria in the main event against Justin Gaethje. Is it the fight we want for Ilia? No. Is it getting a chance to see Ilia in his prime fight? Yes. Alex making history? Sign me up. Sugar Sean? Sign me up. Bo Nickal? Sign me up. Like what? By the way, $0 attached to it. Yeah, it's your subscription. You're paying for that regardless. Stop. Enough with the entitlement. What else, Frankie? What else?
And so, my fellow Americans, I ask not what your country could do for you, ask what you could do for your country.
Wow.
Send the Spider Silva USA.
Amen. More people should have that approach to this country. That's what I say. What else, Frankie? What else?
Ariel, 16 UFC championships is the greatest ever.
Oh, Anderson Silva. Yeah. Hell yeah. All right. I feel you. What else, Frankie? What else?
UK fan here would love to see Poatan versus Aspen.
Hell yeah. So would I. Shout out. What else, Frankie? What else?
Alex looks massive compared to his last in-studio visit. Oh, my Lanta. I like that shout out. Hashtag, no. Ariel, can you please say I choose Tuesday out loud? Hashtag
Tuesday. I choose Tuesday. DTF, Frank is? DTF? Yeah. All right. What else, Frankie? What else?
Hi, Ariel. Long neck and studio update. Chat wants it. Why do you reread them?
What am I missing? What am I missing?
It was an individual they asked for you to get on the show a few weeks ago, probably before you left to go to Italy.
Is it the no neck guy that fought in the
No, opposite. It's the guy with the long neck.
Oh, okay. Yes. Did you guys watch that card? There was some sort of like weirdo influencer thing, no neck guy.
No.
Oh, what else, Frankie? What else?
Chama, Aura 10.
Aura, that would be Aura.
Did I say Aura?
Yeah. Aria?
6'7". Vladdy gets robbed and WS and WBC. What a game.
As you asked me that, I noticed Mr. Blue Jay was
I saw
falling.
You stand up and it made the reading harder.
As you asked me that, Mr. Blue Jay was struggling. God, I love Vladdy so much. And I love that Dominican team. You have to admit, and this is more for GC, I know you're backing your country. The Dominican team is way more fun than the American team, right?
Yeah, for sure. They're sick.
They're just they are just so cool, right? Like they're just cool dudes. The American team is lacking cool. Would you admit?
Yeah.
Skeens is cool. Bit of a, I like his approach.
Skeens he's kind of cool.
He's a bit dry.
It's a bit dry.
He's not lacking like the there's no pizzazz on the team. There's
Aaron
no
Judge
fun.
is not that cool.
No.
Gunnar Henderson's cool. I like Gunnar Henderson.
He's cool. Bryce, bit of an
Bryce is
OG
pretty cool.
at this point.
Bryce is pretty cool.
Cal, cool, but got benched yesterday. Smart. By the way, everyone shat on Mark DeRosa. DeRosa made the right two moves. He put two moves. He put Gunnar in there, and he put freaking Will Smith in there, and both of those moves proved to pay dividends. The Dominican team is just fun. I wish that was the final.
The homers and then the ridiculous bat flips afterward.
The homers are
the one yesterday. He chucked it all the way to the dugout.
Abreu, I think it was the Venezuela one on Saturday. The dude literally almost nailed one of his teammates in the head because he was like. I was like, wow.
The Venezuelan team is also cooler than
Venezuela team is super cool.
Ronald Acuna.
The unis are sick. The unis are sick. The catcher regalia is sick.
I bought a Ronald Acuna jersey for the Fight Feast last year, and I can't find it.
Oh. You're going to rock that tomorrow?
I can't. They still got to win tonight.
Italy kind of cool, too, but it's just a bunch of, Jersey guys.
Yeah, Italy's kind of cool.
If I'm being honest, I think Venezuela, America would be the most fun final. I'm going to be sad when this is over. I'm not going to lie. I have genuinely enjoyed it. I can't get enough of it. And they got to figure out a way to get these guys in the Olympics. These guys have to be in the Olympics. These pros. Pause the season for 10 days. The NHL just did it. Figure it out. I mean, come on, guys. It's too good. The passion is too good. If baseball could tap into 50% of this passion for the regular season, I know 162 is different than 7 games. God, how do we figure this out? I don't know. I am happy to see that Seattle and Las Vegas are in the running to get an expansion team in 2028 in the NBA. So that is very exciting. Not sure why I went there, but I was excited about it. Anyway, what else, Franklin?
And lastly,
Yep.
Ariel, do you know the Andre the Giant story regarding him being too big for the lavatory on board a commercial flight, forcing him to lay an enormous cable behind a privacy screen in mid-flight, resulting in gagging and screaming, "Keep up the great work"?
So there's a great documentary that aired on HBO Sports. By the way, that dude paid $79 for that.
Australian.
56 USD. Thank you for the
Frank.
For the $56.
Yeah.
Dr. Van Nostrand.
Incredible. Thank you for that.
Thank you, brother.
There's a great. If you haven't seen it, Doctor, have you guys seen it? The Andre the Giant documentary on HBO Sports.
I sure haven't.
Oh, highly recommend. Jason Hare, my old friend and mentor from the HBO Sports Day, who directed The Last Dance. That should tell you how good he is. He produced it for HBO Sports. It's called maybe Giant or Andre the Giant. It's an unbelievable doc on his life. Highly, highly, highly recommended. And yes, that story, among many others that seem unbelievable when you actually hear them, is in it, and it's amazing. So, shout out. What do we got here? Someone wrote, "Oh, go Dodgers!" What the hell? Yeah. Shout out to Dr. Van Nostrand. One last thing before we go. That was the last one, right?
Yes, sir.
One last thing. Seeing reports this morning that Top Rank is close to a deal with DAZN. Think we might hear more about this later in the week. It seems like it's inevitable. This is phenomenal news for multiple reasons. Top Rank hasn't been on TV. Obviously, their fighters have been showing up here and there, but they haven't had their own TV deal since July of last year when they left ESPN when their deal was up. At its peak, I heard it was in the 80 to 90 million a year range, which I know is small potatoes compared to what the UFC is getting, but that was big for Top Rank. And there was fear, and they've had to, lay off employees and lose people. There was fear that Top Rank was in real trouble. Hopefully this signals that they're on the come up. Top Rank, in my opinion, as far as North American boxing promotions, Top Rank has, as far as their male stable is concerned, the best stable, in my opinion, and certainly the highest ceiling for a stable. Names like Shushu Carrington, Keyshawn Davis, Xander Zayas, Emiliano Vargas, Richard Torres. The list goes on and on. This is a really, really good stable. They may not be pay-per-view draws right now. They will be. And look at what they did with Shakur, and look at what they did with Teofimo Lopez. We need Top Rank. Boxing needs Top Rank. Rich history. Excited to hear about this. I was really curious about them going back to ESPN. I thought that would have been cool with MVP. But DAZN is the home of boxing, and I'm just happy that they found a home. So when I saw this, when I heard about it late last week, if I'm being honest, but when I saw it get out today, thought it was great. I see some people trying to clown on how much they're getting. Look, if you don't have distribution, you're dead. You have nothing. You can't exist as a fight promotion if you don't have a TV or streaming platform that is your partner. You are dead. You have nothing. That's why their fighters were fighting on fast channels. That's why their fighters were fighting for other promoters. You have to have distribution. You have to have a consistent schedule. Hopefully now they get that. Hopefully they can grow those names. Those are big names that are only going to get better. I do wonder what this means for Golden Boy, whose deal was up, and it seems like they're doing sparingly events. But all of a sudden I see Boots Ennis against Xander Zayas and not Virgil Ortiz. And I would love to see Boots versus Ortiz. First and foremost. If we don't, a plan B, a second option, if you will. Zayas, love Zayas. He's a freaking stud, and he's only going to get better. So this is good for the business. This is good for the sport. MVP doing their thing with Sky and ESPN, Top Rank back. The MMA stuff here, UFC there, PFL, massive year for them. They're the next big one. They've got a big show in Madrid this weekend. Obviously, we'll talk about that as the week rolls on. So a lot to be excited about, my friends. A lot to be looking forward to, and I hope that it all works out for the guys at Top Rank, because I'm a big fan of the product and the history, associated with the product. So let's see how the week shakes out as far as more info on that news is concerned. I told you that Sim Salmani, the BKFC Albanian psycho, is going to join us tomorrow. Also joining us, Mick Conlon, who's fighting this weekend, the pride of Ireland, and obviously on St. Paddy's Day, it would make a lot of sense to have him on. So looking forward to that. My doppelganger, Mr. Ayman Zahabi, who's really been laying it on thick as far as whose side am I on, he's going to be joining us tomorrow. And Carlos Praches is going to be joining us to talk about the fight against JDM. So amazing show tomorrow. OTN this week is on Wednesday. I'll have the post up tomorrow for the questions and all that stuff. And we rolling. I'm not going anywhere other than home to watch Venezuela against Italy. Good luck, Andy, to your beloved country.
Thanks, man.
I hope it works out. And perhaps, there's going to be a lot of stuff attached to it if it's Venezuela-U.S. tomorrow. Obviously, with everything going on in the world, that's going to be highly... What a scene in Miami, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Do you think it will be like 50-50?
No.
You don't think so?
In Miami?
For Venezuela? I feel like there'll be a lot of Venezuelans.
A ton.
You don't think 50-50, though?
No.
60-40?
Yeah.
Like 60 for America?
No.
Oh, you think Venezuela will be the favorite, if you will?
If we're in Miami, yes.
Hell yeah.
There's so many of us there.
Oh my
of course,
God.
it's going to be jam-packed. Did you not see the crowd the other
No,
day?
I did, but it's America. People are going to, I don't know, try to show out. I don't. Yes, no,
we live there, man.
Fuck,
I think it's going to be packed, and we take baseball very seriously.
Oh, I know.
So
I know. I love that. Okay, I'm psyched. The great Miguel Cabrera, right? Probably the best Venezuelan baseball player. Is he from Venezuela? Miguel, I believe he is. Yeah, Venezuelan, of course. I think he's on the team as like a coach or something like that. Anyway, all right, we're done. Great day. Check us out on the feed, by the way. Give us a follow on Spotify and Apple if you can. Download everything that we're doing over there. Also, great stuff on the YouTube channel. Like, subscribe, comment, share, all that and more. Fun things in the works. Road trip next week? Hashtag? Tough Forest game yesterday. Tied Fulham, but the good news is, as you know, GC, out of the relegation zone, at least for now. For now, Spurs struggling, but they did steal a point or two. Actually, they tied Liverpool shockingly, and then we had freaking West Ham tying Man City on Saturday, which was equally shocking. So for a minute there, we were in the relegation zone. We haven't sniffed relegation in a couple of years. Not gonna lie, NGL getting a bit nervous. It's basically us, West Ham, Spurs, and Leeds at this point. And we need to figure it out.
Wolves is out.
Yeah, Wolves is out. Burnley is out. Sorry, JJ Watt. But it's those four fighting for anything but that last spot. We're all trying to survive. It's squeaky bum time. It's reminiscent of 2 years ago. Not a great feeling. I enjoyed it more last year. We got a freaking score. Get the ball in the back of the net. And let's get out of here. And we live to see another day. What a day, what a day. Thank you very much to all our guests. Anderson Silva, of course, Kevin Vallejos, Kyle Daukaus, Eric Nicksick, Alex Pereira, Pino Cruz. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to all of them. Back tomorrow, same time. Peace out.